Alright, let me address the elephant in the room. We've been doing the Terrible series now for a good 6 years, and we've covered a lot of terrible movies. But some of them maybe didn't deserve the title of terrible. I have made some egregious mistakes sometimes of actually amazing movies, but in a lot of cases, I'm gonna hold off the brakes a little bit and say, actually, these movies were only mid. We have a binary system here on this channel. A movie is either amazing or terrible, and if it's not amazing, if it's not 6 out of 10, it's terrible. And that includes the 5 out of 10s. So today we've compiled for you the movies you would hate to hear are called terrible, but let's be honest, they're not amazing either. Here are the terrible movies that were actually only just mid. Please enjoy, you were kinda right. Today we're going through one of DreamWorks' terrible movies. No, not that one, not that, or that, or that, or that. I'm actually not much of a DreamWorks hater on the older stuff anyway. But even still, we're now coming round to our next prompt, Monsters vs. Aliens. Releasing back in 2009, I didn't see it. I don't even know what I was doing in 2009. Do you know where you were? I was, going through my awkward phase, apparently. But since I never saw it back then, and I've heard bad things, we're watching it now. Let's go. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna step in a little bit further here and properly break down some of the major mistakes I made in this video in particular, because I would go and say this is easily the worst video I've made. I properly do a bastardization in this review, so I'm gonna be popping in a few times to iron out some of the most egregious things I said. Mostly, I just didn't get it. We start off in space. Earth. Never mind, that's not Earth. This is Earth, with a glowing meteorite heading straight for it. This is a 3D movie, isn't it? You can forget these guys. They add nothing. We're here with a monster's perspective in a house. Oh, never mind. Bit of a weird asthma joke here. Anyway, it's 5 AM. Time to watch the news, because the weatherman is the boyfriend, and they're getting married today.
Honey, my fingers are crossed. Runs in the family.
Okay, starting off on a great note of minor birth defects and disabilities, kinda. But let's see the wedding in action. Here's the groom, Derek, who now says their honeymoon has been relocated to Fresno. I have no idea where that is. To follow his career path instead. And then just as he leaves, that meteorite appears. What, did you expect her to dodge? She's not a monster or an alien. We can forget her too. Clearly she's not gonna add anything either. Just like the nerds earlier. God, what are these character designs? This one looks more like skull than face. Anyway, the wedding goes on, and Susan over here is positively glowing.
You're green.
This is impossible!
And just like that, a corner of the internet was born, and they called it DeviantArt. Susan crashes through the top of the chapel. No one really attempts to help, and they attempt to gag.
Here comes the bride!
But come on, there's clearly a missed opportunity here. Oh my god, it's Bridezilla! It was obvious. But then the army come in and take her down, and that guy from Queen's Gambit is left flabbergasted. Congratulations, you've made it past the prologue. Not a bad start. Hints of aliens and monsters, and right to the point. Could do with less of the cursed imagery, and maybe the jokes need a little work, but I can stomach some more. Susan now wakes up in prison. What a fun imagery to look at, all greys. But it's here we meet the other monsters. There's Hugh Laurie, Dr. Cockroach, Will Arnett, the missing link, and Seth Rogen, Blob. But seriously, this is a cast that goes incredibly hard. I mean, Dr. House, BoJack Horseman, and Donkey Kong all in a room together? Not to mention Derek was Paul Rudd, Susan is Reese Witherspoon, and then apparently there's a president, and he's Stephen Colbert! And this is from 2009. Anyway, they're all in monster prison. Time to show off their quirks and their jokes.
Stop doing that! I forgot how to breathe. Ha! Ow!
And their jokes are just not good. I mean, with a prompt called Monsters vs. Aliens, you'd think this would be a pretty easy viral hit. So much room for creativity, but the humor in this movie is flat most of the time. Also, these monsters aren't very monster-y. Was it to not scare children or something? Okay, let's also take a little bit of a pause here to just talk about the monsters. I critique this movie for not really doing a good take on monsters. You got Blob, Human, Cockroach Man, and the missing link, which I didn't understand was a thing. I just outright didn't recognize this is in itself a genre of monsters. It's not about vampires and goblins. The missing link, especially, is kind of a specific thing they're referencing. I just didn't get the old references because I watched this as a kid with the kid perspective of, my parents will teach me. But I didn't know my father, so he didn't teach me this. It's silly, it's stupid, it's not that deep. It is still, admittedly, a hint flat on the storyline, especially with these main central characters. I don't think anyone says this is the best DreamWorks movie, but it's certainly not as bad and terrible as I've been claiming in this old video. I just didn't get the references. Soon enough, everyone is rorted back to their cells, and we meet the guy behind this institution, General Monger. A guy with a jetpack explaining that she'll never see the outside world again, and her new name is Ginormica. Seriously, why isn't it Bridezilla? And again, not really a monster, just a giant. And this is her new cell. Meanwhile, we see the aliens side of things. Now, never mind, it's alien, singular. He's just discovered Earth where that meteorite landed and wants all the quantonium from it. What a boring fake element name.
Do you guys just put the word quantum in front of everything?
And he sends out a probe, discovered by these two immediately.
Katie, are you nuts? Don't leave me alone.
Their scene isn't really funny, barely worth covering.
Katie?
This is the worst date ever.
See, I thought she was gonna reveal she too was an alien, but no, there's just one. And we never see them again. Okay, I'm jumping in here to talk about more of a general point, but it's especially notable in this scene, in that this movie is all about the subversion of classic tropes. This is the stereotypical high school sort of date, but instead they're swapping over the roles for a nice humorous effect, taking the usual archetypes of these characters and flipping them on their heads for the simple sake of comedy. It's not that deep, it's both in the date context and in her being the one to see what's going on and him being too afraid and wanting to go home, leaving him as the one falling over and whining the whole time. Even to the point of her lifting him up when he breaks his ankle. It's just a more refreshing take. That's all there is to it. But okay, now we've reached meme territory. I've seen this scene, or at least a smidge of it online. It's the president scene.
Peaceful communication.
My god, why does he look like that? What is with these triple-chin, blobby character designs in this movie? Truly ahead of its time for adult animation. Ugly. At least Joe Biden made it in. Anyway, Stephen Colbert here is to make contact with a gigantic, one-eyed robot. I like how there's just a guy waiting along the stairs. The comedy is strong with this guy. How will America make contact? By playing Axel F to them. I can't play any of the sound, but let's be honest, we all recognize it as that one Crazy Frog song. This is what they were remixing back then, and clearly the probe isn't a fan. I mean, why was it even sitting still this whole time if it was tasked to finding quantonium? And how is playing one mainstream song a good scene, you know? Alright, so now with this bit, as much as I don't necessarily critique it that hard, this is also just an outright reference to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I hadn't seen it when I did this review. I'm a bit of a normie, I especially was back then. Only cognizant of cinema in this century and usually animated. Anyway, after the president has his post-Taco Bell experience, everyone attacks. It fails and they all scatter.
Eat lead, alien robot.
Evidently they eat lead.
I think this president guy is the funniest character. Can't wait to see loads of him. Man, I love my job. So the American government is planning their response. Enter General Monger's monster plan. It's kind of a simple plotline.
350-foot tall monster that attacked Tokyo.
Wait, so he's Godzilla? Okay, yeah, this one's really bad and consistent. This is not Godzilla. I should have known this. I had a very surface level knowledge. I could have extracted it better if I used my brain slightly. This is obviously Mothra. Obviously. I even refer to them as a he the entire video. Didn't recognize the obvious reference point. Though I guess technically it's a butterfly, not a moth, but spoilers. Please excuse me, massively misinterpreting this character throughout the rest of this video. What was I doing? And they go forward with it. This is the last time you'll be seeing Best Boy for a while. By the way, the monsters now have been locked up for a month, or so we're told. Now they know everything about each other, and are more comfortable. Not that we really get to see the depth of any of their relationships, they just kinda do things on screen. They zap Susan, and nothing comes out of it. Alright.
Nobody's ever getting out.
You're getting out.
Until today.
And so they're placed to take down the robot. No real training, no real plan, but hey, it's monsters versus aliens. Susan has the right idea and flees, but the others, I guess, are fighters now? Even the dude who's just a scientist with a cockroach defect? No, apparently not. The robot immediately now gets to Susan in the city instead. But it was walking so slow. Hey, does this just not feel like the same set as Megamind to you? It does to me. Man, I think that's their, that's their first joke about her being a giant. That's good. Ginormica skates downtown with cars for shoes, whilst the other boys use a jet-powered tram to chase the robot. Hey, I like the inventor creativity there. Until the Seth Rogen blob ruins the plans, so it kinda goes nowhere. Instead, we come to the bridge. How is this robot tailing so quickly when we can consistently see its slow pace? And it just happened to get its other claw all tangled? That was easy. And so the team take it down. Susan holding against it and stopping cars from falling. The missing link burns himself out. Dr. Cockroach actually uses his cockroach thing for a good but simple gag, severing it from the inside. And Bob...
Help me!
Sorry, I was just staring at this bird over there.
What? Is that meant to be funny? And then they finally decapitate it with the bridge. Somehow. And since that one alien has been defeated, now he's gonna come over and do it himself. What a groundbreaking plot. Meanwhile, the monsters are reveling in victory, and Link is upset for how poorly he did before. This doesn't really get realized. They don't really mention anything else important, but they do want to meet Derek. Hold on, how do these guys suddenly have the authority to choose they just want to mosey around Susan's town? Is there no politics to this kind of thing? Hey, it's Susan's family, readying up for a scene of gags. The Seth Rogen blob thinks the mum is Derek and swallows them. Cockroach is eating trash. Link crashes. You know, these jokes often fall flat. They still haven't done many giant jokes. Unless that counts. All the humans are freaked out despite clearly getting hours to spend time with them, and Susan has spent the whole time hunting Derek. You know where this scene is going to.
And spend the rest of my life in someone else's shadow.
What a twist. The boyfriend is an antagonist. And the others are sad too. Hey, how did they get on this route? And I'm just gonna pin this in here in general. One of the main things with the main character here is more of that subversion of the classic archetypes and tropes and going more into their actual story arc. Sure, you have her husband, Derek, being this breadwinner, very much pushing their life together and completely flipping it over in moving for his job in Fresno. There's also kind of an element of this all being thrown onto her without much consideration of her own actual feelings, pushing her around and making her feel very small and impactful. Hence why she becomes a giant being, and even in this form continues to be quiet and trying to shrink herself, and only when she grows with her development to actually have more faith in herself, she becomes more brave and accepting, she is then able to properly grow and save herself. All the while, ironically, Derek's the one now saying he can't live in her shadow when she's been dealing with this the whole rest of the time. This is a stretch for the guys to get to that sad second stage, and in their sadness, they turn it around into some motivational speech about how amazing each of them are anyway, just in time for the real alien invasion. Susan's still taken and Insectosaurus is dead. Oof. Also, why the change of clothes? Was that really necessary? Hasn't DeviantArt been fed enough? So this is Galaxar, voiced by Dwight, explaining that Quantonium is the source of Susan's Ginormica form, and it is to be extracted from her. But in a nice twist from the cliche, she immediately breaches out. Not that the gag's very funny. And she goes on a rampage to turn the tables. Galaxar has to run for his life. It's kinda cool. Until he traps her again and successfully takes out all of her power. This is how I felt when I learned I was never going to be 6 foot. Still, hitting all those beats, it's time for the evil monologue.
I found out my parents were... But I've told you too much already.
A nice twist on the trope. And begins the cloning plan. Still technically just one alien on this side, but sure. Hundreds of Galaxars now exist. And he's just warned all of Earth. Why? To tell a joke that he comes in peace, but will also kill everyone. Even with the correct delivery, it's just not a very strong joke. But hey, at least the president is back, yay!
Code brown, cause I need to change my pants.
And that's the last we'll see of him. I feel like this movie puts on its comedy chops on all the wrong characters. But after a night of, I guess, just standing in one place, the final three are hoiked onto a rescue mission. And after a brief moment of genuine character connection, although it's pretty thinly veiled with a single line and then a gag response, it begins. And General Monger is immediately zapped out of the sky. Rest in peace to this poor guy on the side. Meanwhile, the monsters do their cliched thing and blend into the cloned crowd. And actually, even the evil escort thing has been done before. But somehow I still made an amused noise from the result.
Would you like a gun?
Yes, I would.
I guess it's just good delivery. And then, of course, not long later, they're all found out. Cue the done before and never explained event that is incredible martial arts fighting with the clones as perfect punching bags. I at least like some of the creative approaches here. Link's just kinda boring. And then they make it up to the MacGuffin room.
You'll never figure out my color code.
Okay, this is stupid. It's a trope of its time, I guess, but I don't ever really get it. I roll my eyes enough trying to suspend my belief for the fight scenes, but this is just too much. Especially because he clearly has an actual affinity in science because of all his gadgets. But whatever, it works perfectly, despite all the logical leaps it has to make. The ship has now been set to self-destruct.
Invasion no longer possible.
Baseballs!
First of all, great line there. Second, what's the point of showing us all these gigantic robots and millions of clones if we don't actually get to see such a Chekhov's gun go off? I would have assumed for maximum entertainment, we should see the villain at their worst. This just kind of cuts to a victory too quickly, no? Actually, no, now there's a smaller event to deal with. The boys are trapped inside.
Get out of here while you still got the chance.
Don't say that.
Alright, you know this scene already, let's just jump ahead a little. Oh, okay, so they do use the robots briefly, but they only step a couple times and then domino each other to death. Meanwhile, Susan can now fly, essentially, and rolls a 20 on kicking Galaxar directly in the face. It's a 1v1. And so the fight goes on. You know, I still think Monsters vs. Aliens as a title is really good to spark a successful franchise, but something about the execution has flubbed it all the way down. This movie isn't the most terrible thing I've seen, but it feels very much like just another clone of everything we've seen before. There's so many cliches and the plot is so basic. Not to mention, I don't think these characters really pull their weight. Bob is comic relief, so then why is the missing link too? And what's with such a confusing name? Where's Mummy or a ghost? Witch? Zombies? Those are monsters, not scientists. And again, the alien's just one dude. It's a shame as well, because the voice performance is great in a lot of places, with this stellar cast, and the direction does some interesting things sometimes. There's a good dolly zoom, these sort of handheld shots, I like the limb broken ankle, and just some nice ideas put onto the screen. But this writing is just so flat. There's no real character connection or emotion, and so many failed jokes. What is this laugh?
Forgive him.
Oh, yeah.
The humor is just not there, apart from the cherry-picked stuff that became a couple memes. And they're not about these guys! I really like these character designs though. I'm getting a vibe of Crash Bandicoot or Ratchet & Clank out of this. It's just a shame this movie doesn't do anything strong or heartfelt or deep. It's just kinda... So let's just get back to the fight. They're both kinda weak anyway, so it's just a pulling around fest, until Susan goes splat again. Are we sure the flattening is part of the transformation? And then she teleports back over to save the boys. Everything starts falling apart, they dangle off the edge like you've also seen a million times, until they're saved a final time by Monger. Yeah, he survived earlier, and so did Insectosaurus.
You're alive! And you're a butterfly.
And the spaceship explodes. So like, was every clone doomed even after escaping the room earlier? I guess so. Or they didn't care. The team come down to celebrate at Susan's hometown. Everyone's grand. Derek appears to forgive Susan just so she can respond with,
Goodbye, Derek.
"That's really underwhelming too. No bigger reaction than that. Surely the damn chess boy deserves a bit more than that." They're set off on another mission, even though they leave the general behind and fly off into the sunset, like we've also seen a million times before. A complete miss on satisfaction from start to finish. The story is basic, characters flat, jokes average or unrealized, and the prompt itself, given such a milquetoast interpretation, a disappointment through and through. But perhaps a lesson learned, as 364 days later, they released the first installment of one of their magnum opus franchises in How to Train Your Dragon, with $10 million less in the budget. Actually, this was the most expensive DreamWorks film ever. They spend a fraction of that these days. However it happened, this will remain only in the backs of our minds as a movie that just kinda happened. Predictable and forgettable. At least it didn't hold back the voice cast. And yeah, overall, this movie is very far from terrible. It's not a DreamWorks masterpiece, but this review just wasn't it. It is the video I am most ashamed of. I think I remember when I went to find what terrible to do next, I just saw Monsters vs. Aliens as like bottom on some list I saw online once and then ran with it. Watched through this movie with the lens of, oh, this is terrible, let me write it as if it's a terrible. And I very much noticed that was not the public consensus the moment I uploaded. Oh, it hurt. Which is very much the reason I did want to call it out now and address it. And hey, maybe we can laugh at the mistakes of past me. I very much don't feel that way now, having rewatched it and actually turned my brain on, got the references, done some research. I know there are other terribles we're about to cover on the rest of this list. This is probably the most definitive terrible movie that wasn't actually terrible. Am I allowed to call it mid? Most of the movies in this comp are probably just mid. So with that in mind, let's continue. We're now moving to The Incredibles 2. I'll still hold on to the fact that it's a terrible Incredibles movie, but by itself, it's just nowhere close to amazing now, is it? Right, okay, yeah, I know. The Terrible Incredibles 2. Bit of a title, a complete dick move of a clickbait, but hear me out. Give me at least a minute before you crucify me, alright? The Incredibles 1 is my favorite movie of all time. It is just phenomenal, and rewatching it as an adult only made me love it more when actually picking up some of the more nuanced dialogue that went over young me's head.
You married and got busy!
I adore this IP, and I was devastated for years when Pixar was announcing all these sequels without including Incredibles. But then it finally comes around, and fun fact, it was such a hyped project for me, it literally pulled me back onto YouTube as a platform. Seriously, look back and you'll see right after finishing my uni stuff, I came right back from a long hiatus on this channel just to discuss everything Incredibles 2. And it is not a terrible movie. What? But you just said in the title that it is a terrible Incredibles movie. Am I still a dick for debating you this way? I mean, maybe. Do you still plan to crucify me? I mean, I have the hair for it now. But let's do a super dive in to compare the two Incredibles and discuss the pitfalls of one over the other. I'm in a bit of a Pixar phase this week thanks to Lightyear, so prep yourself for that. It's the terrible Incredibles 2. Let's begin with the opening scenes. Whilst the original Incredibles takes us over to the glory days of the 40s with superheroes in full swing, TV interviews, a chunk of drama, and finishing with a wedding, it becomes a display of everything this world has to offer. Its character dynamics, the political tension, superpowers, drama, a little comedy, and some gorgeous color work. But the very point of that movie was to not be huddled onto the old days of nostalgia and be present for the present. The sequel takes us right to moments after the ending of the first, which is fine. I mean, it was what I as a kid wanted to see paid off, since it's technically a cliffhanger, but at the same time, story-wise, it could be a little restrictive for what can be done. Leave this for the video game. Even a year could have made for some changes to feel a little more natural in effect, but whatever. Both of these intros are about 11 minutes long, but when it comes to the actual display, Incredibles 2's isn't so bad. You got plenty of superpowers, a fun, energetic villain and fight scene. The character dynamics are there, and I enjoy the role each player gets to have. Except for Dash, who mostly just shows up. But with placing events immediately afterwards, characters now have to continue on the direct plot lines at the end of the first movie. Dash now has to be running high off of his second place revelation, and Violet better have that date. But also, they've still only been in action once, so when Vi comes running down the street to just blast out some projectile shield now, sure, it's cool, but it's unearned. When did she learn that? The smallest of time skips could have fixed this. Oh, also, the real prologue comes from Tony Ridinger getting the Men in Black treatment, same as Kari from the first spin-off short, which is alright, but not exactly thrilling, especially since it's mostly the same lines and all.
Have you told anyone else about this? You will, kid. You will.
I'll have what they're having. But enough of the openings, let's get into the meat of them both. For the next 30 minutes, both films take an immensely different approach to their plot lines, which is of course the case, but also in their direction too. The vibes are totally different for how these two movies want to present themselves. Like, look at this! The plotline that gets covered in the sequel movie is this. The family have a small disagreement at dinner, the parents discuss getting back into the real world, they're given a proposition for hero work, and Elastigirl is the star play at launch. They move to a new house, Bob becomes the stay-at-home parent for 2 days. In that time, we see Vi has become the snarky teenager, Jack is hinting at his escape, and Dash needs help with homework. Meanwhile, Elastigirl is out for the second action sequence, showing off a new motorcycle, chasing down a train, and winning. Jack is visibly escaping more, Vi is more sad because of Tony not calling her in the background, Dash isn't around, Jack for action scene 3 is fighting a raccoon, showing off to us the multitude of powers, exactly what we've been wanting more of after that one Jack attack shot. And also, Vi is sadly getting ice cream, Dash is asleep, and Bob is frustrated on how bad his day is and good Helen's is, even though this specific mission benefits him in the long run. This is the pretty standard setup you already know for the movie. It's what all the marketing was about. Elastigirl fights crime and Bob tackles the family. Wow! Fine. Except when you actually compare to what the original covers as well as the flair it added to every scene, the differences are stark. So let me wrap this one up for you. In the same 30 minutes, The Incredibles 1 has us witness Bob at Insuracare, making it not boring by hiding the advice he gives and his eccentric boss character. We get school with another eccentric character in the teacher.
Guilty!
As well as the premise of a superpowered prank. On the ride out, we're given a thematic message that comes back later.
Everyone's special, Dash. No one is.
And then with Vi's romantic interest, there's establishment as well as more superpower usage. Now sure, they probably show the powers here just to establish the kids, but at the same time, using superpowers in their personal slices of life makes for a far more interesting thing to see, right? Poke back to the follow-up and there's just none of that. Every scene the kids are in, they're just normal kids. Or if they are using powers,
did you wash your hands?
It still just looks normal, boringly done. What makes the slice of life so interesting in The Incredibles is how super their lives are naturally. It's gripping. Every time Bob is parking his car, he's accidentally showing his brute strength. Whenever the family get into an argument at the table, it erupts into this cacophony. But in the sequel, it's just... this is taking relatable a bit too far. Other Incredi1 plot points, Bob is in traffic, mundane yet humorous visually. Post-dinner, Bob's getting the main plotline of his secret mission. It's not an exposition dump of people standing around and talking, it's technology scanning, the camera spinning to be upright. It's Helen through the door talking in the background, and Bob frantically trying to make a note of it all. Frozone arrives with a bit of icicle flair, as opposed to just a shadow walking in. And even down to the delivery, it's just so much more energetic and youthful in the first film, considering it's been, what, like 3 months since these two scenes? Bob prepping for fire shouts,
Yeah, baby! Yeah!
And now he's...
Pow, pow, pow!
Now maybe that one's a bit more on the realistic age of the voice actors, but it's across the board that all of these characters are just much less emotive this time around. Except for Dash, who can't stop screaming. Still, at the 23-minute mark, we get the second action sequence, a burning building. Played with bombastically loud music underneath, followed by the more delicate jewelry shop confrontation. Dramatic, intense, and quotable. At this time in Incredi 2, the family move into a new house and Dash drowns some couches. Hey, at least he uses his super speed, but it's not used creatively. He's just a normal young boy with a boost. Then in the original, we have the parents arguing that night, thematically talking mediocrity, nostalgia for the old days, stretching in the heat of it, and getting the kids involved too. What a drama! In number 2, Elastigirl is motorcycling to the first mission. The reversal of the nostalgia trip and a sense of independence and popularity. I think this is fine here, thematic to that new dynamic and where it can lead. Alright, then Bob entertains us again in a meeting with his boss, ever the VA king, and getting shoved through full walls. He talks to Dicker, recurring kid again, plotline proposition, explosion for flair, parental chat, mission brief, mission begin, lava fight, mission dinner, and the big montage, all in the first 42 minutes. In that same time, the kids go to school, Elastigirl has her one action sequence, which is pretty good, but while Bob had the whole island and a boss fight at the end, plus fanciful briefings and mystery, Helen just goes on another chase. But her powers get some good use, the bike is cool, that didn't last long. And I guess dangling trains just runs in the family. But it's missing something else. Listen to Bob's stuff. Now listen to Helen's. The music has lost its bombastic flair, choosing to be, I don't know, more jazzy, less brassy. Just works to make things feel softer everywhere, taking a back seat, less interactive to each move, and it's quieter because of all the damn dialogue. I think it's a real detriment to the sequel. So let's switch to Jack Jack and the Raccoon. Great, the fan service we were wanting and expecting. What can this baby do? Oh, that's great, I love it! Except again, where's the music? Look at Jack Jack Attack's rendition of this gag. Is this not far more impactful? What about the laser eyes? I mean, this just sounds like the Ratatouille soundtrack. Another terrible Pixar movie. Okay, no, that was a joke. That was a joke. There is big brass bits, but it's there. Still, I count 7 powers. Cool. In the same amount of time, the original has covered so much extra ground whilst also establishing these characters for the first time and with so much more directional flair throughout. Endless quotable lines and memorable moments watered down to be unsuper in the sequel. Or maybe I'm just being harsh. So I describe the founding premise of the sequel. Maybe it gets better from here. How are the next, I don't know, 36 minutes? Meaty chunk number 2. Well, what happens is, at a skim, Bob does an all-nighter montage for Dash's homework. We see Tony has completely forgotten Violet, essentially restarting her entire plotline from the first movie. Elastigirl is given a TV interview, which leads into a rescue of the mayor and a helicopter sequence. Again, another chase scene, and a character that's pretty basic compared to the usual side characters. The fam have a breakfast scene where Vi teleports behind a fridge for some direction, realizing the memory wipe plot before giving us some pretty tame jokes.
Is she having adolescence?
It's clear it's a different time when it comes to the style of the screenplay and its approach to comedy, and sometimes it does land. I always love a good smash cut joke. But they have not mastered the art of the quip here. Elastigirl gets some public approval and a plan planned. Very interesting to see there. There are new supers. Finally, some funky side guys. I love their logo designs. They really hand up the cartooniness, huh? I'll never understand this new boomer generation. At least they're not boring. Can't wait to see how all these new powers are, used and combined together. Bob arranges a date at Tony's work to embarrass her and give us one nostril spectacle. And then we move on. Elastigirl gets a follow-up action sequence confronting the screenslaver while he monologues in the background, giving people across the globe epileptic issues. That's a real thing. How did no one predict that one? And it's kind of cool how her limbs go limp and her eyes can't be used, but no direction really leans into it again. You're too busy shielding your own eyes instead. Points for immersion? They're arrested. Bob gets a scene with his car for a humorous reaction. The kids learn Jack Jack has powers. We see some of it with Lucius arriving. We go to Edna Mode, a fan favorite. Less on the quotes again, unless you count.
Yes.
But they do bring up a thematic message.
Parenting is a heroic act.
Showing us 3 more superpowers and a humorous expelling. Elastigirl gets a formal event and a telling of the politics that is to come. Bob gets a heart-to-heart with Vi, saying he's unsure and wants to be a good dad, to which Vi says,
You're not good. You're super.
Aww. Kind of minuscule, though, if you're like, that's pretty short, right? Funnily enough, the 2 movies are only out of sync by 3 minutes here. And to be fair, the first Vi heart-to-heart was also on the small side, leaving most of the weight in the music and the posing afterwards. Interesting choice to end it on a gag here, though. Elastigirl works out the secret villain as Evelyn reveals herself, Bob wakes up refreshed, Edna gives Jack Jack's suit display, and Elastigirl wakes up caught by the villain. That's a lot of plot for the middle 30 minutes, essentially being each kid is handled as Elastigirl takes 2 more action scenes and some politics. It's fine, but again, the kids are just being normal kids, and Elastigirl, while having the most creative powers, is shown to be doing very little new or unique. You saw what happened to the motorbike. And through it all, there's been very little actual wow factor to the visuals. I'm sure the green antenna city looked great in concept art, but so much of this pales in comparison to underwater planes, splitting waterfalls, moving pods, the gel defense system. Because yes, whilst we've had independent struggles shown here, by now, Incredi 1 has covered showing a collage of old supers, meeting our supervillain, more tech and explosion stakes, a nighttime mission, the big reveal, spliced with Helen at the same time. the kids using their powers to learn what Helen's up to, the whole plane sequence, the emotional stakes for Bob combining family powers to become a speedboat, the campsite talk, and Helen half sneaking into the realm, swinging, squishing, and tackling 4 rooms at once. This is just nuts! There's so much creativity and intrigue in every moment of these scenes. Okay, the hoovering scene you can probably skip, though it's pretty good ASMR on the ears. Still, one of the biggest things I was looking forward to was the new uses of the powers. You know, Dash and Violet style. By having Elastigirl carted off to another city, you're severely limiting the options, and to be honest, there's nothing new here we haven't seen, and it's getting kinda stale. Is Mr. Incredible much better? He has more environmental elements, so there's more variety and actual boss fights with him, but overall, this sequel is just much less quotable or memorable. It's a by-the-numbers plotline of chasing a villain and being a father. Oh, wow. Where's the big impactful scene? Where's the gut-wrenching turn? How are we 80 minutes into this and yet there's so little pow, pow, pow? You know? But hey, we're at a heel turn now. Both movies have realized their villains and now need to coordinate together to take them down. And so over the final act in The Incredibles 2, we cover the grounds of Elastigirl trapped in a freezing room, a great crux for her power, admittedly. Evelyn monologuing about how supers keep people weak. Wait, so we're just back to monologuing unironically? Whatever happened to...
You got me monologuing, I can't believe it.
Incredibles was a kind of subversion of the tropes of superheroes. And this is just stripped of any message. Also, she wants to make sure supers are illegal forever, but they already are. She could have done nothing and she'd succeed. You don't need all this... whatever. She's no Syndrome, am I right? The family enjoy Jack's powers. Bob is summoned by Evelyn. Lucius is summoned by Bob, and Honey gets another scene.
Better be back ASAP and leaving that suit!
Oh. Were they even trying to make a joke here? Dash discovers the Incredible remote. Vi chooses to...
I renounce my renunciation.
Is this good dialogue? And all the new supers come to their residence. Finally, an action sequence that uses anybody else. Incredi 1 has had several at this point in the runtime. Everyone gets multiple. This is everyone's first, with the exception of the opening. Frozone 2. Man, couldn't it have been so cool to actually see the boys do a mission after the launch? It logically still fits in. Just for some variety. Well, variety time is now. Frozone has snow now. Cool. How do the powers combine? Dash runs eternally through portals. Shield's great for electric, bad for Crusher. Owl does... nothing. Everything is solved by ice, but the added Incredible is a great wrench in the fight. Alright, onto the boat everyone goes, as Bob is stretched, strangled, and Hypno too. Like the room, fight's a bit short, but sure. And with the final sequence, politicians and supers are all on board. More options for super spectacle? You already know the answer. Vi stealths around, Jack runs through walls, Vi versus Void, nice. Extinguisher, nice. Jack gets a gag.
I know he's on fire. Put him out!
Jack goes giant in a vent and runs through walls. I do like how the hole gets smaller and Vi expands it a little bit. The world is signed to be super again, and everyone is hypnoed. And no one from the public puts it down to the goggles that are clearly intrusive? Oh, well. Boat's now heading to crash into the city, except the kids reach the adults and...
Put him down!
Oh, it was that easy? Jack's OP, man. Couldn't it have at least been Elastigirl versus the others? See who's strongest? A hint of a fight here? I guess we'll get plenty soon, as everyone conflicts together, punching through portals, shield reverse zaps, ice versus lava, pew pew ow, and Dash is perfect. At the same time, God, these are tiny fights. Just perfect puzzle pieces coming together. Somewhat satisfying, but also flat at the same time. Give me combinations. The parents combine for Brick, but like, we don't even see Dash and Violet as the rolling bull. That was revolutionary. Even child me knew this is what I was waiting for. Everyone's saved. Elastigirl hesitates before believing in her family. Everyone works to detour the bus. Crusher gets a great gag.
Uncrush? What if I said to untouch someone?
But his fight is lackluster too. One projectile? Seriously? Elastigirl is voided up to the jet. Teamwork, but on a minimal scale, as Vi turns around and says...
Stay here with Jack.
That's my girl.
Is that supposed to be a development? Someone has to stay back and babysit and it's her? Because she's a defensive Huh? This hasn't even been mentioned for 98 minutes. And to beat the villain, you just... just shoot him out of the plane. Though I do like that she keeps fighting while parachuted down. The boat is stopped, and Elastigirl gives us
Jack's first power!
and the happy ending ensues. Teenage political commentary, young boys and their toys, villain arrested, and Tony on date attempt number 2. You know, like we had the last time. All the while the family look at each other in hero prep, turned into another gag since Tony's in the middle of it. That's fun. All for a petty crime, all to loop us back to Incredi 1. Sure. It's better, but I mean, for a climax, it is just much of the same. And with so many moving super parts, it feels a little stretched too thin. The fights aren't grand or metaphorical. You don't need me to tell you this, but the finale of the original had a family bickering over the TV remote. That's the relatable wink wink nudge nudge for you there. Here, the family exists because it's generic action for the ending. Incredi 1 gives us an emotional reunion, the kids at full capacity. Does Dash do anything at all in this movie? Not a peep. And he's the most fun character when unchained. You're telling me the guy who could run on water had no such sequence on the water? No owl chasing him, or Evelyn's jet, or one of the new supers having a speed-related thing to rival Dash in a battle of momentum. Instead, we get 2 strength guys, on top of the one we already have, 2 elementals, portal pockets that do nothing else, an owl. There's no big family together fight, or if there is, it's too detached and certainly not milk for some fan service. In Incredi 1, they argue over driving. Here,
Fight now, talk later.
there's also the emotional spin of
Strong enough.
Strong enough, and this will make you stronger?
Yes.
but in Incredi 2,
Go. We've got this.
surely it makes more sense for Bob to say this. The kids would have always thought this considering how they were at the start of the film, and do a group hug or something. Incredi 1 keeps stakes high with characters seemingly losing. Incredi 2 has no such tension, other than the thought that Void might accidentally shave off Elastigirl's arm. And I think in general, the format of one group taking down one target is just vastly better than the group spread out on separate tasks that don't interact. And with that one-er ending sorted, no bonus piece like the original, there's no Dash epilogue, just straight to the next threat, and then the end credits. Incredibles 2 is just another movie. In becoming a sequel, it shedded its skin of the parody, the creativity, the spectacle and flair, the messaging, the characters, the quotability, the soundtrack intensity, the memorable moments, and the family dynamic in that final act, poking on the glory days of its predecessor.
My husband used to listen to a police scanner.
And referencing sounds when underwater? It's a mediocre movie. Or if you want to debate some people, it's a terrible Incredibles movie. But hey, at least I got my childhood dream of seeing Jack's other powers. I should have already known that this was the real Incredibles 2. Moving on from that, we are now gonna talk about the terrible Storks, which even in this video, I start to just continue to praise over time. It's one of those classic Sony comedy greats that once again probably isn't quite amazing, but maybe there's an argument to be made. This movie is easily one of the best terribles I've made at the very least, and you'll get to see me even in real time start to be like, actually this is pretty funny and good. The Terrible Storks movie. Did anyone actually watch this in cinemas? This seems like one of those movies that just popped into existence one day, and I keep periodically spotting it, but that's it. Produced not by DreamWorks, but instead by Warner Animation Group, the sort of oddball of the animation family. But you know what? This is 2016. We're at a point in time where we just passed the original Lego movie, and the stage is set. Warner Brothers, after not having much prominence in animation movies at all since like the original Looney Tunes ended in the 60s, has suddenly stepped in a big way with the Lego movie, almost making $1 billion, being snubbed at the Oscars and causing a grumbling green light to occur somewhere far away. Ugh. And so, where is their next big revolutionary hit?
Oh my goodness.
This is Storks. It kind of looks familiar, doesn't it? After we just had the animation studio dedicate their craft into an entirely new style, combining both modern-day CGI techniques with the inspirational source material of stop-motion Lego animation, and include micro details about only presenting what is logically possible frame by frame, do we then get this? I thought this was a DreamWorks movie at first, because this darn baby... Shush! Just looks so generic. But let's get into it. We begin with a montage of how the Stork process works.
And a privilege to serve.
A Apparently Storks are like army veterans. Will this movie actually attempt to address the obvious anti-innuendo nature of this world? No, not really. But the life of a Stork wasn't great. And you know what? The direction really goes hard. I like how when dropping the baby, this Stork burns in the atmosphere and then... This is very Looney Tunes. And we'll barely see it again. Because in this world, the Storks don't do this no more. Babies are just too disruptive and annoying to deal with. And to be fair, they're right, but as an alternative, the Storks
deliver packages for corner store.
Don't look it up, it actually leads to a pretty dodgy site. But hey, an Amazon parody in 2016? This is actually kind of ahead of its time, right? I mean, it's more of a trope now-ish. And I didn't even notice until second viewing how the original Stork Tower is minuscule in comparison to it. That being said, the characters are all just a bit too similar looking. Being Storks is great, but there's little variety between them to the point that I care very little about all of them. Though they are generic characters anyway, just with speaking lines.
Great job out there, brah.
Okay, never mind, turn it back. Why is there a pigeon amongst this workplace? He's the only one. Why does only he have hair? And why does he talk like that?
What? Okay, it's tell you about my girlfriend.
Thanks, I hate him. Reminds me of Jake Paul. The delivery is great, but that doesn't make it a good line. Anyway, Junior here is next sent up to see the boss.
Do you know why we stopped delivering babies?
Because humans invented Durex?
Yes, but that's not the whole story.
And is told that he will soon be becoming boss of the establishment. All Junior has to do is get rid of Orphan Tulip, a human child who was never delivered due to some backstory. Here she is, trying to invent a jetpack. It goes about as well as you'd expect.
Yes, I want to go fast!
You're fired.
Well, not that quickly, but still, this action sequence just isn't as interesting as the last one. A lot less cartoony and kind of annoying. Anyway, we're somehow just 8 minutes into this 80-minute movie, so let's move things along. She isn't fired because Junior is awkward, instead unofficially banishing her to the letter department where nothing is ever actually sent anymore. But you know, again, there's that directing element coming out here. A lot of the shots in this movie have that handheld effect, and I really appreciate it. And with Tulip being left alone, they play it up like there are multiple of her in the room while she roleplays and talks to herself. It's nice.
You're fired. You can't fire me. I just did. Group hug. Group hug.
The writing's still not perfect though. Enter Nate. Who is Nate? Nate is our B-plot and probably about as detached to the plot as possible. It seriously feels like a completely different movie when we cut to him. He's got neglecting parents who are too wrapped up in work and business to give him love and attention.
We never stop.
I love you, brother.
Hey, kid, you get it enough yet? Has the point hit you across the face enough yet, kid? And so Nate here wants a little brother, finds an old Stork brochure and sends a letter to the organization. Oh, they are connected to the plot. What follows is a musical montage of the delivery system. It's actually pretty basic. Until... So like, is this just normal? What? And that letter arrives, to Tulip's surprise and Junior's dismay, hiding the fact that she's still here and using feathers to take down cameras. Nice. But she puts it in anyway, and the baby factory begins. And you know, it looks really nice. I like all the colored lighting and the camera movements, the actual creative design of how it works, splitting cells and a cartoonishly sadistic emergency stop button that plays its jokes pretty well. But what is it with animated storks always having the crap beating out of them? And it all leads to a loss. A baby has been born, and they've got to hide it from Pigeon Toady.
What up?
And it's a roller coaster of a scene.
You catch the game last night?
It was a come down.
What a game!
Sure, that's a fine, fun scene to play with, except for the plot contrivance of...
There was no game last night. What the?
You can't have both of these interactions be true, Jake Paul. That's just stupid. But anyway, the two begin their baby delivering duties. Junior can't fly because of the... So they use the airship Orphan Tulip had been secretly working on here. You can probably guess why. That feels quite natural for the plot, actually. Huh, you win some, you lose some.
But at least it's not a fixer-downer.
Get back to work, film writers. That was awful, and you two know it. So Nate is now preparing the house for the Storks' arrival, and the dad just goes along with it, and so does the mom. There goes that entire conflict. Already? Okay. As for the cruising twos, there is a minute-long sequence about pestering Junior on why he wants to be boss. He has no motivation, he'd just do. How does an 18-minute movie need this much padding? But then the next conflict is the baby in the cage starts crying, and so Tulip activates her maternal instincts that ironically put the baby in more danger than the discomfort they had before. But hey, now the plot can be extended as the plane has crashed. They split, and Junior is kidnapped by wolves, and so is Tulip.
Seriously?
So I guess there's no split at all. The wolves, meanwhile, are Key and Peele. Nice. And they're obsessed with the baby.
I am in love. Are you in love? I'm in love too. I agree.
This is fine as a concept, but again, fun delivery doesn't make this line any better writing, you know? Plus, why is everyone so obsessed over this baby? All I can see when I look at her is Boss Baby! Anyway, one more beat the Storks scene later and the gang get out of there, and we get delighted with some of the most fantastic displays of cartoony creativity in this whole movie, the Wolf Pack.
Wolf Pack! Wolf Bridge!
I mean, this is completely nonsensical.
Wolf Bones!
But I absolutely love it. If not at least for the ingenuity of it. And then it's over. Nate's parents destroy a chimney real quick, and then we come back to the baby and Junior bonding a little too much, to the point of...
This looks like a good place to rest for the night.
And they force stop the transport again. This is kind of annoying to watch. Oh god, and now Jake Paul's got another scene. Investigating the trail.
I will not be your friend. Thought we were vibing.
But hey, at least it's an accurate description of the real-life counterpart.
Why are you being so creepy?
And so the others spend the night camping, getting a little closer, learning about a MacGuffin that'll appear later, and braiding feathers, all as we learn that Junior has no goals and is just coasting along, I guess, while Tulip has a million ideas of what to do with the business if she was boss. And Jake Paul saw it all. And tells the boss in his own little way, leading into him now getting the future accolade of... But we don't have time for that right now. It's time for a montage, as the duo now have to deliver the baby entirely on foot, while Nate's family are bonding in their own constructive way too. All as the baddies change the baby's destination to lead them straight to them. Time for the port scene, near the end, where you'd expect them to just have some sneaking sequence to get around the working humans, but instead, it's 40 seconds of the baby crying because it wants to stay attached to the stork. Man, they are really trying to pad this out. And now they go.
No, come on!
Cool reveal. These wolf visuals are like the best part of the movie, and somehow beating them, because they were just here for that one more gag, we then get... glass. I really like this, especially since it was established way early on.
Power move.
And of course, it's another excuse to beat up a stork. Man, cartoons are sadistic. So how do you escape the wolves officially? With an even bigger stalking villain. It's Jasper, the bird from the backstory, who's been ominously saying,
My baby!
The entire trip. It's here we start stitching the plot to an ending. As it turns out, Jasper's not actually evil, unsurprisingly, and he's been searching for the pieces of Tulip's home tracker, and oh hey, he's finished it all already, apart from the one piece that Tulip said she had. Now we can immediately find her family without so much of a struggle. It's also at this point we get some personal conflict as Junior gets hurt by the sound of real family.
I'm a bird, and you're like a sloppy human. And...
Yeah, like, even if this is a romantic thing, which it's not, there would still be, like, the other half of a family unit in parents and siblings to the one that you grow with someone new, you know? Like, there are two genres of family. What I'm trying to say is this conflict is forced and annoying, and then mid-conversation, Junior just chucks out the...
I was supposed to fire you.
Which, again, feels so forced and unfitting that it's just a tick-boxing of the formula at this point. It feels completely unnatural. But you know how it goes, they part ways. Orphan Tulip pops up right in front of that front door, now it's daytime, only to hesitate and leave instead. We've still got 28 minutes of runtime before this happy ending, somehow. Meanwhile, Junior walks right into the boss's trap, but it's cool that it's edited to cross-cut with the family reacting to the door. But for them, it's... So is, like, your kid produced by a stork, or can you just decide either way? Because that has a lot of ramifications. Junior then, of course, gets tied up, and the baby taken away. And the parents are forced to tell Nate about the birds and the bees. Now that's a mind-blowing moment. Or I guess he just mopes about his dreams being crushed. That too. Tulip, of course, immediately pops up to spot the tied-up Junior because of her paws. Jasper is nowhere to be seen, and they get back by...
What are you doing?
Nice, smart, quirky. It's StorkCon, surprisingly mentioned throughout this runtime and giving the duo an excuse to wear a disguise. What follows is another fun gag that this time kinda goes on a while. Fighting against these evil penguins in silence as the baby is sleeping. Culminating everything in throwing all the bells to distract them all and make another run for it. Alright. They gain a jetpack, get chased out of the con, and arrive at the baby factory again, cornered by all the generic-looking birds.
One baby? How about a million?
Your classic, big-scale chaos brewery for the final act. And I'll say it, the visuals here are fantastic too. Again, it's the lighting, the strange architecture. I just really like it all. And then, of course, it leads to... And just like that, some Durex stock plummet. All the Storks are spitting apart from the boss, and it's time for the Storks to take on their nature and save every last one of them, because Storks don't deserve a painless and peaceful life. And the boss uses that one big machine in the beginning as their weapon briefly, and a couple chaotic button presses later, and the guy is trapped to fool with the rest of his corporate creation. And the one with the final blow?
Oh no.
Nice. Cornerstore.com comes crashing down to the ground, millions are dead down below, the boss dies, and the company reverts to their baby delivering ways. Cue the montage with the wholesome music as it happens, the beautiful theme of family, and the magical moment when a parent falls in love at first sight to their newborn descendant. Alright, that's great and all, but I ordered this baby 18 years ago. My letters were just left in your vault, I imagine. Do you have any idea what I've been through since then? They've made 4 more Home Alone movies. No, but really, timeline plot hole aside, this movie does actually put in a real effort to showcase all forms of different parental families, which is a very big thumbs up from me, not gonna lie. And finishing off, of course, we've got Nate with his supercharged lighting house as a beacon for the Storks, where Junior apparently gets a vision of the baby's future. It's pretty generic, but hey, she does have a hint of martial arts. That's ninja-y.
Ninja skills.
But maybe they could have played with that a bit more, you know? She only disrupts food in that montage and maybe insinuates it with that early cage kicking.
Just relax.
Yeah, you're right.
But it feels like a missed opportunity. And the final thing, we're back to that damn front door again with Junior now ready to take it on. And everyone's here to watch.
Who is it, Dad?
You must be a Weasley.
And they end on a group hug. This movie, when looking it up, got pretty mixed reviews. A solid 6 out of 10. And yeah, I can see that. I'm surprised by the fact that I actually enjoyed quite a lot of this. The directing was nice and camera movement fluid. The animation was great when it wasn't looking like a Boss Baby clone. I love Tulip's hair, and when it tries to be creative, it's really creative. But when it comes to the dialogue and the jokes and the writing, it hits maybe 50% of the time. It's a real coin flip.
How were you not suspicious?
I thought it was a gentrifying neighborhood.
Which is great, but then other times you get...
I must have popped back in when we landed.
What a twist.
And every scene with the spies and disguise bird is just... and the way the plot stitches itself together is poor, but at the same time, the delivery from all of these actors is pretty great, despite the naff lines. It sounds like this was a lot of fun to record, but the fact still remains, this movie seems to have been somewhat forgotten in our modern zeitgeist, overshadowed by many more successful productions across time. Thankfully, nowadays we're seeing more and more variety in actual animation style between studios and projects to spout some individuality. Just a shame that Warner Animation Group didn't have the foresight to encapsulate on this sooner, since it clearly struck gold for them the first time, 8 years ago. At least their original Stork characters sobered up over the decades. And hey, a lot of things in 2016 could have been different. I swear to God one day I will get out of talking about 2016 movies, but we'll see when we do another next time. Alright, now that that's over, let's talk about Dinosaur 2000. This is a recent video we made that got a good bit of negative attention, and I'm gonna be a bit of a broken record here, but it's very much a matter of it's not amazing, so I've called it terrible. I don't think anyone is gonna watch the mid-series. And this thing is clearly dated, dull, and the color palette's not quite there. But if you want a movie that's not as bad as usual. This clearly is a cult classic. It pushes the boundaries of technology for its time. Yeah, right, it's mid.
Ow! You better stop!
Oh, it's gonna be one of these movies, isn't it? This is Disney's terrible dinosaur movie. It is their first attempt at a CG movie, and now it's celebrating its 25th anniversary. Yay! A by and large dull movie with the greatest opening sequence ever made that I remember enjoying the first 10 minutes of as a kid before completely zoning out around halfway through. If anything, the drama around this movie's production is actually far more interesting. Its origins actually predating Jurassic Park, originally intended as a stop-motion movie, Kate Bush being screwed over when she was essentially intended as the Phil Collins to this movie's Tarzan. And also, somebody legitimately died making this movie. How does that even happen? It's animated. Well, anyway, we begin with a scene that is genuinely excellent, The Journey of the Egg. One of the most striking openings to any movie ever, and it's a real shame it's not attached to a better movie. It's right up there with what Disney had previously done with the Lion King opening, I would say. A completely wordless masterpiece combined with an incredible score from James Newton Howard. This would have won at the Oscars for Best Short Film if they'd just cut their losses on the rest of it. It genuinely feels like they dropped a drone back in time and then showed us the footage. You almost lament the amount this becomes a talking animals movie for breaking the illusion that they're just watching these characters do their thing. It's also a scene that makes you genuinely baffled that Disney's next stab at CGI movies was Chicken Little. Well, in part, that's because Disney did not actually produce this movie in-house. They did not have the resources themselves quite yet. Alas, their collaborations with Pixar at the time as well. And in this case, the Pixar of this particular number was none other than Dream Quest Images. You remember them? Or at least it was for a second, because Disney then bought them out and swallowed them whole, and all of a sudden Disney had a visual effects department called the Secret Lab. That probably makes more sense. The movie at least looks like they upped the game on CGI dinosaurs. Of course, we've seen better effects since then, but still, this was great at the time. You can tell this was a breakthrough in the year 2000. But there is something authentic in the behavior of the creatures in this opening scene, with the wider shots benefiting from being a blend of animation and live-action environments. Weirdly, there is more live action to this animated movie than what a lot of people will actually call the live-action Lion King. It's funny how Disney goes full circle like this. Though interestingly, a lot of the issues present in that movie, Disney first made in this one as well, as we'll get into. The tranquil dinosaur nesting sequence is short-lived though, as this little dino guy has a classic stumble into the monster moment.
Run.
And the monster is genuinely pretty terrifying. I mean, within 2 minutes, the guy straight up killed one of them already, with this really harrowing attack, then cutting to a dust-fueled wide shot. First few minutes in and the kids are already crying. That's my kind of movie. It's why I like Finding Nemo as well. But this is what I mean. There is so much potential for what this movie could have been. A wordless masterpiece with intense sequences like this. I'm absolutely sold on Dinosaur at this point. And fair play to them for not going with the T-Rex as the main villain of the piece. They instead went with the lesser-known Carnotaurus, which apparently was a lot smaller than what it even is in this movie. But hey, we got a family of lemurs on the way. Maybe comparatively that doesn't feel too bad. They decided that the Jurassic Park movies had very much done the T-Rex, so wanted to do something different. Alas, a different species that they then scaled up to be the same size as the T-Rex. What am I saying? They just added horns to a T-Rex, didn't they? From here, we pan down to the one remaining egg. It really is the Nemo of our little story, except Marlin's dead too. No! And we then have a few interesting characters eyeing up the unborn dino for breakfast. Again, no dialogue at all, because it didn't need it. Something that apparently the creatives also wanted to push for, but, you know, Disney loves their talking animals. Obviously, the egg is narratively important, but using its journey as a device to showcase the world of dinosaurs was just an inspired choice here. Again though, does some of the animation look a little sketchy now? Yeah. Particularly that underwater sequence where we were still a few years away from Finding Nemo, making a breakthrough for more convincing underwater stuff, and paving the way for masterpieces such as Shark Tale. But especially when you transition to above water to actual footage of water, it's one bit that particularly stood out to me as a little dated, you know? But still, especially considering they'd been working on this since 1996, deserves its place in film history. This is also apparently the footage they used in the trailers, so you wonder if people even knew about the dinosaurs talking. Of course, the music is arguably the most iconic feature of this sequence. It's one thing I definitely remember from this movie, and that makes sense as Disney started licensing the track for other movies to use in their trailers. Not a bad shout when you have a movie with this score, but overall didn't do very well. However, all good things must come to an end.
Wake up, Alex!
And unfortunately for us, the pterodactyl drops the damn egg onto Lemur Island.
Yar, what is it?
The dialogue has begun, leaving us with an iguanodon version of Tarzan raised by lemurs. Weirdly foreshadowing a few movies to come out of the 2000 CG boom, with a setting of Madagascar and a little bit of Ellie and Ice Age 2 thrown in there as well. And don't get me started about the wild. But mainly, yeah, it's Tarzan if it was a dinosaur. I'm just baffled why they thought, well, that was an incredibly convincing nature sequence that never was. Let's throw in some lemurs. To go from slice of life to lemurs coexisted with dinosaurs, you end up with kids like me who thought that was actually a thing. Interestingly, the ancestor of the lemur has been traced to 62 million years ago, so in a wider context, I guess you could say that's close. But then you remember that still means there's about 4 million years separating the dinosaur extinction event and the ancestor of the lemurs. To be fair, the fur on the lemurs looks pretty good, considering Monsters Inc. was supposedly the trailblazer on that a year later. The character animation, on the other hand, interesting.
It'll be picking us out of its teeth.
Like, the facial performance is so exaggerated compared to that voice, it's pretty hilarious. Very much breaking us away from that harrowing Carnotaurus attack we open with. As for the substance of this scene, well, it very much plays out like the start of Tarzan.
I'm sorry, little one.
It's pretty much shot for shot, baby Tarzan's expressions just done again. Except this time with a pee gag. Great.
Disgusting!
And with that sound, we mark to a hard cut on a now fully grown Aladar.
Hairball!
And with all the Tarzan parallels, you may think we're in line for some exploration of this dinosaur who's been raised from the egg by lemurs. But no, they never really explore that at all, to be honest. Not that I can think of much about a dinosaur raised by lemurs, but I'm not the one who wrote myself into that corner. But what we do get is some pretty uncanny territory, because behind the scenes, the animators had wanted more dinosaur-looking facial features. However, it was clear that dialogue was going to be a part of this movie, and so those designs talking just doesn't look right. A lesson they did not take on board for the Lion King remake, huh? Which is why we have this as a result of a slightly humanized face on a realistic dinosaur body. Much more natural. Basically, what we ended up with in Mufasa. History really does repeat itself. Anyway, Aladar has skipped the Hakuna Matata montage and has had his full childhood with the lemurs by now. And let's just say he's gotten very familiar with his adopted brothers and sisters. Okay. So now with that tone established, it's time to meet the also now grown-up comedy side character / sex pest. Why does Disney keep doing this?
I'm known as the Professor of Love, and school's in session.
Oh my god, that's his first line. Putting aside the idea that this prehistoric lemur has a concept of schools and professors, this guy is basically just horny for most of the movie, and that's his whole character. Not to mention, the character's name is literally just Vermin.
Come on, hot stuff. Let's get going.
Of course, logically, the birds and the bees are on the brain because it's time for lemur mating season. Kids may not get a great deal of accuracy about dinosaurs, but hey, they'll learn about the mating cycle of lemurs. Just what we want out of Dinosaur 2000. But first, both the boys and the girls get a pep talk from two ends of the same family. It's literally swingers evening between these cousins, it would seem.
If you mess up, they'll never remember.
Except Aladar, of course, who seems to be the pimp of the situation. I'm not kidding.
Your buffet table of love.
These writers just decided to go to 11 with these over-the-top chat-up lines and nothing else where dialogue's concerned. So I guess on the back end, you've got one room full of animators making these really advanced dinosaurs and upsetting one stop-motion guy. And then the writer's room, where they're just throwing in horny lines at the wall. And this Vermin guy is basically the biggest sound piece of all that.
Get me one!
And visually, this scene once again looks great. It's just weird we're now seeing a lemur's mating cycle featuring 90s shut-up lines when 10 minutes ago I was watching Walking with Dinosaurs the movie. The tone is uncatchable. On the marketing front at least, this movie had so much going for it. They even had some of the Jurassic Park team involved in this movie. So what went wrong?
You like kids, I see.
Jumping off the dinosaur trend of the 90s, which was then made even more popular by BBC's Walking with Dinosaurs, which used a very similar filming technique to Dinosaur, and just got its US broadcast on Discovery Channel in before this movie did. Except this one felt like a real documentary, and didn't make the dinosaurs talk. Speaking of which, Disney would later co-produce an actual Walking with Dinosaurs the movie, where they got rid of the documentary style and made the dinosaurs talk again! Do they ever learn? Nonetheless, this scene of lemurs featuring a random iguanodon is another technical achievement of blending CG with live action. I genuinely can't tell which parts of the scenery are real or fake. Of course, Vermin the Horny doesn't find their mate whilst the others ascend the tree for some sweet loving. Sadly for them, the Sky also wants to do a Chicken Little.
Everyone run for cover! Duck and cover!
Man, Disney just keep making the same movies again and again in this period. But yes, we're now introducing the asteroid scene, which takes that tone and switches us right back to the awe and intensity of earlier. The sequence is once again horrifying, but it looks absolutely amazing. At 4 or 5, I had no concept of this being a mini version of a major apocalyptic event, so I didn't fully understand this existential horror at the time, which is also reflected in the characters here. There's a sort of tragedy to their innocence faced with this devastating event.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, no Sherlock.
Kinda weird we're facing it with lemurs instead of dinosaurs, but there we are. And the haunting score just adding to that tonal shift. But did you know originally it was going to be a song for this scene? From none other than the legendary Kate Bush. So just picture the running up that hill scene from Stranger Things, but replace the kids with lemurs having their orgy ruined. But reportedly, the song didn't test well with preview audiences and Bush refused to rewrite it, so there you go. We may well have missed out on a Kate Bush Dinosaur album, but never mind. Not a big loss. Anyway, back to the trauma. The huge asteroid arriving through the clouds is the most terrifying shot in this scene. A sight so haunting that everyone able to see it in that proximity would soon discover that's the last thing they would ever see. But not in this movie. They get both the front row seat for the asteroid and get to survive it as well. The main family, anyway. The others basically got one last bit of off-screen hanky-panky in the tree and then died off-screen as well. They disappeared the same way they appeared, through a big bang.
All started with a big bang.
Presumably, whilst a homage to it, this isn't intended to be the definitive mass extinction event. Because that one took out half the planet, let alone a tiny island next to the crash site. This is more like a soft launch for telling kids, yeah, the dinosaurs eventually got hit with an even bigger one of these. Even though they survive, it doesn't take away from this scene at all. The moment of impact when there's initially a break of silence before the first shockwave is actually incredibly well done. As is the chase from the impact destroying the island, as the not-so-fast dinosaurs covered in lemurs also find themselves absolutely coated in plot armor. But luckily, the impact only affects the water on one side of the island. It may not hold water, pardon the pun, but the intensity and remorse for their island afterwards is still very impactful. Pardon the pun again.
We can't stay here.
And so off they go on an adventurous tour of mild peril, starting with the raptors. Jurassic Park closed with them, so may as well start with them this time. And to be fair, they do go for a different design with them here, and I'm sure someone will point out in the comments that it's actually a completely different species entirely. That lasts a minute or so, and then we meet the herd.
Your head, Crown! Move it!
They have found this herd, including the love interest Aladar was missing whilst the lemurs were mating in the trees.
Watch it!
Regardless, it still takes them an age to realize it may be a shout to walk in the same direction. He basically lets the whole herd tread on him before he decides to go along with what the guy at the front said, and not even in like a funny cartoon moment way. Realizing it's that or dinner for the raptors, they join the herd being led by this Kron guy.
We'll rest here for the night.
You sure? You've barely moved from where the raptors just were. Don't worry, despite being really close to the herd of sleeping dinosaurs, they never actually have a go. We also meet the Brachiosaurus, who talks like Mary Poppins in this movie.
Just give him a kick. Oh, I couldn't possibly.
Part of a two old ladies double act at the back there.
The hard job now is just getting there.
We then get our first full taste of this Kron guy, and
Let the weak set the pace.
it's our tough leader archetype for the movie. I was wondering when we'd get the Tarzan's dad character, since we're basically just following that again. And of course, the female Iguanodon is with them, parting with a flirty line to display her one role here immediately.
That's how my brother treats newcomers, no matter how charming they are.
This is one of their, 4 exchanges they have throughout this movie. Male-written female characters have got to do the male-written female characters thing. They're just mildly flirty and get the main character laid at the end of the day. Welcome to early 2000s Disney. But let's stick to the here and now. Time to give the horny lemur more dialogue. Whilst we're at it, love that.
You sure know how to catch a girl's eye there, stud.
Yeah, how about you go over to her while I watch LOTR? And just a reminder of the tier of dialogue we're dealing with here, here's an awkward line to finish off the scene.
Consider yourself lucky. That's all that's following us.
Honestly, I was half expecting she'd wink at the audience at the end of that, which the raptor weirdly sort of does. Gosh, sure hope nothing else is following them. On to the very next morning, where Kron delivers more "I'm this character" lines.
Little parasite better get moving!
A call that Vermin's libido wastes no time in answering.
Here's your girlfriend.
Very much the direction of this whole scene. This movie has quickly, grounded to a halt. I feel like it only just started. I feel like we've had 2 scenes, and now we're stuck. Bear in mind, there's been a maximum of 3 lines between Aladar and Nera at this point. Yet this little guy is all in.
A little help from the love monkey.
With said advice being basically verbal harassment. It's the early 2000s. It's something.
Ow!
Which, to be fair, doesn't go well.
It's known as a Jerkosaurus.
At least there's some consequences for this little pervert's behavior. Anyway, on to this long walk through the desert now that that's finally over. And to be honest, that's all I remember from this part of the movie. Feeling like a long walk because you're literally just watching a long walk. It's the opening of Ice Age 1, but it just keeps going. Keeps going.
Moving too slow. I'll pick up the pace.
And that's the thing. It's not much of a story behind this big herd walking with occasional obstacles. We just follow a herd of dinosaurs walking for the next hour. The story is as paper thin as it gets. And sure, we get some explanation of the advantages of unity over cruelty later on, but it's all quite surface level, and a lot of the stuff this movie tries to say is often, well, said. It's not really shown. Linear and uncomplicated can be done really well, but here it's just kind of dull storytelling. Though I do like that they cut to those who don't make it through this trek being taken by the raptors. It's good to see some mortality on show in this supposedly brutal world after seeing our full main cast survive an island getting wiped out by an asteroid. And it turns out that the raptors are not
all that's following us.
The MVPs of this movie are back, presumably to claim that sweet egg they missed out on in the opening scene. And that's not all, as the lake the herd were heading to has now dried up, giving us a brief glimpse of dimensionality to Kron, as you see the concern of responsibility in his eyes. Wouldn't it have been great if Kron was more of a layered character, a leader with so much on his shoulders, having to deal with different moral dilemmas in a way that's endearing and also challenging for him? What a shame. And so as Kron pushes for the herd to get moving, Nera steps in with all the gusto of Gal Gadot on a good day.
If we keep going like this, we'll lose half the herd.
With Kron then going full Thanos on us.
Then we save the half that deserves to live.
Jesus, this guy's brutal. As the herd keep moving, we reach the one other scene I randomly remember from childhood, where the big dinosaur stamps the water out of the ground. There's something weirdly satisfying, I guess. Maybe that's why I remember it. I didn't remember Vermin's line, though.
I always did like big girls!
Please give it a break. Even when they're longing for water, the guy's just obsessed. They then make the mistake of being nice and letting the herd down.
Now, get out of the way.
Yeah, I've now dropped the he's a tough leader with responsibility idea. He's just a douche. What a shame. As carnage ensues, we then cut to 2 scouts from the herd, unaware that they're facing a classic horror movie trope.
There's no water here. I think we should get back.
Never a good sign when you're looking for the thing the other characters have already found. And so, ambush ensues. We even get a brief glimpse of one of them getting eaten in the background. It's pretty brutal.
Take a foot and press.
Back to the herd, and I still honestly can't tell how much of these backgrounds are live action. It did not come without consequences though, as legitimately an on-set accident for this predominantly animated movie sadly cost a crew member their life. while shooting one of the live action backgrounds, the camera boom mic hit a cross-country power line, seriously wounding one crew member while claiming the life of another. The tragedy understandably led to Disney being sued for violating worker safety laws. It just goes to show how important safety protocols really are on a movie set, even when you're shooting purely background set pieces. And of all movies that it happens to, it's Dinosaur 2000? This movie is just baffling through and through. Because you see, this was originally intended to be a stop-motion animation hybrid with no CG at all. Looking at Disney's 90s slate with Nightmare Before Christmas and the often forgotten James and the Giant Peach, this does make sense. They were clearly also trying to diversify their animation with stop motion as well as CG with Pixar. Remember, before Jurassic Park came out, when these were likely commissioned, it was still not fully understood that computer animation would change the industry forever. But then, it very much did come out and became the highest grossing movie of all time at the time, and sent the demand for computer graphics and indeed dinosaurs into overdrive. To which Disney went, well, I think we got a movie on the shelf like that. Back to the movie itself, still having shared very little dialogue together, and Nero watches LOTR displaying his dad vibes with the two baby iguanodons, leading to their first full exchange in this whole damn movie, which starts as natural as you'd expect from this script.
You like kids, I see.
That's one way to put it.
You like kids, I see.
No. Wait.
Not the chat-up line I'd go for, but hey-ho, I'm not an iguanodon. I'd say maybe she should have gotten some tips from Vermin, but I don't think anyone should be left alone with him.
Fat bottom girl.
And boy, their chemistry feels like it's just dripping.
You don't survive if you're not
strong enough.
Yeah.
Like, usually they cover up the fact that the voice actors did their lines separately pretty well, but here, you can definitely tell they're not responding to each other. Which does take away from the fact that this is meant to be the scene that we first have of the two romantic leads having a conversation. Only halfway into this movie, may I add. And if they were actually in the same room for this, I'm sorry. It's pretty impressive to do such a bad job that it sounds like you recorded your lines separately.
Look, Nira.
Like, this is the most wooden line delivery in the movie. Though, to be fair, I guess they didn't get much material to work with. The damn filmmakers didn't even want dialogue in this movie before, and boy does it show.
But it's all I know.
This is probably also a good point as to point out that this isn't actually what an iguanodon looks like. It's close, but there's one key thing they're missing, because iguanodons, they had beaks. And in earlier versions of the movie, they actually had beaks on the characters. It's not like it's a new revelation from dinosaur fossils, but apparently when they mixed that in with the more humanized faces to bring out the characters, it just looked really weird. And so we have a movie with beakless iguanodons instead. You're welcome. Anyway, Vermin now pokes his head to have a look. Doesn't say anything, but you know exactly what he's thinking. Before getting absolutely roasted by Papa Lima here.
One down, and one down.
Brutal. Meanwhile, the guy from the duo who didn't get his butt eaten earlier is back.
Maybe you can feed them with your hide.
Whoopsie doodle. And Kron is as cheerful as ever when LOTR tries to get everyone to work together.
I'll kill you.
Lovely guy. Anyway, brace yourself for another tonal shift. It's time for more choice comedy from the lemurs.
You don't want to know where I got blistered.
Cueing them to find a cave for the night that somehow fits a whole Brachiosaurus, one of the tallest animals to ever walk the earth. We then do get an interesting exchange between LOTR and Kron's previous right-hand man, Bruton, now left behind like so many others.
What is it with you?
In helping this guy, we can see a clear difference in ideology between Kron's survival of the fittest and LOTR's more empathetic approach. It's pretty surface level stuff, but it shows that there was potential to explore these themes to a more profound degree.
It's your choice, not your fate.
I just don't think they ever quite get beyond this, which is a shame. Of course, things can't be that simple with the Carnotaurs now sniffing around. And to be fair, the shots of them with lightning in the background go pretty hard.
Wake the others.
Time for the gang to sneak off, including the characteristically heavy-footed Brachiosaurus. Spoilers, it doesn't work out. Go! And as the main character is framed to be eaten in a way that the plot armor strictly forbids, the disposable Bruton, who is planning on dying anyway, gets in there to be the martyr of this situation. Bruton, yes, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, Kron's still in full swing, leaving babies to die now. To be fair, that's probably the most accurate dinosaur moment in this movie. Nature is cruel. It's fine though, Neera's there with her one-note line delivery.
It's okay, little ones.
All the while, Aladar's still getting to grips with shouting no. No! Leading us to our textbook movie moment, where the hero doubts everything they thought. Out loud.
We're not meant to survive.
Yeah, you could say that again. You were meant to be vaporized by that asteroid earlier, my boy. All the same, it's a pretty dramatic reaction to have when getting stuck in a network of caves, compared to a moment ago when you faced actual threat to your life. Aladar's reached his emo phase, I guess. Thankfully, the Brachiosaurus reminds everyone she's a giant Brachiosaurus and gets them out of the cave. I swear half this movie's obstacles are resolved by this character stamping her damn feet against something.
I always did like big girls!
Through which they find a completely unspoilt span of land. Wow, that was a long cave.
The nesting grounds.
I half remember this feeling like they just found a portal to another world. It's certainly convenient, isn't it? It's Ice Age 3.
And it comes with a pool!
Wonder why he's interested in a pool situation. But the rest of the herd, and most notably the love interest, haven't arrived yet. We still have some story to go, and Aladar runs off to be the hero. Particularly as, whilst the strike miraculously left the grounds in perfect condition, it did block the entrance. Some real video game logic going on here.
Crone's in a listening mood.
He in fact was not in a listening mood.
A Carnotaur's coming!
Cue dino fight scene. It's just the end of Lion King, isn't it? Again, one of the stronger parts of the movie, which coincidentally features no dialogue. Funny that. Who knew? With Neera's intervention being a genuine surprise. Fully cementing Aladar as the true Dino Moses of our story. A very bare-bones journey to put him on that pedestal though, let's face it. Beyond he's a good guy, I couldn't really say I know who Aladar is as a character. But hey, Mosasaurus. But as the herd follow him and Neera, we've got one more Carnotaurus encounter to really cement our climax here. And it's revealed in the distance, once again, does genuinely give a sense of dread to the situation. Time for Aladar to crack his teamwork knuckles.
Stand together!
Which actually works. Our Carny friend doesn't even take a nibble of one of them, which seems weird. Like, come on, buddy. You're just letting lunch walk past you. I can't protect all of them. Give it a go. Of course, there is one guy left over to have a nibble of. Kron! And our guy Kron gets particularly unlucky here. After scrambling up the rocks on all fours with great difficulty, Mr. Carnotaurus sprints up there on two legs. The little arms didn't even need to get involved. He's just straight up that rockfall. You know, they've got free climbing at the Olympics now. Let's get a Carnodon on the team. And as with the other actions in this movie, it's a pretty good fight. I can imagine dinosaur-obsessed kids particularly getting a kick out of a 4-player Carnotaurus Iguanodon fight. I can't remember it myself as I got pretty bored out by the middle section, but if my attention span had gotten it to this far, I probably would have loved it. Ending with an absolute classic, where clearly the natural thing here is for Aladar to push the Carnotaurus off the edge. However, that does put us into the Han shot first waters, where we can't really have the hero killing anyone. So what happens instead is Aladar pushes the Carnotaurus towards the edge, but it's the guy's weight on the crumbly rocks that actually sends him down. It's all good, Disney. Aladar wouldn't even be done for manslaughter on that one. Sadly, our favorite Iguanodon Kron doesn't make it out of this one. Neera, saddened by her brother's death, Aladar's on hand to get to first base in front of his corpse. And once the grief snuggle's all done with, Aladar finally gets everyone to through the cave portal into paradise.
Welcome home.
And boy did he mean that, because we genuinely then fade to their eggs already.
Oh, and got busy!
I mean, of course it was gonna happen. They had such a great chat about it earlier.
You like kids, I see.
These two's whole damn arc was to breed, with very little dialogue to even justify it. Like, I know it's a movie all about nature, but, you know, it's also a thing in nature to hold back on breeding when your life is typically, you know, in danger. I'm pretty certain the asteroid thing at the beginning of the movie would kind of, you know, turn everybody off for at least a couple of hours. And of course, we have one more character's arc to wrap up now, haven't we? Because Vermin has found himself a whole collection of lemur ladies for him to treat himself to.
Monkey in the middle?
We just couldn't leave the movie without one more unhinged line like that. We were just coming out of the 90s, I guess. And they all immediately grab him, so I guess the creep just got his way. What are his great defining features again? And with one final, admittedly spectacular shot, that's the note we leave our favorite characters in paradise with, which I'm sure they enjoyed for a couple more years before the actual asteroid hit the planet and wiped them all out. That first one was probably a precursor from the same asteroid belt, let's face it. And that was Disney's terrible Dinosaur 2000. Overall, it's just a bland movie with some solid moments and some terrible dialogue, featuring a horny lemur guy throughout. Love that. It's visually stunning for its time, but when you've undercooked the story and the characters to this degree, it leaves a lot to be desired. Dinosaur, raised by lemurs on an island blows up, they join a herd finds new place, the end. That's about it, really. Whether it actually had potential to go further, I guess is up for debate, but with production issues like it has had, I guess this is what comes out at the end. Because it does sound like it's been a production nightmare over the years. Because you see, part of what paused this project was that Phil Tippett was hired for Jurassic Park, which was also going to go for a stop-motion dinosaur effect. However, his models for this version of the movie were then completely thrown out in favor of the new CG dinosaurs. He was still kept on the movie to assist with the computer modeling, but he was understandably depressed over the fact that this art form he'd dedicated his life to was literally being pushed aside like this. In fact, when Steven Spielberg asked him, how do you feel about that, when he got the news, he genuinely replied, I feel extinct. Which then Spielberg actually put in the movie. So just imagine how this guy felt when heading back to Disney, only for them to say, oh yeah, we're gonna be switching out your models as well. Sorry. But hey, I can't really name another movie that has an iguanodon without its beak hosting a lemur mating ritual, so it's got that going for it at least. A critical disappointment for something that was meant to usher in a new era for Disney animation, and a decade-long behind-the-scenes disaster. Yet, I do understand why people in my generation may look back on it fondly. This represents to a lot of people their first exposure to dinosaurs, given that Jurassic Park is something you should really only watch past a certain age. And seemingly, this was particularly the case on home video, as Dinosaur apparently made almost $200 million on its home release, which yes, was on VHS. I still think it's a bad movie overall, but I also don't hate it. And it certainly holds an interesting place in cinema history with all of the advances it did make on a technical level. Plus, it's a sort of precursor to Disney's weird era, as they switched the CGI with the likes of Chicken Little and The Wild. Though we did get Meet the Robinsons out of that time as well, so I guess it wasn't all bad. But here's our chance at least to remember, and hopefully at some point forget, that it all began with Disney's terrible Dinosaur movie. Up next, we have Veggietales. Now, this is another recent-ish video, I think it came out in the last year, that got a good bit of negative feedback. I think a lot of it is nostalgia. It's a very strange, slightly dodgy Lord of the Rings parody. And maybe it's a matter of I'm not nostalgic for it, and very much not the demographic, so I am gonna call it out as it is. But clearly it still resonates with people. It comes with a lot of nostalgic warm memories, and it's got comedy. So once again, it's simply not amazing. Arguably, I even picked this one because I assumed it was the worst of Veggietales. Veggietales in general can be amazing, but this is hopefully the worst example. And even then, it might not be dipped way into actual terrible territory, since so many people do hold it dear. And is that not the point of cinema in the first place?
The Fellowship of the Bean!
Got any waffles?
Veggietales' terrible Lord of the Rings ripoff. There is so much to unpack from that alone. We're finally talking about Veggietales today, and I'm gonna be honest, I am not familiar with this franchise. Veggietales is, as far as I can tell, a little bit of an odd internet darling. I personally, being British, wasn't really exposed to Veggietales from an early age until just about this year. I'd only really seen the occasional screenshots and memes that didn't make sense to me. And my first real exposure, I guess, was when I was shown a clip from some Veggietales episode or another, predicting modern internet humor.
What does 2 + 2 equal?
Weed eater.
That's a good one.
Starring Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber, Veggietales was a CG animated series first created in the 1990s as a series of home videos released on VHS designed to teach Christian values to kids. Chock full of crazy animated shenanigans and pop culture references, of course. Sounds like it was its own 90s version of Shrek, to be honest. It was also incredibly ahead of its time, with the simplistic character designs coming from the technical limitations of the show, debuting in 1993 for its first episode, a whole 2 years before Pixar would release Toy Story 1. The series would go on to become the most successful Christian children's franchise of all time, and eventually, through corporate acquisitions of course, it would fall under the DreamWorks umbrella. And like all franchises that get this big, there's of course a ton of merchandise. Toys, video game spin-offs, books and comics, and even a podcast apparently.
Hi, podcast listeners!
I'm told this cartoon series was super present in the upbringing of a ton of US kids, with some American fast food companies even distributing Veggietales CDs alongside their kids' meals in the late 2000s and early 2010s. At this point in history, Veggietales, which typically focused on skits centered around Christianity or just straight up adapting and lightheartedly parodying Bible stories, started making direct parodies of existing movies, and oh my god, they did a Lord of the Rings parody.
Oh, my precious!
Well, knock your bow, grab your axe, sharpen your sword, and get ready, because it's time to take a look at the terrible Veggietales, The Lord of the Beans, a lesson in using your gifts. Bloomin' hell. Alright, cooking a bean in the fire with the imagery like the rings being forged in the Lord of the Rings movie. Alright, I get it. We're off to a good start already. Oh, and the title card. Not a terribly great first impression. A tacky 2000s low-budget CG take on the Lord of the Rings logo. You know, I'm getting the impression that this may have been an episode of a larger Veggietales TV show look, you know? But when this was on Netflix, I'm pretty sure this was listed as its own movie independently. In other words, you could expect that we're working with a TV show's budget for this, which, I mean, we'll have to see how that plays out. And from here, we just fade out to a Windows XP background field. A lush green rolling landscape with vague parody Lord of the Rings Hobbit music playing in the background, and a wizard mumbling a song to himself off in the distance. Until we cut over to see our protagonist, and... ah, this is how they're gonna do it. Vegetables with hair. Right. This is our protagonist, Toto Baggy Pants. The first of our vegetables with the most bland, legally distinct parody names you could possibly imagine. Now, Toto is a creature called a flobbit, because of course he is. I guess instead of hobbits being short humans that have hair on their toes, flobbits are short vegetables with hair on their head? I mean, what kind of vegetable is Toto anyway? Some sort of vague asparagus? Toto eventually comes face to face with Grandolph, our Gandalf stand-in, who seems to be a bearded cucumber of some sort. He and Toto just basically wear a one-to-one version of the iconic outfits from the original Lord of the Rings movies. And just like the outfits, the dialogue is ripped right from the original as well, but played for laughs. And I mean a lot of laughs. Like, the two of them laugh for entirely too long. Why are we laughing? What is the joke here? Just that they're laughing? What even caused them to laugh anyway? Is this the next 45 minutes of my life? Yes! Yes! Yeah! And then we're straight into some fireworks explosions, and hey, it's a party. But for who? And why? This film has got a 44-minute runtime, like it's short, and we need to get through 558 minutes worth of Lord of the Rings content in that span. So I guess we're going to Bilbo's 11th birthday without having met the man before. Oh well, I guess with pacing like this, it just means that this will be an incredibly focused journey. Sorry, did I say Bilbo? Excuse me, I meant Billboy Baggy Pants. Hooray. Wait a second, why is that guy on fire? They're just hopping around and Gandalf is just watching? He's just okay with this? I get this is trying to be played for laughs, but I get the impression that stuff is just gonna happen in this parody without rhyme or reason, and we're just gonna go with it. So, alright then, sure. He hops around with his head on fire, probably lit up by a firework. Would being on fire make him a cooked vegetable? Why is everybody so calm about this?
Well done, Randolph.
Oh good, somebody extinguished him. I was getting worried. And we're immediately off to Toto's uncle, Billboy, who is giving him his birthday speech just 2 minutes in. Man, we are flying compared to the original movie. No time to introduce a bunch of important characters or anything, just straight to the plot. But before we get to it, can we take a moment to talk about Toto's voice? What in the name of bad vocal filtering is this?
Randolph, you're late.
I get that he's pitched up, but honestly, it sounds a little unsettling. Anyway, we cut over to Bill Boy, who announces to the Flobbits that it's his 1252th birthday because, oh, I see what they're doing here. Doing something almost identical, but then changing very small details so far that we can tell it's a parody, and have people point at the screen and go, ha! I get it. Anyway, we mirror some actual Lord of the Rings dialogue as Bill Boy rambles on about height, talks about scraping chocolate pudding across ham as dramatic music rises, and then he starts singing. Oh yes, he starts singing, because this parody of the Lord of the Rings is, in fact, a musical, and the songs are not good.
A little more of this, little more of that.
Bilbo sings, lamenting his unhappiness as he swipes food from the partygoers, asking for the secret to happiness, and the song comes to an end. No, it doesn't. It keeps going. We're not done yet. This did not need a second verse.
Little more of this, little more of that. It only makes you fat.
And finally, at the end of the musical number, Bill Boy picks up something honestly hard to notice. It's a small item, a bean in fact, which levitates in the air because, well, he doesn't have any hands. Forget the logic behind Pixar's Cars. I have so many questions about this universe. I wasn't exposed to it as a kid. This is bonkers. How do they have clothes if they don't have hands? How do they make fireworks? Why does a vegetable need a monocle? Bilbo in the movie didn't have a monocle. Does this asparagus just have particularly bad eyesight? There's too many questions, not enough answers. Anyway, Bilbo tossed the bean into the air, and what do you know? He uses it to summon a birthday cake. Very 2000s. You know, it's funny. This feels like the exact style of early 3D animation that Amazing Digital Circus was kind of riffing off all these years later. That sort of unsettling, uncanny valley, stretchy 3D-ness. In a weird way, I can see how people are kind of nostalgic for this, but as someone who doesn't have the nostalgia for it, it's a lot on the eyes. Let's just say that. Anyway, Bill Boy runs off and Toto goes looking for him. Cut to Bill Boy's Flobbit Hull house, where he celebrates that they never saw that one coming to, I guess, sporting the cake and running away? Anyway, he levitates a shirt and gets jump scared by Grandolph, who was right behind him. Or was it Randolph? It wasn't quite clear. I think his name might be Randolph. Grandolph was nearly an inspired take, but I suppose Randolph is at least close enough to a real name. Randolph now gets accusatory of Bill Boy, accusing him of being twice as tall when they last met, which, I mean, he is a green vegetable. That sort of thing happens when you eat your greens. I guess he's a cannibal by that logic. But then Randolph accuses him of having too much stuff. Too nice of clothes, too nice of a house, and then he just generally becomes a pest who goes through Bill Boy's stuff.
And what's this? An espresso maker?
How do you even get in here anyway? Bill Boy starts to back up, and then, I guess Randolph is right behind him again.
Quite
Run.
He lectures Bill Boy on there being many magical beans in the world and on how none of them should be used lightly.
Being friends with you can be such a bother.
And honestly, I kind of think that magic beans are kind of an inspired choice as a replacement for the rings in the Lord of the Rings. Magic beans, after all, are a staple in classic fantasy. See, you know, Jack and the Beanstalk and all that. And they fit surprisingly well into the vegetable-based world of Veggietales. Honestly, it's maybe the first super clever thing this film has actually done so far, overlooking everything else. Honestly, I'd love to see a more serious fantasy world that runs on a bean-based magic system. There's something there. Anyway, Bill Boy drops his magic bean on the table and dumps some exposition, specifically that it's given him everything he's asked for. But he still feels like something is missing inside, so he's leaving to see the world and find it. Unlike the dramatic scene from the Fellowship of the Ring that this scene is borrowing from, and despite the honestly out-of-place ominous music playing behind the scene that matches the tone of the original rather than this film, Bill Boy very willingly leaves the bean behind for his nephew. Huh.
Farewell, Randolph.
Farewell, Bill Boy.
Randolph examines the bean with ominous music playing from a variety of angles, but he's interrupted by Toto and his piercing, obnoxious, artificially high-pitched voice. Curiously, Toto here seems to be an actual child, unlike Frodo from the original movie, which, sure, I guess your demographic is young, impressionable kids. So Randolph tells Toto that his uncle isn't here and left, and Toto immediately knows that his uncle left for good. Randolph then lets Toto know that his uncle left him everything, the house, the stuff, and especially the bean. And Toto literally does not care.
Why would I want a bean?
Why should he want a bean?
Is not an ordinary bean.
Oh, great, they're singing again. And this time it's an exposition dump song about the lore of Center Earth, roughly covering the content of what the Lord of the Rings proper covers in its opening narration.
Long before the Shire was made.
Wait, no parody pun name here? It's just the Shire? Not like Forkshire or something? Oh well. You know, in British it's pronounced sheer. I went to university in Hampshire. I wish we pronounced it Hampshire.
4 beans were given, powerful beans were given.
And here we get lore about the 4 beans of this universe. The first of which can do things like grow any food or drink you can imagine. The second can change your look, height or hair. And the third which can produce the finest clothes. And the fourth...
small kitchen appliances.
Huh, anachronistic, but I'll allow it.
Small kitchen appliances?
Toasters, blenders, fried and deep fryers.
Could you imagine if they adapted the full 20 Great Rings from the original? Wonder how many things they could come up for that. Tell you what, the movie would be a lot longer than 45 minutes for that. Toto asks if his bean is one of those beans, to which Randolph simply replies,
no.
Oh.
And that's because those original 4 beans were cooked into a stew by the 4 fools who got them, since they had no idea what they'd been given. No mention of who gave the beans to them anyway, or the different races that they sent each bean to and all this. Randolph continues to explain that Toto's bean is still powerful. He has another bean, a 5th bean that could give anything to its users. The power of all of the others wrapped into one bean. And they prove it by tossing it into a fire to read its inscription, which on one side says,
"If you can read this, you're too close."
Other side.
And on the other, it simply says, "use wisely." So the temptation plot of the original is transformed into using this bean too much, rather than the bean itself being attached to an unstoppable, unspeakable evil. And honestly, I kinda dig this. Besides, I shudder to think what a Christian kids film would think is the be-all, end-all, unstoppable evil, you know? The Eye of Sauron is just the eye of atheism, you know? So Toto rejects taking the bean, and Randolph tells him to suck it up and take it anyway, since every gift is given for a reason, and we can't choose which ones we get. And I really kind of take issue with this. Like, I think it's totally okay to get rid of crummy gifts, you know? What's Veggietales trying to do here? Raise a generation of hoarders? Toto asks Randolph for help using it, but he says he can't help, telling him that he paid better attention in fireworks class than in bean class. Because, you know, classic. Randolph then informs Toto that he knows someone who can help. The elders of the raspberry forest on the other side of the mountains of much snowier. You know, I feel like they're just giving up on the pun names at this point. These aren't even funny. They're just nothing. There's no substance here at all. Like, sure, I guess these are supposed to be plays on Rivendell and Moria. I'll be honest, I know we're just 10 minutes in here, and not much has happened yet, but I'm kind of bored. We are somehow already 2 musical numbers in, and I really don't care. Maybe I would have preferred the atheist Sauron eye plot. Hopefully they can do something to up the stakes. Enter Dark Lord Scary Man. Yes, that is his name. Our antagonist, who seeks the bean to feed and clothe his armies and ravage Center Earth. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Some lore. I can get behind a good Dark Lord. He just wants to feed his people.
Right now, his minions search for it.
Minions? You can tell this was an early 2000s production.
Minions?
And you know what? I think I'm with Toto here. I'd be afraid to see what a Veggietales minion would look like too. Fortunately for us, the minions in this are actually the best pun in the whole film. They're unnatural creatures forged by Scary Man himself, half spoon and half fork, the Storks.
They are his utensils, and they do his bidding.
I don't know why, but I kinda love this. In a vegetable world, I suppose utensils would be rather evil, wouldn't they? Though it does make you question what kind of messaging this is to impressionable kids now. Forks, spoons, and sporks are evil. Eat the spaghetti with your raw hands. That's what they would have wanted, you know? Well, anyway. So Toto and Randolph set off since Toto was given a gift and needs to know what to do with it, accompanied by a few friends that Randolph invited along the way. Fearless Ranger Earacorn, Sharpshooting Elf Legolam, Grumpy the Dwarf, who I assume they just ripped straight out of Snow White, and Legolam's brother, the other elf. Sure, fine. These characters are all played by other cast members of the classic Veggietales ensemble, as is everyone we've met so far, just dressed up in the Lord of the Rings outfits instead. With Earacorn in particular being played by Larry the Cucumber, one of the main 2 VeggieTale mascots. There's sort of a VeggieTales meta-narrative that this is a tacky show within a show inside of the VeggieTales universe put on by the VeggieTales cast, and that framing device honestly gives it a little more charm. Accompanied by some off-brand Lord of the Rings music, the heroes who make up the Fellowship of the Bean travel into the woods, and immediately we are beset by a toilet joke, because of course we are. Not even 15 minutes in.
Why didn't you go before we left?
The heroes keep marching on, eventually crossing over much snowier as Grumpy complains the whole time, and we're hit by another toilet joke not even a whole minute later.
That was it. Now I can go for hours.
The funny other elf has to take a bathroom break on the long journey. Isn't that funny? I can't imagine if the Lord of the Rings had to use the damn bathroom. As the Fellowship moves across the mountain, Eracorn dressed in a heavy winter coat, we cut to the Storks marching along the land. We quickly cut back to the Fellowship and they fall down the mountain and turn into a giant snowball because, of course they do. Early 2000s low-budget animation at its finest. The snowball breaks against a tree, landing them in the raspberry forest.
Where are all the raspberries?
Not that kind of raspberry.
Uh-oh. Where is this going?
You cannot be serious!
Of course it's this. These are the elders of the Raspberry Forest, a riff on the Ents from Lord of the Rings, and our introduction to them is Randolph and the Elder just throwing stupidly long, nonsense-sounding names back at each other, which is probably a fine joke on paper, but I don't really think it inspires a laugh here. I'm gonna be honest.
Lord Falaminian Teraglyph, son of Therabil Elithamon.
Anyway, the Elders, the leader of which has a rather impressive necklace, make a raspberry sound.
I believe we must be going. Thank you for your sage advice.
The party members, despite Randolph's warning not to offend them, laugh at that. Our heroes get stuck up on a platform at the top of the forest for making fun of their language, and Randolph remarks that the last person who made fun of their language was up here for 12 years, which is about how long the last 20 minutes have felt. And of course, here comes another musical number, this time sung by Toto, and oh my, what a voice crack. This music number is extremely short and really adds nothing to the plot, as you can probably expect. Suddenly, Randolph is approached by a bee, the bee ex machina buzzes to him, and then out of nowhere, an eagle shows up just for that Lord of the Rings eagle rescue flair, only for them to fall on the eagle who merely cushions their fall.
Oh, there's a bird! Let's jump on him!
I feel like this is another gag that really just falls through. And the eagle, he's not a vegetable, is he? Why does he look like this? Either way, he tells of our fellowship and then leaves.
Get your own ride!
After the eagle takes off, the trees awaken and begin tossing berries at Randolph, son of Mandolph, as he and his companions have left his detention. The heroes run out of the forest as the time suddenly shifts over to day, even though this seems like a chase scene that should have taken only a few minutes at most, and they arrive at the Blue Gate leading to the Land of Woe, because, I mean, I get it, Black Gate turns into Blue Gate, whatever, but they didn't even try with the Mordor pun here.
Why do they call it blue, you ask? For the sorrow that blankets the land beyond.
Nah, it's just blue. It's a big blue door. They handle this door more so as a parody of the Doors of Durin from the original Lord of the Rings movies than the Black Gate, but I suppose the Doors of Durin are, at this rate, more iconic, so I guess I'll allow it. The door is marked with an inscription of the Tongue of Woe, and what do you know, it's a riddle. Too bad this riddle is really, really bad. And long, too. Here, I'll read it to you. Maybe you can figure it out. He who seeks to pass this gate, a riddle first must solve. The answers that will seal his fate must all his wits involve. What thing with awesome strength is blessed, yet quakes before the smallest pest? Stands so high, yet sniffs the ground, without so much as stooping down. Has no home or chair or bunk, yet holds his bath inside a trunk. If your first guess ringeth true, passage we will grant you. If in you guess, my friend, the door will bar your journey end. Yeah, there is no way that fit on the inscription.
It's a highly efficient tongue. You can fit a whole book on a napkin.
Oh, alright then. Anyway, the answer to this riddle is an elephant, because of course it is. And the film feels way too clever about that solution. In the original Lord of the Rings movies, the door acts to impact a sense of magic into the world and strengthen the world building. Here, it's just dumb and annoying and pads out the runtime. The door opens and inside there's another, smaller door, which only Toto can fit through. The party tells him that he doesn't have to go through alone, Randolph in particular, warning Toto that the lands are full of evil and that nobody would blame him if he just goes home and puts the bean away in a box. It was at this moment I realized I have literally no motivation for any of the characters to even be here other than Toto. Speaking of the other characters, I know I've already complained about Toto's voice, but as a quick aside, I'd like to point out how weird the voices sound at this point. It's like there's an echo filter on everybody's mics. It really sounds like everyone's lines were recorded in a bathroom. And who knows, maybe they were. Or directly in the halls of a church.
A vicuna.
Three-ring binder.
A Vespa.
An elephant.
So Toto goes through the door alone, stating the obvious ham-fisted message of the whole production that every gift is given for a reason and we can only choose what we do with them. Everyone else leaves out the other side of the blue gate as it shuts behind them. Then, as the Fellowship relents their failure, this guy shows up and sings a totally short, unrelated musical number to anything we've been through at all.
I'm a lucky fella. I'm a lucky boy. I've got a new umbrella, and it's me pride and joy.
Ha! Random guy with an umbrella. It's so funny. It's so random. Well, I'm quirky.
I've got a new umbrella.
Umbrella Guy tells them to go to the red gate, which is wide open, and that they should take it. Also that the Storks are there. Umbrella Guy informs them that the Storks are murderous and going to bring back the Flobbit and his bean to their master, dead or alive. And then dashes off with no explanation of who he is or why he's here. Maybe he's a Tom Bombadil stand-in? That's a deep cut character from Tolkien's writing who made it into the books, but not the movie. But sure, I can't think of anything else that this could possibly be a parody of. This guy is just a total random addition. Anyway, the heroes go to catch up with Toto, with Grumpy complaining that tonight is meatloaf night, and he's gonna miss out on it by not going home. And I mean, yeah, why again are you here? Speaking of things that I'm not even sure why they're here or even happening, it's time for a totally unrelated musical number again, this time with a title card reading Silly Songs with Elves. And what do you know, Eracorn is now a different elf despite not being an elf before, and this one is an Elvis impersonator singing a song for elves? And I won't lie, despite being totally disconnected to this entire film, this might actually be the best part. The song kinda slaps.
When I go walking all by myself.
It by far does the most creative things out of any of the songs in this whole affair. All attached to a nice blues shuffle groove. I gotta admit, I like it. I even think the whole gag about Eracorn getting told off by the elf that he's singing about just because they have a language barrier is kind of great. But then Legolam comes in to pull off Eracorn's ears and accuse him of being an elvish impersonator, and the moment is done. Which, mind you, is that problematic towards elves?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I think it might be. While I do like this song, I think it's horribly placed right here. Any sort of tension created by the Storks being after Toto and the party rushing to the red gate is completely demolished here, and I think that might be actually the point. This is a totally sanitized kids entertainment after all, but when it comes to actually telling a good narrative, it's a red flag. So anyway, Legolam shoots Eracorn with no consequences, and we're back to the Fellowship making their way to the red gate. Contrasted against the march of the Storks, which once again goes unreasonably hard for the 1 second that it's here, and also contrasted against Toto wandering alone in the land of woe. Oh no. It's time to meet this universe's take on Gollum. Hopefully he looks less cursed than he did in his 2023 video game adaptation. Gollum drops out of a tree and...
Oh, that's gonna leave a mark.
Oh. He has a Hispanic accent and speaks in somewhat broken English because, of course he does.
Precious! They stole it from me!
Oh no. I know I said just a moment ago that this is a very sanitized kids entertainment piece, but this is also an unfortunate display of the biases of the people that created this, because this is problematic. Forget about the elvish-ish impersonator. This is bad. Even if this is meant to be a trait from like the larger Veggietales universe, maybe this particular squash always has this trait, but it is not a good look, no matter how deep you know the lore of Veggietales. He wants the ring from Toto and chases him down in a totally tensionless chase sequence.
You are pretty speedy. You'll never make it by yourself.
So Toto takes on the Gollum stand-in as a guide, named for the sound he makes with his throat. We cut back to the Fellowship running again for a shot, and then another, like 3-second shot of the Storks, and it goes hard, as usual. Wait, wasn't that the exact same shot as before? Okay, no, not quite, but it's pretty close. Cutting back to Toto, and gives his backstory that he was once a normal Flobbit named Spiegel. Toto recognizing him immediately.
You're that Flobbit? That flobbit who bought everything mail order?
Ahem explains that he found the magic bean when he opened a new crock pot, hidden in with the packing peanuts. It changed his life, not working for anything. Unfortunately for him, he proceeded to consume 200 pounds of candy and fell into a sugar coma, and when he awoke 3 days later, the bean was gone. I guess this guy wasn't given his gift for a reason then? Reaching the end of their journey through the land of woe, Toto and Ahem come across a very poor village. Meanwhile, the Fellowship make their way to
the Red Gate.
It's yellow.
And the Sporks make it here too. Man, I just love these guys. They've done absolutely nothing, but it's honestly so funny when they show up. Our heroes rush the Sporks, thinking they can take them in their smaller numbers, but in a classic reversal, there were a lot more waiting on the other side of the Red Gate, and it shuts behind them. Now surrounded, our heroes prepare to do what all heroes do, and the other elf rushes off to the bathroom.
I gotta go.
This guy stinks!
Because of course he does. We did go too long without a bathroom joke after all. We cut back to Toto, wandering through the impoverished village. He comes to a well, which informs him has been dry for years.
Where do they get their water?
They don't have any.
And we were this close to having an interesting tiny nugget of world building that's not played for jokes, but alas, no. The villagers all come up to Toto, asking him to help him, and I wonder what Toto, the user of the infinite resources magic bean, is gonna do in this Christian story. We cut back to the battle with the Sporks. Man, it feels like we cut around a lot, doesn't it? The Sporks surround the heroes, and they talk?
Finish them quickly. We've got a flobbit to catch. Finish them.
Man, I won't lie, that voice is rather unintimidating. Either way though, the Sporks bend their heads down and attack with their pointy ends, which is kinda clever. There's a joke made by Grumpy at the expense of Legolam, accusing him of not firing his bow, even though we saw him shoot Iricorn earlier following Silly Songs for Elves, except I guess that was non-canon? Whatever. Either way, the Sporks get distracted by a nice smell, and you know what? The other elf made himself useful. He baked cookies and offered them to the Sporks.
Had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days. I love a cookie.
Ah, what wholesome guys. I take back anything bad I said about them. I love these fellas. We're back to the poor village now, and Toto drops the hardest line of all time.
I don't think these people are evil. I think they're thirsty and hungry.
I mean, yeah, even for Christian kids, there's politics in there. Toto believes that the tree elders sent him here to help these people. So of course, Toto prepares to use the bean to help the people, even though Ahem practically begs him not to and to be selfish, which, I mean, why? It's not like the bean has limited uses, right? Before he gets to decide, Randolph, the Fellowship, and the redeemed Smiley Sporks also now show up.
Turns out they love cookies.
Porky could take some notes. Toto tells the Fellowship that the elders sent him here to help these people. Then bam! Scary Man shows up and draws a sword on the Flobbit child.
Not cool, man. Not cool.
And then he drops the plot twist of the century. He tells Toto that he told the elders to send him here. He goes on to villain monologue about how everyone has something that they can't live without, be it fame or fortune or a life of ease.
For a certain ancient tree, it happens to be jewels.
Oh yeah, I guess the tree was bedazzled earlier. Huh. Still, there's not much room for this plot twist to actually do anything, considering there's only 4 minutes left. After admitting to the bribe, Scary Man tries to school Toto on how he should have used his gift for himself before he lost it and it was too late, and then stealing the bean from him.
Uncle Billboy!
But then Billboy shows up out of nowhere with no explanation and absolutely decks Scary Man, stealing the bean back. Scary Man, cornered, turns to his minions and asks for help.
Cookie Man say no.
And that's the end of that. Crazy how the non-vegetables steal every scene that they're in. Toto immediately tells Billboy he's less tall than he was before, and I'll be honest, I literally did not notice the difference. Maybe that's because we only knew him for a solid 5 minutes at most.
When you gave me the bean, you lost everything.
No, you don't need the sad music here. He just lost a few inches. It's not much else. I promise inches don't matter. Billboy told him when he left, he was looking for a happiness that lasts, and he found it here, of all places, by helping others. Toto, of course, then gets the bean back and uses it to help the people of the village, tossing the bean into the well and transforming it into a lush land, not terribly unlike the Shire was back at the start of the journey. So maybe it's just colonization of sorts. Really pulled a reverse Ring of Power Southlands with this one. And of course, we've got less than a minute to go, so let's squeeze in one final musical number.
To hell gift is a wonderful thing.
When you finally know what it's for.
And as the ever-annoying singing voice of Toto draws us to a close, joined by our other cast members, the villagers and our heroes celebrate, all eating cookies, of course. Oddly, the music of this song sounds somewhat Christmassy for a moment. Anyway, the song ends, and so too does Veggietales' terrible Lord of the Beans. Quite abruptly too, might I add. Through and through, the Lord of the Beans is relatively inoffensive, but still not particularly great. Plenty of jokes really don't hit the way they intended to. There is a lot of random just stuff that happens without a reason, and the world building is practically non-existent out of directly ripping off ideas from Lord of the Rings. And yet, I can still sense how there's a bit of a charm to this early 2000s Veggietales experience. As much as it's dull and dry in many aspects, it's also lighthearted and goofy. And the fact that Veggietales put this up on their YouTube channel for free wins some decent points for me, even if the quality only takes it up to 480p. And of course, while I come from a background that's very much not going to be on the Veggietales hype train, it's nice to see a little pocket of what is otherwise a giant universe I don't really understand, and I certainly have some interesting side eyes on some of the presentations and messagings and themes that go on that are obviously not really meant to be dissected for kids' entertainment, kind of. But all things considered, at least with the Lord of the Beans, it is just a short, sweet, and concise Lord of the Rings parody that came out a few years after the trilogy of films was completed, and that's about all it ever really needed to be. Of course, there'd be a little bit of a Jesus allegory in there, and if the message for the children they actually present is, hey, it's good to share and help people more impoverished than you, that's great, even forgetting some of the wider contexts. Moving on, we have DreamWorks' terrible Shark Tale. I've had a few friends call me out for this one and say, how dare you, what a cult classic, I love that movie, and to be fair, I also love this movie, so I'm kind of surprised I did make a terrible on it. While it does have a little bit of a dingy visual art style, I think narratively it has some really interesting underlining thoughts. But with DreamWorks releasing so many movies and so many bangers, I think this one rightfully is quite low on the list of DreamWorks movies, but whether I'd call it terrible nowadays, I'm not so sure. Oh, Shark Tale. What kind of fever dream is Shark Tale? I saw it as a kid, multiple times. It was during that phase I had at age 7 in 2004 where I would just pop on a VHS and went to sleep to the sound of it. And so, I've memorized the sound of this movie. But also, can anyone really properly know this movie? Let's find out. It's the terrible Shark Tale. And we begin with this just disgustingly textured worm. Is this seriously 2004? They were trying to do something cool here, the worm coming from the fishing hook of the DreamWorks logo, but it just makes everything needlessly confusing. And after said disturbing worm is established, God, why does it express like that? Why does it have teeth? We come to meet our first shark characters.
Hi, I'm Lemmy.
You know how in the Mario movie we hate everything about actors becoming voice actors who play themselves, but we unconditionally love Jack Black? Well, it's the same here, because that's Jack Black actually performing as a character. Mwah. And naturally, he's not a very good shark.
What are you doing?
But now that we've established a pretty simplistic character trait and can see where this is going, time for the sharks to exit.
It's our theme song.
What? Have these sharks seen Jaws? Is this not a copyright infringement? What is this self-referential pop culture humor? Strap in, folks, because this style of humor is 80% of the foundation of this movie. As our Jaws theme cover transitions us over to the Southside Reef, and it is hell. Coral Cola? Gup? Fish King? Bloody Fish King? Thanks, I hate it. But with the sharks now gone, the coast is clear for the city.
Keeping it current.
That was humor.
Sharks are gone.
Don't worry.
And so the city now comes to life with a non-stop barrage of pretty shallowly written fish puns. That's all it is. Fish puns everywhere. Helicopter fish, living with 108 kids, taxi fish, or how's about the celebrity scene that makes no sense? What is happening? Who is Seal, and why does the real Seal look like that? This was made in 2004? How does everything look so gross in this movie? Who molded these faces? Is Muscle Crowe an actor, Muscle, or is he the starfish? I always remembered this movie to be a bit of a fever dream, but I just pinned that down to me not properly perceiving it right as I lulled into the subconscious plane. But no, it's just kind of throwing junk at you at every moment. Here's a prawn shop, get it?
It's fake.
I worked 8 years on that!
It's alright, Muscle Crow. Is that what he looks like in this world? Why is this scene even here? Lobsters are trains! I couldn't even tell you what the pun is there, if there is one. Oh no, I like this joke. I'm being corrupted already, someone help me. And so, after that agonizing reveal of the kind of world we're living in for the next 90 minutes, it's time to finally establish our hero of the story.
Hi, I'm Oscar.
It's Will Smith, in one of his most disturbing forms yet. I don't know exactly what was going on over at DreamWorks Studios. I certainly don't envy the task of trying to personify fish, although there was totally a Pixar formula they could have followed to a more amicable effect, but this is just not it. Why are their ears just fins? What's with the overly expressive eyebrow muscles and those mouths? Oh, just look at everybody's mouths! Why did you make this, DreamWorks? Why? Fish aren't meant to be vertical.
Old school.
And so Will Smith goes on to cringe off all throughout the scene as he rambles on like a Zelda CDI character about how great it is to live the life of bling bling luxury. Oh god, I hate what this movie is doing to me.
Why y'all messing with my fantasy?
Until you see he's just a level 1 GTA character. Honestly, Grand Fish Auto might have been a more interesting pitch to see play out, but after a stupid scene with this crab and a needless scene with some dripped out kids, I hate my life, Will Smith moves on to his workplace, the whale wash. Well, that's a bit on the nose. Couldn't it have been phrased like carp wash or something? But yes, it's where full-on whales come in to be cleaned, since this grimy reality has everyone covered in grease, green algae, and graffiti apparently. Which brings up a point. Why is this movie so intentionally dingy? Look at Finding Nemo. It's elegant, smooth, and beautifully blue. Here, even in the formal work environment, all the textures are scratchy and scuffed. The coffee machine is dirtied from water damage. I'm not even going to address why the fish has a coffee machine underwater, but it just adds to make the whole scene so unappealing to look at. Never mind the god-awful character design planted within.
Angie.
This is Angie. As the sweet name implies, she's the sweet and innocent girl who'll be doting over Oscar despite very few positive character traits throughout the runtime of this movie.
Angie needs to get her freak on.
I hate this guy. Yes, the plotline of this movie will be the one where you're never really rooting for the good guy, as he's just making all the wrong moves, initiating the main conflict, and then is admired for fixing his own problem for once. Great.
I brought you some breakfast.
Oh, it's Kelpie cream. You know, ironically, Oscar should be making bank on royalties for all these product placements. Anyway, now we come to the sharks of our story, living the Godfather life in a sunken Titanic. Why is this a Godfather movie? As we meet Don Lino, voiced by Robert De Niro, because of course he is, addressing one of his connections and Oscar's boss, Sykes, voiced by Martin Scorsese, because of course he... Wait, what? The director? Mr. Marvel reviewer himself? How on earth did they rope him into this? Anyway, the Don declares that today his 2 sons will run the reef, and Sykes reports to them now. You know, functional and dysfunctional from before. Sykes disagrees.
But Lenny, you can't be serious. I'm dead serious.
And then the Don fires him. Haha, get it? 'Cause they're on the Titanic. Also, they try this little delivery gag, and I can see what they're going for, but boy, it just makes Sykes seem unbearably irritating.
Am I right?
Prepared then.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
And so we're back to Oscar as he actually does a day's work.
It could be a lot worse.
And look like you.
You know, it's often a formula that to get audiences on your side, the hero character usually does some good deed at the start of the movie, so everyone recognizes that they're a good person. But this banter is not helping Oscar's case. And no, the Kelpie cream gift does not count. Oh, there it is. He saves headphone guy mid-sneeze. Remember him?
Hey, headphone guy.
And then when it's a non-issue, goes on to cause a soapy meltdown on the whale client. But it's okay. He sorts it out again. What a day at work.
What'd you say, Ash? Okay.
This is another one of those sounds burned into my long-term memory, and I can't format it out. Anyway, the reason these jellyfish brothers are here is because the plot needs to move forward, and Oscar is beckoned to his boss, Sykes.
Oh, hey, don't sweat it, Sykes. A lot of white fish can't do it, man.
What? I'm not gonna go there. Nothing in this world makes sense. Anyway, with this whole shark thing going on, Sykes needs to pay the Don, so Oscar's 5,000 G debt needs to be paid in 24 hours.
You've got 24 hours.
You know how this goes. And so Oscar dreams of living life on the top, and Angie just throws away her grandma's sentimentally hand-down pearl that's worth exactly $5 grand to a guy she just has a crush on. And that clears out that conflict. The sharks still have issues though. Lenny not eating meat. You'd think this would have been cleared years ago, but apparently not. So now Oscar has liquidated the pearl into wealth, and he now goes on to gamble it all away? I hate this little fillet. And gunning for a $1 million clan reward, look who pops up.
Nice bet.
Is this problematic? Meet Lola. You can pass her entire personality trait, story, and intention with a single frame. Oscar is head over heels, and then she's away again. Interested before any money's even won. That's bold.
You had the money to pay me back and you bet it anyway?
And then the seahorse loses, because of course it does. We have now consistently seen every wrong, immoral move this Oscar guy can possibly make, all because he is obsessed with greed and the goal of living the high life.
Sorry, kid.
Wait, so all whales are cars and their mouths act as the boot? I mean, I'm glad it's not the alternative, but what? And so naturally, we're given the "it's nothing personal, it's just business" line as Oscar is soon to be tortured and killed. The end. As for our shark brothers, they're out again as Lenny has to prove himself in one last attempt.
TV dinner. Don't get no easier than this.
And so Lenny is forced to go on ahead. You can probably tell where this is going.
You take off.
No.
What did I tell you?
Hee hee, ha ha. Oscar has just as many brain cells in his skull as he has morals. Just not really there. But being spotted finally causes Frankie here to snap.
That's it. I've had it up to here.
The music is building. Oscar is disadvantaged in seaweed. It's time for an action scene. Being chased by a shark. Classic. Never mind. Literally immediately, we're swooped into a Deus Ex Machina of a random anchor from the sky. No, this never gets addressed. They never even look up. And just like that, Oscar's problems have all faded away. Again, the man who probably deserves it the least in this city. And he's stupid annoying too. But with this new opportunity opening up to him, Oscar goes ahead and takes credit for being a shark slayer. Because that could never possibly be a poor decision to make when you live in a city that literally closes down regularly due to the presence of any sharks.
Any shark, go down!
Why would you broadcast this onto the TV? I hate this plotline. And naturally, Lola pops up once again. The town is relieved to finally have something for their shark problem, and Sykes even makes a deal to drop the 5,000 G's to become business partners as the shark slayer. You'll never guess where this goes. Meanwhile, the sharks are having their funeral. Remember they were in the sunk Titanic? Well, they're not letting that gag down. It's on the deck of the whole ship and all. And the Don is left grieving his two lost sons.
What's wrong with that kid? Why's he gotta be so different?
You know, there's a bit of an undertone with Lenny that could easily be seen as really progressive and ahead of its time, but I don't think this movie is smart enough to formulate that. Sure, you could read into this as an expression of being secretly gay and unapproved of, or trans, or something like that, but I think this is just a more generic stroke of otherisms that Lenny has going on. The classic kids movie moral that you should just be yourself. He's giddy and childish, and at most, just not masculine. It's a movie about masculinity. But hey, if this movie did somehow influence for a little bit of self-confidence in some kid after seeing Lenny, great. I think it was a happy accident amongst the rest of this rubbish. Anyway, at this point, the Don learns of the Shark Slayer.
The Shark Slayer.
My god, this movie will just not give me a break. Just barrage after barrage of crass, in-your-face pop culture. It's like it's trying to cover up for the lack of substance throughout the movie. But it's everything Oscar could have ever wanted. And now he's at the top, it's time for a chat with Angie.
I never forget who my friends are.
Oh.
He's ignorant of the romantic subtext, instead just returning Angie's sentimental pearl.
With interest.
Run, Angie, run! This is the best case scenario! Only, of course, for our other romantic interest to pop up now.
I'm not interrupting something.
No!
And Oscar darts away from there, his desires warped alongside his wealth, but this isn't really a change from how he was at the beginning, let's be honest. Thankfully, Karma is out to get him, since after barely 5 seconds away from a character with a very, very little depth for us to explore, someone crashes in with... Though in any other context, can't they all just stay in place since they're already hidden indoors? Regardless, Oscar is of course thrusted out to face his own lie.
Oh!
God, I hate this character. And so here are the great whites that were mentioned, just searching for the missing Lenny. And here he is, just lingering over Oscar immediately. But finally, the two meet and chat properly. Lenny distraught over his losses, and Oscar relieved that Lenny is the threat, even though he's not. but they don't come back.
Take me home with you. I'm like the invisible shark.
Lenny feels trapped in a corner and just wants to hide from his family, and after Oscar shoos away these rebel kids, Lenny learns of the Shark Slayer title.
You're the Shark Slayer.
Shark Slayer?
Which to him, of course, is hilarious.
You enjoying yourself? Well, for your information...
See, I bet Jack Black just did that in the studio one day and they decided to just animate it proper. I actually audibly laughed at this laugh. Anyway, after a mild case of blackmail from Lenny...
You wouldn't.
I would.
Lenny is given refuge in Southside Reef, and Oscar uses this to put down some ground rules.
I'm different from the other sharks. Leave it at that.
And that solves that. Lenny has no plans to eat any other fish, and we're not going to get round to any other ground rules, because that's all that matters. I'm sure he's not stupid enough to just waltz out of here in the middle of the day. Right?
He'd ice you for sure.
Was he the Godfather or something?
Yeah.
I like the delivery. And now all the pieces of our story have finally come together, as Oscar knows just what he's gotten himself involved in. Back at the party now, and there's immediately a video game about Oscar fighting sharks. What is the timeline of events here? And Sykes is immediately in a call with Don Lino, ready for Oscar to answer him.
They're gonna tear you fin from fin!
And naturally, no one is actually listening to Oscar as he tries to plead his case and backtrack out of his own consequences. This movie is just filled with irritating characters and frustrating miscommunications, all in the way of keeping the plot going forwards. Or it's emblematic of a society that cares very little for the plights of a small fry individual against the brazenly fast capitalist environment of the new century, motivated only for oneself and crushing the will of men who do the work over the communal benefits of a society that works to further maintain the unsustainable status quo of this broken system. It's probably not, though. This movie not smart.
Maybe I can help.
And so Gold Digger Lola pops up again. What could her advice possibly be about helping Oscar get out of this lethal situation for himself?
You don't want to go back, do you?
It's the same advice as everybody else. Keep going. Show the sharks who's boss and they'll leave you alone. Okay. So Oscar goes over to Lenny.
Oscar?
Angie.
Okay, so I see why the plot might want to go in this direction, but how would she find out plausibly? Why is she going into a random garage? Isn't she the receptionist over at the whale wash? They don't add any kind of explanation as to why she is here or how she caught Lenny. Just that...
Your pet shark here told me everything.
So I guess we're just going to accept that. Stitchy storytelling. Impressive for a film that's just 90 minutes long. Anyway, Angie is furious that Oscar lied to her.
Hey. Don't take it personally. Come on, I lied to everybody.
And she too is more pro-shark against Oscar's issues, as she's finally got the based point that...
Credit for killing a shark and then everything be fine and dandy?
But after Oscar makes another poor choice in having Lenny play the part of playing near dead and bolstering up Oscar's physique to intimidate the sharks, Lenny eventually turns around with a real plan to go forwards with, as after all, there's a unique way to tackle both of their issues at once. Lenny needs to disappear, and Oscar needs to be a shark slayer. And so begins our faux action sequence as the two fight right out in public. Why is there a Jaws billboard too now? Haven't we had enough overt references? And though Lenny is having very brief doubts, because this movie needs to hit a runtime quota, Oscar encourages him with...
You'll never have to go home again. You can start a new life.
Can't he always do that? Just pick a direction and travel for the rest of time. Whatever. And they resume. Time for the big turnaround and...
Are you not entertained? You can't handle the truth!
Does this movie not want to make something original? Is being crass the point? This is an embarrassingly low bar for writing standards. And so, the music cranks back in. This time it's Elvis, as they show off all sorts of new moves against Lenny. Until the final move, the flying fish. Full spectacle as the other crowd of sharks witnesses, and ending with a final audio screech from the bottom. A nice piece of spectacle for the finale.
Tell Don, lame-o!
And you ruined it, Oscar. You ruined it. But somehow the intimidation works on a group of hardened mobsters, and we move on from there. The town cheers for Oscar's success, and after finally making a good move, it's immediately overshadowed by...
Has the Reef's most eligible bachelor been snapped up?
And so naturally, Angie is peeved once again, and Oscar is completely oblivious. At every step, Oscar makes a decent move that someone else dictated. He then takes several steps backwards.
Dummy head and just...
Right. And as the two argue, and we all look at our watch and realize there's about 20 minutes of the film left in this movie, we finally come around to the big, twisty, romantic beat.
Nobody loved me when I was nobody!
I did!
What a tale. A shark tale.
It'll be okay.
There's They're not putting romantic subtext there, are they? Because that would be a whole different movie of breaking the boundaries of a shark. And so, Oscar has reached his sad act, wandering through the reef at night with yet another lyrical song to piece the plot together as he witnesses ad after ad with himself plastered up front. This, I assume, is what life will be like in the metaverse. And as Oscar finally returns to his penthouse apartment, Oscar finally speaks.
Angie was right. I am a joke.
And of course, Lola is here for a chat instead, happy to shoot down Angie's existence and turn to Oscar with...
I mean, it's not like you feel the same way about her.
Oscar, what are you doing? Is that meant to be an expression? This is how you want to demonstrate the internal realization that you do in fact have feelings for Angie? I mean, this could almost be seen as sweet if we haven't watched the entire rest of this movie. And we were blind right now. And so, Will Smith does a 180.
I don't think this is gonna work out.
Now Oscar happy! He got chocolates! It's daytime! The whale wash life is jolly and Angie is missing. Yep, Angie's been kidnapped, and Oscar needs to go and save her. And as Letty rambles about how improbable it is, Sykes here learns of all that's been going on because all subtlety has gone out of the window. But hey, at least he did one thing right.
Because, you know, I told Lino... Shut up, Lino!
I honestly thought this was an edit made for the meme, but apparently not. What a diamond in the rough of the rest of this runtime. So with Sykes realizing he'll probably be dead soon too after Oscar, he begs for the Shark Slayer to be real, to which Will Smith says...
I'm sorry, Sykes. I'm not, but the sharks don't know that.
The solution to all of our problems is to just keep digging yourself deeper. Double down on the lie. Every time. So here's the meeting with the entire mob. And though the grunts are scared, the big boss man isn't.
Which one of you sardines called this meeting? Me.
And the Don's a pretty stoic guy, just dealing with the loss of his two sons. That'd be pretty horrible, you know? So he reveals Angie on a plate, and after Oscar's pretty immoral bluff...
I barely even know that girl. What's your name, miss?
Another to add to his collection, of course, our twist villain pops up with...
Well, I say he's bluffing.
Lola! Turns out her motivations this whole time were to get him killed. I think? Does that explain her behavior? Just a shame everyone else had the same idea this whole movie, so her opinions kind of liquidate into everyone else's as Oscar was pushed down a single, unchangeable track. By the way, Lenny's a dolphin now. Pretty bold to bring him back to his family again. Why didn't he leave after the whole faking his death thing again? And right after pulling the intimidation card once again, all the grunts look pretty spooked, and Oscar then goes on again... to take things too far, as if we're not already there already.
All y'all living in the love boat.
Oscar!
Except that somehow doesn't lead Oscar into an immediate chomp of death being so up close. No, instead the Don is just sitting and watching after literally last saying...
Your shark slaying days are over.
No, instead what it takes is Lenny here throwing up, and then he just has to start talking about it. What? Why? This is the worst stitch job for a plotline I think I have ever seen!
Couldn't take it.
Lenny?
And so the Don is happy to just see his son alive again.
Huh? What is that?
And again, you can kind of see some undertones you can extrapolate with this whole cross-dressing sequence, but the Don doesn't linger on it either. More upset about the Shark Slayer front, and to be honest, you kind of see his point.
What did I ever do to you? Turn Lenny into a dolphin!
How is the Godfather Shark the most normal person in this movie? What is this movie?
I'm gonna get you!
And so it's time for our action sequence against the Don. Never mind! He's stuck in the window. Thanks, movie. Time for our final scene of the movie as the Don eventually frees himself and they head for the whale wash. Of course, one big machine to capture the giant great whites. The sharks, of course, swimming right through the center as Oscar goes up to the controls.
What are you doing in there? Sorry.
And so the movie tries to keep you entertained as Oscar keeps running forwards and backwards through the same line of this machine. It's not really an attempt at all, really. Until eventually... it's over. That was supposed to be entertaining.
Thank you for coming to Whale Wash.
And Headphone Guy is now unafraid of sharks? Okay, so Oscar has successfully stopped the Don, doomed to a life of forever running from the mob as they come for revenge for the rest of his life. Or it would be, if not for...
Not a real shark slayer!
And so, Oscar finally reveals that he lied about everything, and that makes everything okay. And furthermore, he goes straight up to the Don and says, who cares if your son is different?
Likes to dress like a dolphin, so what?
A nice message. And so the Don just accepts it. Forget even the cross-dressing front, but the idea that the Godfather will just stop the notion of making his son one of the mob because he was just asked nicely by some fish is just so illogical. You can't just ask the Godfather to stop. He's only got one son in his lineage. But he does. And it works. And with Will Smith finally doing one thing right, Angie forgives him for everything.
Everything I wanted is right there in front of me.
Okay, yeah. And we end in classic DreamWorks fashion with a city-sized dance party. It's stupid, it doesn't make sense. Oscar somehow also becomes the boss at work, somehow. And it's just, what am I looking at? Why is this happening? What was this movie again? Is it just a Finding Nemo ripoff? Did the director just really want to make a greeny brown movie? Was I ever supposed to like the protagonist in this movie? Which way are the leg fins meant to be on their bodies? What was it even about? Oh my god. This movie was about the outlets of toxic masculinity within our 2004 society. We already addressed the unmasculine traits of a non-threatening and vegetarian Lenny, but look at Oscar. He represents the breadwinner archetype of masculinity. His value is defined by success and whether he is a somebody or a nobody. He strives to get ahead in this ad-filled super-capitalist society in any way he can, and he does so not by suffering the grind of obtaining success, but by trying to scum his way to the top, as it's the only feasible matter for a working-class individual man as disadvantaged as him. And the whole statement of the movie is to just reject the established understandings of masculinity. You don't have to be manly to be respected as a male, and you don't need to be on top of the world to have values as a breadwinner man, as much as the society may push you down to assume so. You're not a nobody without possessions, as you will always find someone who sees you as a somebody regardless. Rebel against the toxic notions of enforced masculinity, be it from your peers or from society as a whole. No, you know what? Never mind. I think this was just a big animation test that they forgot to throw out after initial screenings. 90% of jokes flopped, the writing is awful, the visuals are sickening, and the references are shameless. We love Jack Black, though. Up next, we have Disney's terrible Chicken Little. This is going to be a bit of a running theme. These are movies that didn't do too well, wasn't necessarily the best they've ever made, but does have a lot of near and dear memories. This movie was a flub for Disney. It's their first attempt into 3D, and it's choppy, but a lot of people defend it. Even in this video, we'll have defensive stances throughout the entire thing. I also have a lot of memories watching it. There are a lot of better movies, and there are a lot more terrible Disney ones. So maybe in the fact that they just keep getting worse, maybe Chicken Little's bumped to a cool average mid. Maybe that's the reasoning. Either way, it deserves its spot here today. So this is it, gentlemen. Pixar and DreamWorks are making the big bucks now, and if we want to follow suit, we're closing down hand-drawn animation and moving to CG.
Oh, what? But we were the pioneers of 2D. Why can't we do more hybrid projects? You know, like Treasure Planet.
Forget it. That movie flopped financially.
But sir, we can't forget our roots. Without us, there's only anime keeping traditional animation alive. Maybe it is time to modernize. I mean, Atlantis and Lilo and Stitch were great, but I bet there's even brighter horizons on the move to CG. What did you have in mind, Chief?
Oh, it's Chicken Little. It's nostalgic. We all saw it. It was Disney's first attempt at 3D CG animation all the way through. And though all sorts of us may have fond childhood memories about it, in hindsight, this movie was actually quite a bit of a disaster. It might be a hard pill to swallow, but let's all be honest here.
Hey! Chicken Little is a national treasure. I won't stand for you ruining our childhood memories with your sick video reviews.
Okay. So today we'll both be divulging into Disney's...
Maybe not so.
...terrible Chicken Little. Let's go.
Once upon a... How many times have you heard that to begin a story?
Oof. You know, on the surface, that seems pretty nice as an opener. You know, subversion. Except, in trying to avert expectations, the movie just shows off every expectation instead. This is a 40-second opener, which, considering this movie barely crosses over the hour mark, in hindsight, it looks like just an awful lot of padding.
No, I don't think so. It sounds familiar, doesn't it to you?
With the self-referential beats plugged in there too. Okay, yes, we've been here already. Who remembers this song still? Talk about cultural impact. Anyway, as we drone into the town of Okie Oaks, that's the name? Okie Oaks? Okay. We come to see the boy who kickstarts this story, Chicken Little.
Everyone run for cover!
Doing a fairy tale beat I guess Disney couldn't fully nab the rights to, The Boy Who Cried Wolf. And upon this head turn of an opener, the town goes wild. Bunny babies go carousing, dog bowls are a-flying, Indiana Jones is there.
Aha! Disney owns that one.
And dog bones are buried halfway through. The gags in this movie are a start. Destruction befalls the town in a chaotically frantic manner as the camera swooshes this way and that in a way that sets up this movie as a pretty good display of action sequences and directorial choices. Love that tone, minus the slightly strange character animations, before we hear of the source of panic.
The sky is falling! Are you crazy?
Ridiculous, obviously. Yeah, take note, this is apparently the limit of absurdity in this already absurd town.
And thus, Chicken Little goes ahead and embarrasses himself in front of the town, trying to point out the evidence that is no longer there. And the dad goes out of his way to stand against his son and dispute his claims to quell the crowd. We're gonna hear a lot about this father, but we'll get back to it later. As for what else Chicken Little has to say for himself... Hey, can we hear that again? I'm sorry, just one more time for the people in the back. I got 3 separate clips of the exact same voice line.
Does it work as a gag? Sure, I guess. Reuse the same exact response for multiple purposes. Great.
But here, it's not that funny. And once again, it's just more padding. This isn't a very interesting point to linger on, and yet here we are, lingering. Hell, I'd kind of want to watch that movie instead. And now the movie jumps ahead an entire year. I almost didn't catch that with such small text down there. Oh, weren't those the days? As we have a car scene with dear old Dad, who has nothing to say except...
Yeah, game of hide and seek, except the gold is never to be found.
Oh my god, this is the worst dad take you could create. This guy is so embarrassed by his son that he essentially wants him to disappear with his advice to just lay low. But hasn't it already been a year? Is this text lying to me? Chicken Little hasn't been having another outburst since then. It's the town that turned it into a newspaper article, and then a book, and then a movie. Must have been a slow news year. How can you fail your son on such a cataclysmic scale? What kind of character is this? And on that note, Chicken Little is to run to school chasing after the bus, because absolutely everyone disrespects him. The school children trample him, the bully slips him up, and the bus driver just ignores him. And like, why didn't the father just drive him to school? I hate the adults in this movie. There's one thing in making your protagonist the underdog, or building up some sort of conflict. It's the essence of storytelling. But this is just frustrating to watch. This whole experience is miserable. I remember feeling that even as a kid. But the actions are decent. Why do you keep posing like this?
As this hastened commute shows us the hurdles of Chicken Little being so much smaller than everyone else, and all of his ingenuity to help him overcome every issue.
Is this building to something in the story to showcase Chicken Little's genuine resourcefulness and handiness in a moment of peril? No, this barely comes back. It's just for show mostly. And thus, he makes it. To school, not quite to class, as we meet just about everyone else in a very tactically placed school register.
Foxy Loxy.
Present, pretty, and punctual.
Runt of the litter.
President accounted for.
Ooh, this movie is really gonna age poorly in some places, isn't it? I mean, I get that this isn't the only body type, it's more based on species, like the bulls have this shape as well, but it's still an intentional choice of the design nonetheless. A very intentional choice. Up next, Dodgeball. 90% of this film is fluff, but Chicken Little makes an appearance, finally.
And it's a pretty decent circumstance to try to have a conversation, so I'll definitely give it props for that. It's clear the director is thinking of ways to add a little more variety beyond just people talking in a room.
But as they do talk, Chicken Little wants to explain his plan to impress his dad and receive some approval, whilst Ugly Duckling interrupts with her own opinion to get some closure between the two of them by talking it out. And Fish... well, he's just gonna stick to random pop culture references. And a really drawn out one at that. Again, really digging into milking the runtime to get to that 70-minute mark, not including the credits. And soon enough, Chicken Little is bullied some more, slung into a window, hits the alarm, and is the scapegoat for the teacher to blame.
Chicken Little!
as the dad is now brought to the principal to be hounded, and we learn that he used to be a star at the same school, a baseball star. All the more embarrassing to him as Chicken Little is tarnishing his legacy in a way, and they drive home. Over the next 2 minutes is just raw, disappointing depression. Chicken Little has the drive to really impress his dad, and Buck Ace Cluck up front can't even look him in the eye.
What if I joined the baseball team?
This boy is motivated, willing to try something, hopping on a common interest for his dad, but he's just not having it, worried more so for the reality of his tiny stature, which, sure, you can come to understand, but he's barely wording it like this. I can't really tell what it is the dad has an issue with.
I mean, I think I can...
Okay, Dad.
I mean, Jesus, I guess it's got some sort of the emotional aspects of this movie done right, but this is just pain, to be honest with you.
Ah, but you admit it's a genuine emotional moment.
You know, we come to movies to have a good time, especially Disney movies. I think I'd rather deal with 100 more parental deaths than have to go through a parent surviving and having their inability to try for their son so stark and in your face. God, I hate this. And Chicken Little goes ahead and mopes at home.
All I need is a chance.
This kid literally has been given a deck of cards where he has no chance, and it angers me to my core. All the while, the theming is kind of basic. You know, just some better communication would fix all of this. And fetch with father? Seen a million times before.
Did you know, when this story was conceptualized in 2001, it was going to be about a paranoid female chicken that went to a summer camp, so me, to reduce her anxiety, where she would uncover a nefarious plot the camp counselor was planning against her hometown. But they decided to change it to a male protagonist because short boys get picked on. And market research was telling them that girls would go to see a movie about a boy protagonist, but boys won't see a movie with a girl protagonist.
I don't know where they got that research from, since that is clearly not the case nowadays. I mean, Frozen is just the obvious example there. But now it's a baseball movie with a scene that is 8 minutes long, but boy does it feel like a millennia. First, it's Chicken Little in a montage, training up his body for all of the activities of sports. Meanwhile, the coach is keeping him on the backbench for all of time. And bully Foxy Loxy is gaining up all the glory with her perfect games, leading to the big day match where stakes are high and Chicken Little is finally put up front as the bottom of the barrel. And everyone continues to push him down with...
Just take the walk, don't swing.
Yeah, but Coach,
don't swing!
But you know what Chicken Little is all about.
I won't embarrass you, Dad.
Going for it anyway, and missing. Missing again, until finally we get that payoff turnaround.
Well, take away my squeaky toy, it's a hit!
Everyone is stunned, but it's not over yet. We gotta milk every moment as Chicken Little freezes, then runs the wrong way, antics ensue, Little keeps running, there's a pile-up, they lose, and then they win!
Chicken Little is given the victory cheer for being the final hit of success for the team. What a turnaround! And thus ends our story of the little chicken that could.
He wanted his dad's approval, and judging by his next interaction...
Yes!
Things are going pretty well between the two of them. And the whole initial drama of the sky is falling seems long behind them. Who needed closure to solve their issues anyway?
Unless you think we need closure, I don't know.
Everything Chicken Little wanted has now been achieved with that little chance, and that one moment has fixed all of their problems they could ever possibly think of. So he jumps up to the windowsill, looks out to the large star in the sky, and gives out one last...
Thanks for the chance.
But oh, there's more. Typical. We've only just started the real plot, but this is the halfway mark. A literal piece of the sky has come down, shaped like a stop sign and all, and naturally dragged out as much as possible, from the rubbing of eyes to the fatherly denial.
How'd you get over there?
Who are we talking about?
The tripping over it again, to the several displays before coming to the realization. Why is he even keeping it a secret to his dad anyway? There's clear evidence this time.
But you got to admit, it's a nice little opener to the logic of the camouflage. Like with the way the panel is leaned up against the wall so you can clearly see it while it's in action.
And so all the friends are sent over to review, right after a cheeky karaoke bit that Chicken Little wasn't there for some reason. And so they discuss, Ugly Duckling sticking to the idea of closure with the dad, while everyone else...
Pee, 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 pee. Could you stop saying that?
How about Tinkle?
Piddle?
Whiz?
Quality. Chicken Little just wants his normal life back, so just ignore it, get rid of it, chuck it. You don't need friends to help you move a lightweight panel, but the plot must go on as the panel returns to the mothership. And the others naturally chase. Except they don't, because now is clearly the time for a talk with Dad on the way.
Chicken Little has something to tell you.
Who are we talking about?
Ugh, we get it. You like the reuse take bit. Can we move on, please? Now is clearly not the time. What is this writing? And after the slowest animation running I've ever seen, eventually the trio make it to the Oki Stadium, where the motherboard has stopped. You'd think with how the camo updates every 5 seconds, it shouldn't be able to move smoothly in the sky, undetectable, but hey, I don't think this movie is thinking all too hard about that. But it's reveal time anyway.
But credit where credit is due, the technology for this animation is pushing where it can. There's all sorts of dynamic simulations like the variations of lighting from the stadium blinkers, the wind physics as everything tornadoes around them, and the soundtrack is really bringing it up here as the spaceship lowers down to make their landing.
You're right, it may not be the most groundbreaking visuals for a movie, but it's not exactly doing nothing when it comes down to the action sequences.
Though, how is it that the glow stick is now able to perfectly silhouette the whole UFO as if it was on the edge? I thought it was a centerpiece before. It's just typical and unrealistic, to be honest.
So in hoping to save Fish, I'm still quite stunned his name is just Fish, they all hop into the machine and search around, as Chicken Little briefly befriends this little hairball. Meanwhile, Runt here is having a panic attack. You know, because he's the butt of all the jokes. But hey, it's a great segue to slide in another random pop culture moment.
Oh, staying alive, staying alive.
But they meet with Fish. Not that that's all too important to the plot. The real crux of this sequence is the unveiling news that...
We're next.
These peeps are planet killers, and they've returned to the ship. Sure would be helpful if the very next room was the exit again.
Runt!
Of course.
Though I will say the other gag they have for this exit plan is pretty good. It's just Chicken Little repeated shutting the door on the aliens in a little back and forth. You know, pretty decent.
Hurry! Hurry!
Though the dialogue is still pretty strange and flat. They know they have to get out of here, and they're the ones in front. You can't say, come on, you go, whatever.
Yeah, but you know, now that they're onto the alien gags, maybe the writing's getting a little better. I also like this next gag.
Okay, time out!
Have you been to the mall?
A nice little fourth wall break, and I love that the aliens actually obey it at first.
And eventually they're out of there, and into the cornfields, where the aliens have... Incredibles syndrome. Every masterpiece has its cheap copy. As they slice through the fields this way and that, seemingly after the gang, but also just not tackling any kind of routine and just making crop circles, really. Is that a joke? As the kids realize they should ring the school bells to warn the town. You know where this is going once that's mentioned. Somehow the aliens know they've headed for the building by now, and Chicken Little needs another fizzy drink to reach the height of the roof for it.
Hey, look at that resourcefulness getting in. Bit of a miracle he can actually reach near the top this time compared to the efforts last time, but whatever.
But as they're cornered, it finally happens. Everyone is alerted that it's not how school bells work. It's a surprisingly small population, this town. And how is this meant to stop the alien invasion exactly? And everyone is naturally not on Chicken Little's side. Is his name really Chicken Little? I can't even shorten it to just Chicken. It just doesn't sound right. Anyway, then here's a trailer gag for you.
You have to don't do it.
Alright, you know where this is going. It's frustrating storytelling, cringe humor. Everyone's being rushed, but you gotta have the...
Oh, look! A penny!
As they don't make it in time, or embarrassment ensues. Ugh.
There's an invisible spaceship.
Why? Why are you trying to hit it now when you literally are the only one to see it already flying away? Like, come on, man, give me a hint of intelligence in that noggin. And everyone leaves. Dad disappointed once more. Why not show them the crop circles or something? Get more word out from the duckling or fish, but no. More depression time. The best entertainment for kids growing in the mid-2000s. No, I am not bitter.
If there was ever a time to talk to your dad.
Actually, he's pretty occupied with dealing with millions of hate calls in phone and email form. Why does he even have so many different telephones to receive from? Anyway, this is probably the worst time, as the dad here is clearly at the peak of his parental disapproval. Logic, please, kids.
By the way, there's 20 minutes of the film left. Feels underwhelming, doesn't it? Void of substance? Regardless, this is next.
I really just want to be alone right now.
Baby boy is here. And what do you think Chicken Little's first response to this is? Is it A, run away? Is it B, wink at it? Or is it C, scream at it? B seems least likely, right? And yet...
Abby, run, fish!
I get that it's a callback from before, but why do these characters have no consistent logic or motive behind any of their actions sometimes? Everyone freaks out, Fish is calm, and he talks to aliens. Of course he does! All intelligible creatures speak the same gibberish.
His name is Kirby?
Darth Vader's Luke's father?
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Sudden, quick-fire exposition, tasteless pop culture reference, and the tone.
Here, blow.
What is going on with the tone of this movie? This film is just all over the place. I can't tell what it's trying to do half the time. It's like Disney going through an identity crisis is showcased all over their sleeve with blinking LED highlighters pointing it out to everybody.
He was just freaked out, that's all.
Why is Chicken Little the guy who explains it? He's the one who started this! Where has his internal logic gone? I'm starting to think I'd rather be watching Trolls. They look similar enough.
Back to production details and come round to 2003, Disney's new president, David Stainton, decided to reshuffle the story's approach entirely, changing it into a space alien story and protecting a hometown instead. So it's all his fault we ended up like this. And 2.5 years of rewriting later, 25 scenes were scrapped to improve character development and emotional depth, leading to a story that, quote, got stronger, more emotional, and amazing too.
Sure, Dindal. Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if this was more of a quote from the marketing phase to help hype up the film, but there you go. Interesting history. Would love to read the original. And just like that, we've activated our final battle. It has been literal seconds since the aliens started calling for reinforcements, but now the entire sky is cracking. Everyone's panicked. Great. Except, it's not even the crazy payoff for Chicken Little here. No one mentions him, they just repeat their manic state of panic identical to the beginning of this movie. And even when the dad is spoken to directly...
Dad, I gotta tell you something.
I see that now. Look up.
Still, it's condescending with no comeuppance and no real dopamine in the system. And it's all the more derailment as a father who refuses to listen to his kid. But hey, at least he's looking out for him, hoping to drive him out of town or something. But with a bout of disappointment the other way round for neither believing in him, Chicken Little runs away.
Chicken Little!
Yeah, pretty bad name choice there when you think about it in hindsight. You know, with a name like Chicken Little, you can't really shout it out dramatically or angrily. It's like the word bubbles. Ah, a montage of barely anything happening is good for your end of world sequence. No attacks, no subjects, just a lot of swinging around, really. Oh, never mind.
It was all build up to crash down the montage music, and a pretty shocking one too. A great double piece of drama and comedy there. Again, something you can really enjoy.
So since the aliens are out just scouting for the kid who is just running out onto the streets, you'd think the best solution is to just stand still or even lift the kid up to get caught in the spotlight. But these aliens are so chaotically organized that they're never even close to spotting the kid. And also, Chicken Little chooses to slingshot them into the cinema instead. Genius!
Chicken Little!
What? Why? And as Dad bursts in to drag Chicken Little away, the alien scuttles behind the curtain. An ugly duckling appears too now. This is the moment he decides to have that closure moment, with the backdrop of an ugly, white-painted landlord wall and a hint of wooden flooring. You know, about as bland a set piece as you can plan for an emotional climax of a movie.
You're never there for me.
I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like that.
Huh? You got all of that from just about 5 words? Are you telling me now that Buck Ace Cluck is a ducking telepath now? Is there anything he can't do other than be a functioning animated father? And so the alien is revealed again, and though still pretty much the same, the dad tries to go along with it and helping out however he can, even though he's still weirded out by the evidence as it is literally laid out in front of him, and they dart off out of the screening. Mostly.
Dad, I've always found you extremely attractive.
Have you? I'd love to have seen a hint of that in the movie somewhere, but like that old stop sign, I think that was invisible too. Now you'd think at this point it's a matter of delivering the baby to any old ground trooper alien, But no, apparently by that logic, they'll shoot you anyway. No, what actually happens is they have to hand deliver it specifically to the parents who are waiting at the top of the school building, of course, because much like the majority of this movie, it is all shameless padding. Let's go.
Yeah! Charging through the courtyard, dodging shots this way and that, as Buck also helps with his good arm. It's like taking down Guardians in Breath of the Wild.
I'm not gonna call this movie ahead of its time, until the plan falls apart. And so does the writing. Our Deus Ex Machina is a random fire truck that the other kids commandeered? Am I understanding that right? A mutually agreed and easily accessible Plan C. Sure.
We'll survive! Hey!
And they're in. Only the chickens. Climbing stairs now before coming out to the dangerous roof that Buck thinks is too dangerous.
You gotta believe me this time.
I do, son.
You know, it has been minutes since we last touched this theme. This is like the opposite of satisfying and just downright methodical at this point. And off he goes, sticking along the walls. Alrighty. One beat trick. Could have done with a little bit more resource for this, you know, like a whole montage. Bring out the lollipop again. Give us several callbacks or something. But no, just the one. And then we're here.
He's okay!
It's the end, right? No. First, Buck has to start trucking flying now. And then kicking every other alien away, because that's gonna be helpful in this context. Only for them all to end with...
The mighty
Why did you take our child?
Oh jeez, they talk now. Only in the void, where practically no animation was needed. How... stimulating. They're threatened with particle incineration, the baby is returned, and then they're just as quickly let go since finally somebody communicates in this film.
Anyone want to try the big voice?
And just like that, the aliens restore the town completely. They give out all their apologies and give us one last, honestly super fast-paced exposition dump of relief that the planet killer Matt from before was just about acorns.
I mean, where else would we have picked our acorns?
You can only find them right here on Earth.
That big threat was all a false alarm, meaning this movie was about almost nothing. No real danger, no real plot. I mean, it appeared in the last 20 minutes. Just one big padding piece of distractions and entertainment.
At most, it's about the family bonds between father and child, with a bit of Disney confusion mixed in there too.
Everything's been put back to normal. She got her brainwaves a little scrambled.
Pseudo-lobotomy in a 2006 Disney movie. Horrifying.
The sky is falling.
Well, thanks for delivering the news, 2006, Patrick Warburton, Lord of Animated Movie Appearances. As we jump ahead yet another year for the new Chicken Little movie, now flipped around to be a giant sci-fi super drama with which the film can repeat a chunk of the story beats with a good-looking twist. And they really drag it out. Again, if they're still talking about it 1 year later, it must really be a slow news year in this town. Not even Mr. Scrubs boy Zach Graff can save this movie. It is so unfocused and confused, barely able to squeak out a tale at all. Shrunk in runtime and yet blistering with random paddings and poor jokes. Yet at the same time...
it is eternally nostalgic. It's a classic in a way. And for a certain generation, it is still beloved, whether it deserves it or not. Art has always been subjective, after all. It's fun for fun's sake, and you can see that there were glimpses of talent there. What with the directing choices, the lighting highlights, and they really tried to get some emotive acting out of Buxter's face, and all his disappointed mumblings, it's a romp, and at the very least, I could still enjoy it. Rose-tinted goggles or no.
Thank you to Keza Henshin for collabing with us on this video. If you're interested in tokusatsu content like you're seeing on screen, then check out her channel down in the description below. But otherwise, that was Disney's terrible Chicken Little. A false start on the career of 3D animated movies. For now, my name's been Daz. You didn't really care, and I'll see you in a bit. So, my fellow insubordinates from a completely different animation studio, it's clearly established by the change in tie color. Did you guys see Chicken Little? Yes, I did. Have you got a good reason for mentioning it? See, I was thinking we'd take this bit about this father character who can't seem to emotionally connect with his son and doesn't seem to understand him at all ever since his wife died, right? Except he's actually this flawed man of a character and seems genuinely affected by the fact that his wife is now gone, you know? Instead of being this unlikable duck.
thing. Thoughts? That is brilliant! Such a better use for that conflict's potential. Amazing, amazing. So we'll work that in, and then we can sign off on the script for this, this Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs project. Yeah, genius, I tells you. It's genius. I never knew my father either.
Well, would you look at that? Now that we've done it for DreamWorks and we've done it for Disney, time for Pixar. Terrible Brave. In classic fashion, it's a movie that didn't do too well, doesn't have a cult classic audience around it, but it's not egregious. In the same way as Disney's has more stinkers nowadays, Pixar has the same, and I think Brave comfortably hits the middle for being a little bit unimpactful, apart from maybe the first 15 minutes. Which is cherished in its own little way, and beautifully subversive for what they were trying to do.
I'll take you with my bare hands!
I think he just took you on with his bare hands too! So I want to take on a bit of a different tone for this terrible episode. Typically, the kind of movies we cover in this series are so obviously bad. Terrible just from looking at the visuals on screen. But this movie, I think, is a little bit different. This movie isn't absolutely awful, but it is a Pixar movie, and with that comes a certain degree of expectations in quality, and this movie massively underwhelms the Pixar audience. It's a mediocre movie, touted as the worst Pixar movie at the time. Thankfully now Pixar's made all sorts of stinkers to pad out the bottom line, and so I want to dig into this movie with a more analytical eye to see why this movie was touted as so bad. What makes this movie a terrible Pixar movie? And though I'm sure there's probably a warmer response to this movie now a good few years have passed, 11? Let's look into the world of Pixar's terrible Brave movie. Now this first scene of the movie is a very simple introduction to our main characters. Merida is a young lass, joyful and energetic, with a strong connection to her mother. The relationship that'll be key to this entire story. The music is brilliant, unabashedly Scottish. Merida desires to shoot a bow and arrow, and her father gives her her very own one, eager to teach a skill she's invested in. And then a minute and a half in, we come to our first gripe.
She's a lady.
This is the real plot. No, not the pinch. That's a whole other can of worms. Pulling back onto the full context here, this is Pixar's 13th movie after 17 years in the industry, and only now is this their very first female protagonist. Obviously, that's pretty late, but it's better than nothing, right? This is 2012, so things were still kinda early days in a lot of ways, yet also a prime time of a new feminist wave. Regardless, this is their first, and the plot is all about gender roles, which immediately fatigues your story and becomes counteractive, as pointing out the unusual choices only acts to highlight that these roles are standardized in the first place. As we'll come to see, Merida as a character and the through-line plot becomes stunted because the film isn't dedicating itself to good storytelling, just anti-traditionalism. But doing so makes it traditional again. But we'll get more to specifics as we see them. Anyway, Merida spots some wisps, father apparently doesn't believe in magic, and suddenly, a bear appears. And so we jump ahead in time with a long sprawl of narration against some admittedly beautiful landscapes. It's good for 2012. And the accents in this movie are so Scottish. It's great for representation, but I do wonder if maybe that had an effect on the underdoggedness of this movie. Being a less standard protagonist and practically every character with somewhat thick accents, especially to those unfamiliar with it. This movie at some angles is trying to be different. It's trying to be not Disney by having such an atypical lead who's both Scottish and female. And once we learn the rest of the family traits, we learn...
I'm the princess.
Yes, this is a princess movie as well. Quintessentially Disney adjacent. In some sense, this makes sense, being the cousin company that is Pixar under the Disney wing, wanting to make a related but different aesthetic. I'm sure that won't be mocked sometime later. But also, it plugs your first female lead right into the typical role they've practically only had in animation up to this point. And we'll have to compare against all of Disney's greatest because of this tag. Through this montage, we go on to see Merida's queen mother teaching her all the ways of being a princess, a lady. And it is really heavy-handed. Obviously, it's the theme, but it's so... But looking at it now, I really like all the Scottish idioms they managed to cram into the dialect, but just in keeping with pointing out the female gender role, now we're turning to stare and gawk at subverting it.
I don't have to be a princess.
Now, I haven't seen this movie since it came out, really, so I was fully expecting us to roll right into the archery scene, no? It's like the most memorable part of the movie, but no. The one day she's talking about is in fact just a day off, it seems. Showcased to us with one big montage of her going out and about, doing her thing. Everything skill-based or regularly associated with masculinity. Alrighty then, it's still a great display of character. Landscape and lighting, again, is absolutely stunning. None of these skills are really gonna come back. Not the climbing. And it's even got a lyrical song to it. And since jukebox musicals weren't so popularly successful back in 2012, I can really like it. Sometimes the song choices for these movies are big pop culture ease fests, but Pixar typically goes for much more specific and slightly niche musical discography, and I can just really enjoy it. This movie starts off with a lot of potential and a clear expertise in storyboarding, but it's just the way it develops over time that leaves something to be missed, it seems, as the day eventually comes to a close and we follow up with a family dinner scene.
Biggest bear you've ever seen.
So Father Fergus is foreshadowing the villain, the three gremlin brothers are just being chaotic, and of course the mother continues to berate Merida for every non-princessy thing. The dynamics are there. Somewhat of a dysfunctional family, but now with a royal twang. Until, finally, the plot comes into play, with Mother declaring the news that they've brought upon Merida.
Lords are presenting for your betrothal.
It's Pixar Baby's first exposure to royally arranged marriage. Probably the first I saw on screen. And I guess tackling the subject Disney has tried to hide from for decades. It's frustrating, it's kinda easy storytelling, but it does have some nice direction spliced in there with Fergus's contributions and the actions incorporating into the borders of this scene. One of the lines even directly sounds like the same format as The Incredibles.
Shit, Eleanor.
Is that a good thing, actually? I think what also doesn't help necessarily is that every character seems so stupid or ignorant. The fact that the parents are so surprised that their clearly rebellious child isn't thrilled about a forceful tradition adds to another element of frustration this story brings up, rather than a satisfying story-watching experience. But then again, ignorance is kind of the point with the Queen Mother. Frustrating characters still could make a frustrating experience if they don't get their comeuppance, though. At least there's still some background intrigue to lighten the mood. What follows next is then a quick scene of Queen Eleanor coming into Merida's bedroom, berating her and giving a quick exposition dump about the ancient kingdom, and how one of the four princes chose to dominate the lands for himself, forging their own paths. So she links the devastation of a kingdom from a ruthless dictator to Merida wanting to not get married on her path. It's maddeningly nonsensical, and just an excuse to drop some story. Not at all the scene I would stitch to the quality of a studio like Pixar.
It's not the end of the world.
But actually, the follow-up scene is way better. It's another bedroom scene of Eleanor and Fergus together, where they mimic the perfect conversation as Merida mimics her own outside at the same time, splicing together the two sides of the arguments in a far less emotionally wobbly way from before. The perfect demonstration of their miscommunications in a way that is both brilliant direction and storytelling. Shackled only by the fact that I don't think anyone's really divided on the opinions here. We all pretty much agree that the Queen is in the wrong, right? So to split this argument in half doesn't necessarily work against general audiences.
If you would just listen.
And so here it is. This is the most iconic scene of your movie. It's Merida actually being up on a pedestal. The most stark boys versus girls, girl power in animation at the time. It's Merida choosing her own fate via her own talent in marksmanship. But first, here's a preview of the suitors and Merida getting into a suit.
It's too tight. It's perfect.
And so the four clans all come together. So we're about 15 minutes into this movie already. All of these events that I remember are actually taking place way later in the runtime than I thought, and maybe that's an unnoticed part of the pacing, but this next sequence is all about the boys. And it is lengthy, being a full-on 5-minute scene of essentially character introductions, but it's pretty well done. These characters are all comic reliefs, bringing something different to the table to look at and laugh towards. Is there something to be said is problematic when your story that's clearly meant to be all about the empowerment of your female lead being warped by the fact that there exists no single well-put-together man so as to suggest that women only stand above those when the other gender role fails at expectations in all directions? Whereas a more refined brush of character writing that highlights everyone as their best form would be more effective for the message being told? Maybe, but it might be easy to point out the slightly outdated nature of the men's character designs as being built to laugh at them because they're thin, fat, and ugly, but it still somewhat works for the story. Merida is uninterested in any of them, yet they're likably funny to us. They bickering and bash, fights galore, and Queen Eleanor stands as the one thing that can bring them all into shape. And there's great highlights all around this scene. Here's a highlight reel of the best bits from this scene.
If he was a wee bit closer, I could lob a caber at him, kin.
Though looking at it, some of the gags are kind of safe too. Of course you put in a girly scream and a nipple twist in the middle of what's meant to be a battle of the men. And I think as a Brit, I've really come to appreciate the Scottish details in there, especially since I've lived in Edinburgh for 4 months total over the years since this came out. Anyway, the scenes come to a conclusion as we learn that all firstborns are in the running for Merida's hand, including the firstborn of the 4th clan in mind, herself.
By the princess herself.
Archery!
What follows is a brief montage of more showmanism for this festival event before the archery bit. And you all know how this goes, right? This is just brilliant through and through. From the presentations to all types of skills and reactions from the boys.
That's attractive.
Merida physically having to shed her feminine restrictions.
Curse this dress!
And of course, just the presentation. Not just doing a Robin Hood, but bullseyeing all 3 targets too. It's just a brilliant piece. Nothing terrible here. And now we're almost at the defining part, the really juicy part, when things all go downhill. It's not long now anyway. First you have Queen Eleanor scolding Merida once again in another scene that's totally not exhausting to have to see before. But this time scaling up, with Merida slashing the tapestry, calling her a beast, and Eleanor throwing the bow into the fires. Oof. But at least she recognizes she's gone too far this time. And then Merida makes a deal with the witch, guided here by wisps, desiring a way to change her fate, magic to stop an arranged marriage. That's certainly a spin. And the demonstration of the witch's antics are also top-notch. From the slow reveal of the broom,
Rare prize. Your broom!
to the personalized knife barrage,
Every carving.
the logic of the doors.
You never conjure where you carve. Very important.
Hey, that's a sex reference. And of course, the references. From Sully, since this witch is obsessed with bears, and the cancelled Nuke cameo appearance. All to filter out into a single kick, which, if delivered to the Queen, is said to change Merida's fate. All good so far, to be honest. Can't believe we're nearly halfway through this movie to reach this point, though. Is that poor, slow pacing, or good, since this is actually the good bit? So Merida returns home, Fergus is entertaining the lords, and she feeds her mother the cake. And if you hadn't seen the premise of the movie, you wouldn't be too strange for thinking the Queen's just been poisoned and about to die.
I'll just tell them the wedding's off then.
But then yeah, she turns into a bear. For me as a kid, this is when the movie lost me. I don't want a bear story. In fact, characters being turned into animals is a very, very done thing. Bears especially. I used to go to sleep to the VHS of Brother Bear. There's no way in comparison that this is gonna live up to that movie, especially because both the bears can speak. Brother Bear at least takes it one step forward, and why even is this a bear story? Sure, the witch is obsessed with bears, so that's where that comes from, but as a love letter to Scottish heritage and folklore, why a bear? They're not really prevalent as a myth. Sure, there's mild signs they existed in the lands once, with Pictish stones showing them and bear carvings being found near Lancashire, but like, it doesn't match. There's a bear god and goddess, but that's more of a Welsh thing. There's a tale of King Arthur dreaming about a bear once before a battle with Rome, and there is one folklore about the brown bear of the Green Glen, so then why is the mother a black bear? There's so much more Scottish lore to hop from. Loch Ness Monster, Kelpies, the water horses, or Selkies, shape-shifting seal people. At least wisps appear somewhat, as spunkies apparently, on trails where funeral carts commonly pass. Lovely. I'm just so surprised that it's not more magical and fantastical. But I'm getting lost on myself. And so on top of rehashing a very common plot point over a very generic anti-feminine theme, now the plot is all to become balanced on miscommunication, failing to address what's going on to create a conflict between king and queen. I think I just always hated these kind of movies. But all these shots are a great testament to the lighting prowess in technology going on at the back end of Pixar productions. It looks nice at least. And it comes to a nice end for this bear chasing sequence as the triplet boys get involved to act as a red herring against it all. And so after more shenanigans, eventually they escape. The men left cornered on a roof and the ladies unsuccessfully trying to return the magic out in the wild. As the witch has left and they have a deadline before this is permanent, with the only remedy being to mend the bond. Yeah, okay, you get it. This movie is all a relationship one about the rift between mother and daughter. Except the display of it all also only gets more muddied because one of your characters cannot speak anymore. And I think maybe that too is a real detriment to really reaching the emotional core that this movie is trying to evoke. At least in Brother Bear, they're both bears and can communicate to each other. Whatever. They're really in it now, and have to somehow resolve everything in just 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Is there seriously just 30 minutes of the movie left? What? And since our bear can't talk, we're instead gonna get flashbacks of when the times were good instead. Though even then, it is 15 seconds long and mostly singing. Emotionally, a bit of a dud. So it's the next day now, and though you could probably string an idea together by, I don't know, keeping the bear hidden, returning home by yourself, telling your dad while he's not bear crazed that you've accidentally turned his wife into a bear, and then bring them over to reunite knowing the ailment. But instead, Merida's gonna spend the entire time it takes to cook a pizza in the oven attached to the bear by the hip to just artificially keep the pseudo-conflict going. But it's the point of the movie where they quickly need to start seeing eye to eye. And now Merida's use for a weapon doesn't seem so unnecessary. But is this really them getting closer? I think there's something to be said about how successful a mute character works in the robotic noises made from WALL-E when compared to just constant grunts and moanings coming from the snout of a giant bear. But hey, at least there's somewhat of an element of teamwork now. As we now lead into yet another montage to fill the gaps of storytelling. I totally get why the structure is as it is, but it's noteworthy all the same. Until eventually, Eleanor just ups and leaves after some point, having us trail her into the reveal of... she's turning into an actual bear of some sort, corrupted by the magic. It's not all happiness, of course. And right on cue, the wisps make a reappearance. And after more padding of Mother Bear going crazy, attacking them or something, eventually they calm themselves down and just follow them. On to the lands of lore! Since there is another tale this movie wants to tell us, all about Mordu, as has been hinted by Fergus and the witches several times. Somehow attached to an ancient kingdom, and yet it's right next door. They come to find the old kingdom from the old tale, all about that old prince that wanted to claim all of the kingdom for themselves rather than sharing with their 3 other brothers. Sure, now there's a story thread in all that, but they try to stitch it in with the current day with...
like the tapestry.
And I just don't think it works, honestly. Even if, magically, that is the reasoning behind both stories, I just think it feels a little bit forced for Merida to come to this conclusion, and so soon, too. At least make it be a bear revelation, as she'd be the one far more invested on that whole thing. Merida's not even shown a sign of remorse for it yet. And then they go on to stitch every other conclusion to us immediately.
Fate be changed. The prince became...
And I mean, come on. Mother just became a bear. We just woke up, and now we have full conclusions over lore and every bit. It's just way too fast, nowhere near satisfying, and kind of simple too. You know, it's not much of a revelation either.
Mordu.
But right on cue, there he is. Ensue the real tension with a real bear. Malicious even as a human. Where of course Merida escapes and they run away together out of this little cubbyhole. You know, I think subconsciously my biggest rational fear is bears. They are my go-to monster in my nightmares for some reason. I blame watching Back to the Future 3 as an impressionable young kid. And so the two come to the conclusion of everything. Staying too long under this spell turns you into a real bear, and they need to get back to the castle to heal the bond. Of the tapestry, of course. Sure is lucky this is built out of fabric as opposed to the stone that I guess Mordu had to deal with, leading us into a sequence, now that it's dark out again, of sneaking a bear into the castle walls. Tension for tension's sake, rather than following logic. Leave the bear outside, Merida. The boys, meanwhile, are having a 4-way brawl out in the central hall that the bear needs to somehow get past. So, the plan they come up with is for Merida to infiltrate, and while you can see an element of character building going on there, with Merida finally mastering the ability to project to her fellow peers, the rest of this sequence is, once again, just kinda done before. It's being a distraction and talking to a crowd as you sneak behind them all. And even then, with the layout of the room, this should still be impossible. Line of sight's going in all direction with Merida in the center. Plus, there's a spiraling staircase here. No amount of bear taxidermy is gonna make this scene make sense, make it compelling, or make it new. This is a rehash. Oh, but okay, at least they take this scene in a completely different direction. So, they pause halfway through. Instead of being distraction talk, Merida properly focuses on her words, and the bear just stops moving once inside. But there's some messaging here.
And I know now now to amend my mistake.
Don't really think it's earned. Same how on the other side of things, the bear is now miming words for Merida to say, and those words being the exact words her daughter wants to hear. What have we done this movie? Become bear, woke up, had food, see bear. Now we conclude. I don't see how the mother came to this solution in any regard. Merida's caught one fish. Boys be damned. Plus...
and find love.
Well, how did the bear mime that one? But with the mother-daughter relationship solved in about 12 hours, the boys all head out, as the two get back to the tapestry. And after briefly fumbling around, Fergus is randomly back, readying up to progress the plot by only now spotting the post-bear disaster that is Merida's room. Hasn't an entire day gone past? Has he really not checked up on her this entire time? Well, at least he cares about his wife now. So he comes barging in just as Eleanor has warped back into bear mode. It's a fight, and thankfully the bear wins. As much as killing the father would be a very grim fairy tale ending. And so as Eleanor comes around riddled with guilt, she runs away. And on one hand, it leads to a nice little gag. And on the other, it's unendingly frustrating. As while this entire movie we've had to deal with one person just not listening to the other, then us not being able to listen to one of them, now the other parent does the exact same thing, unnecessarily going out of their way to...
I'll not risk losing you too.
No, Dad!
Lock Merida in her room as well. Ugh. This movie is just unsatisfying. No dopamine to be seen anywhere, really. The bear hunt begins. But hey, I like the little wet texturing they have on the walls. That's some nice technical work there, Pixar. And the first real emotional moment for Merida, as she has her Disney princess tantrum moment. But it's okay. The day can always be saved by sewing. That might not have been intentional, or maybe it was because it's compromising on the argument, but I don't think that's quite the slam dunk Pixar thought it was for their first female-led protagonist movie. Also, the triplet boys are bears now. Again, it's been a full day. They woke up in the morning earlier. Does Fergus just neglect his kids when the boys are around? Regardless, for the next few minutes, it's a montage of actions. As the maid is trying to escape from the bear cubs, the bear is running through the forest, Fergus is chasing said bear with the lads on their night out, and Merida is hunting for a needle and thread. I mean, it's activities, but it's not really gripping, especially since there's minimal actual clash. King and Queen are never seen in the same shot, or even location really, at the same time to build the tension. We're just watching the lukewarm sequence unfold. Pixar perfected this idea much better in Monsters University. So let's just get to the end. Everything's all culminating to the climax, which is in 10 minutes time, by the way. Merida's with the triplets, they're on a horse chasing the lads are chasing Queen Bear, and Mordu pops up at some point. The wisps pop up to guide Merida away from Mordu and up to everybody, as we of course end up surrounded by those mythic stones once again. As Eleanor is cornered, strung up, and Fergus is ready to make his final avenging blow. And Merida is here to save the day. Very lucky all the lads wanted to keep the bear alive only for Fergus's hand. But now the two fight, and somehow Merida wins. In a direct clash of strength with their swords pushing towards each other, it just seems a little unnatural that she can overpower this giant brute of a dad. At the very least, the real kicker has a line of logic to it though.
I'll not let you kill my mother.
But as the boys come in to really sell the truth to the dad, because he would only ever listen to fellow men, Mordu appears. And all the boys charge into battle, and it completely demolishes them. Of course it would. These men are all idiots, and it specifically has the strength of 10 men.
I'll take you with my bare hands!
I think he just took you on with his bare hands too. Merida then gets involved with her measly arrows, and the bear delays her death for some reason to have the real reason we're here. The bear-bear fight, in which it's not really much to look at either. Yeah, the animals are fighting, but it's not like the choreography of teleporting doors or supers or anything magic related. That and the doors even works for this world, but it's just happy slaps. And for some reason, Mordu has a real obsession with Merida. I don't think this is explained. It's just so Eleanor can get in the way more and activate her motherly strength that overpowers even the strength of 10 men. Is that it? Again, Pixar, I don't think that's quite the slam dunk you were hoping for, even if it is a real and phenomenal event. And it all comes to a close. How do you beat a super buff human turned bear? with the most classic and standard end to a fight: environmental crashing. One that's very directly indicated so that you know the end before it gets there. So dumb of a solution, even an animal could have worked it out. And that's your it. Time for a thin shaving of 5 minutes to wrap everything up, but I guess there's not really much depth to wrap, hence why it's so slimmed down. Mordu becomes a ghost and it turns out to be the guiding wisps this whole time, not that they really address it or talk about it. The deadline for the spell is coming up, so Merida panics, and it's meant to be an emotional scene as all the regret finally comes down on her, but it's still pretty mild. Merida isn't that cryy, and the bear can't emote. Like, look at this and tell me it's not bland, especially the bear. But after that total pit of despair, leading us to believe a bond hasn't been mended, the sunrise hits them, the music being lovely and all, and I guess the sun needed to see the stitching first to come into effect, or something like that. Because with no animation needed for a satisfactory transformation, it's just... You're back! After how many hours unable to speak, still she cannot find the words, I guess. Pixar finally taught this female character the lesson to shut up. Is that the... No, that can't be right. It's over, and that hand in the corner of the frame could never live up to the expectations Pixar thought it was going to bring emotionally.
You changed.
And of course the dialogue had to tell us they changed, because otherwise we wouldn't have believed that they'd actually had any developments. And so everyone's happy. Well, we don't really hear much of an opinion on the lads. They just gawk at the naked queen for a moment. After making sure she's unable to speak for 40 minutes, now they sexualize her once she's back. I'm definitely reading too far into this, but this movie somehow made it kinda easy, and that's worrying. But now we hop to the epilogue. The triplets are causing mayhem, the lads are leaving, all with their little micro gags, as the ladies make a new tapestry and ride horses into the wild. Yeah, I guess there's really not much to wrap up, is there? Everyone left.
To be brave enough to see it.
Roll credits. Oh, I guess they did. This movie was hounded on when it came out, and I can kind of see why. As a kid, I didn't like the direction the story went with the bear stuff, and even now, I don't really get it. If it's inspired by Scottish folklore, surely you'd go for something more fantastical? Every other plot thread has already been trodden. It diminishes its first female protagonist by making it so obviously about that, whilst trying to be a Disney princess alternative, and it all comes out as just background fodder. No incredible Pixar-y moments. Maybe the table? And even then, they've done the table better before. Thankfully, Pixar would go on to make 5 more films with female protagonists so far, much better constructed than this one. Elemental is perfect, Turning Red at least touches on it a little better, but still gets some backlash. There's Incredibles 2, that also kind of just points it out, but it's set in the 50s, so maybe that makes more sense. Inside Out is brilliant, and there's Finding Dory. It's still 5 out of 15 from Brave onwards, but this movie wasn't as terrible as some of our other terribles have been. Just very bad for that Pixar label. And during a very politically active time, good old 2012. But that Pixar shine lingers through in the undertones, so maybe we'll leave this medieval tale in the past. Boy oh boy, we're just going through all the studios at this point. Time for Illumination and the terrible Lorax movie. Now this one as well has a good bit of a cult classic nostalgic band around it. I think we got a little bit of negativity when we called this out for being terrible. Admittedly, doing a sponsorship with a petrol guzzling car really isn't a good look for the franchise. So I don't exactly want to call it an inoffensive mid-movie, but it is a pretty mid-movie. It's standard, it's visually pleasing, it's a crowd pleaser. And that doesn't mean it's necessarily terrible, apart from in our scale. Sorry. But as usual, Illumination has done a lot worse. It's the terrible Lorax movie. Now this movie came out just about around the Universal 100th anniversary, at a time when Illumination was just about starting to get into the Dr. Seuss projects that they had. They didn't quite have the grasp on the Mario movie, so we're here instead. Now I'm hoping to do a terrible movie episode pretty much every weekend at this point. We'll see how it goes, but come join for the ride. So let's not diddle-daddle on any more time. It's now 2012, so let's get into things.
Hello, everybody.
Is that Danny DeVito? Oh, this is going to be a ride, I can tell. So he's speaking on stage to introduce us to the concept of Thneedville, a town without nature and no trees. The Lorax is rhyming his poems out, but I assume it'll only be narration this entire movie. It'd be great if the entire dialogue of this movie for a Dr. Seuss movie rhymed, but this is Illumination we're talking about, yeah. Now we have water delivery and kids jumping about the town. And as we're introduced in this little montage to the strange architecture of Thneedville, which I believe is mostly original to the movie, The book only really goes on to the naturist backstory that we'll see in a bit. The whole town is singing to us. Yeah, you can kind of tell this is the original part. It's not quite Dr. Seuss levels of poetry, is it? But the town is screwed. Water makes you radiated and glowing. The parking cars is a whole thing. As we come to see our villain, where he's getting a business pitch about how they might have finally found a way to sell air. And to tell you the truth, give it a couple more years and I'm sure we'll get right there too. Our kid protagonist along the way has a super plane. Is this meant to be the future tech? Even I have this as a kid. Alright. I guess we're quickly starting to see how dated the original source is and how unapologetically the movie wants to not update any of it. But in having it, it's an excuse to go to the boy's crush. But they seem to know each other anyway, and they seem to get on quite well, so it's a little elaborate, but we'll take it. And she wants to show off something cool to the boy. Graffiti. Once again, this is a theme of graffiti cool in a kinda terrible movie. But those are trees, real ones. They were softer than anything and smelled like butterfly milk. Audrey here wishes to see a real tree and wants one growing in her backyard one day. So, if a guy got her one...
Well, I'd probably marry him on the spot.
And that's the kickoff for our entire plot. I've seen arguments about this film about how, why isn't she the protagonist then, if she's the one with the desire to bring back the trees? It's kind of a bit restrictive if you put it to, the guy will fix this, because he has a crush. But hey, it's dated, and as we've already established, Illumination has no interest in updating its dated material. It's not even that badly dated, but the parts that are. Anyway, let's see the execution.
Don't play with your food. You either, Mom.
So now the kid is snooping around for info about a real tree. Meanwhile, the mum is more into techno trees.
Disco!
No, please, stop, Illumination! Stop doing your Illumination thing! Please, I'm begging you. And it's the grandma who comes up saying you need to find the Onceler. Oh no. This is the movie with him in it? She tells of the man who knows what happened and where to find him. In more poetry terms. Nice. At least they're adapting Dr. Seuss a little bit more in places. He'll tell you everything if you bring him niche knickknacks.
15 cents.
Is that adjusted for inflation? And so the kid scoots out of there through a door in the wall, which then leads to an actual alert going on. Don't know why there is a door in the wall if it leads to an alert, but okay. O'Hare here, the villain, is noticing it now. Is O'Hare from the books? I feel like they might also be an Illumination original. But the boys scoot around through a labyrinth of pollutant factory stuff. Don't pay attention to it. Until eventually they come to see the Deadlands. This is an environmental movie. It's about deforestation. I sure hope there isn't an advert for a Mazda SUV supported by the Lorax. So the boys scooch through with events, you know, they fall into a ditch, they go along a cliff edge, they see sign, you know, content. They come to the street of the lifted Lorax, and then finally the Onceler's house. I was wondering earlier, why is he called the Onceler? Because it kind of just sounds like the one slur, which is very much, I assume, not the tone they're going for. I don't think this is meant to be an allegory for anything like that. Apparently, it's a play on the Once Upon a Time vibe. So he is a Once Upon a Time character. The Onceler. Alright. Anyway, a trapdoor swings the kid in the air and he's caught by the house. But the kid has found him, the Onceler, and they talk through the window. Rejected at first, and then he mentions trees.
But I didn't think anyone still cared about trees.
And the Onceler goes on to say that they're all gone because of me, as we come to see him as a young man. It's all a flashback? I wasn't actually aware of this when I first watched this movie. I never saw it as a kid. I get that the book is entirely the Onceler's kind of story, but I think something's really lost on this adaptation in the fact that the actual plotline of this movie is just a generic, here, let me tell you my story, kind of story. Even if that's what the narrator of the books is sort of presenting the story as, I think what you've really done is just bloated it with a slightly uninteresting real world. This is the part you come to the Lorax to see, I would assume. It's certainly why Tumblr's here again. Because this is the sexy man! And he only exists in the past? Oh, alright then. Eventually, anyway, he wagons to paradise. Norway, if my eyes don't deceive me. Oh, and now there's singing fish, and bear, and birds. It's a display of nature. But also, under the Illumination lens, it looks more like one of those fake short animations that gets shoved onto your iPod for some reason. Remember those? And the Onceler contributes with...
This is the place!
Auto-tune. Oh gosh, remember those days? I didn't realize this was such a musical movie, but I guess that starts to make sense considering Illumination sing. And so, antics roll out. All the animals are angry, and it's all resolved with... marshmallows. What is this movie? So then the Onceler starts chopping down a tree.
A mystical creature as old as time.
22 minutes in, and we finally hear of the Lorax, beyond a single sign. And so he spawns in, saddened by the loss of a single tree. God, this guy would hate natural disasters. All of the animals come together to supply rocks for the funeral too, and so the Lorax goes to confront the Onceler.
I speak for the trees.
The Onceler responds by giving him a marshmallow, and then he starts deconstructing the home. The Lorax curses the Onceler.
But I didn't listen to his warning.
And then there's just a bunch of padding about hearing more of the story as the Onceler kicks the Zac Efron kid out. By the way, he's Zac Efron if you weren't aware, despite his reservations. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe, just maybe. And again, I think this is like part of the problem. Obviously, with a Dr. Seuss book, it's very, very short. Literally just a bedtime story. So they had to pad out this story somehow, but by having it just be, I need to get to the guy to tell me the story of the movie I want to see. And in the meantime, I'll exist in the day. It's not the best formula for a movie. I could see a kid switching off pretty quickly, because I am, and I'm 27. But it's Audrey having a birthday party, blowing out a candle cake. And the Zac Efron kid comes swinging down the stairs, knowing just what she wished for.
Was it perhaps this?
But of course it was a dream. He's kissing a cereal box. So no, we can't see more of the Onceler plot, because the family is busy playing board games instead. This movie is only 90 minutes, and still there are so many additional scenes plugged in to waste your time.
I knew I could break her. Go see him.
Actually, it was Granny delaying things to bore the mum to make him go to the Onceler now, so it's also not even a non-plot delay, it's just a beat. You know, we came out of the story to get a dream, almost board games, and then the board games were interrupted anyway to go back. I don't know. And Ted is now approached by Mr. O'Hare, where he's like, I'll be your worst nightmare. Don't go poking around in what you don't understand. O'Hare reveals he has eyes everywhere, and how he has a lot of things in town to handle your short attention span. And then the kid runs outdoors anyway, and isn't stopped by anybody.
Clearly you missed me, right?
You see, and we're just right back to it. This is just a lot of padding, but it's also not that impactful on the story or the audience. And even this scene isn't even going into the story first. It's more of a back and forth between the two of asking why he wants to hear the story, instead of getting to the story. The kid goes on to explain that he's gonna get a tree for this girl after the Onceler works it out. And then finally we're off, back to the actual flashback story, whereby he snitted a thneed. The very first. It's fabric. He goes to bed and is lifted away. Yeah, this is still a 2012 Illumination movie, right in the middle of their tropes. They swing him into the river, sending him away. Oh, but they left one bear and need to rescue him, for he can't swim. What an action scene with a slow-moving bed. Mostly non-verbal characters. Oh, but now he's gonna be saved.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, it's just padding the movie. We should rename this movie The Lorax. That was a very slow, poorly done joke. I'm sorry. The Onceler falls into slightly more rapid rapids. Fish are singing the end is nigh. And finally he wakes up for the waterfall.
We're in a river.
What commentary. But it continues, seemingly getting worse. There's a bigger waterfall now, and the Lorax drops a boulder, all for... The Lorax officially has a kill count, but uses the bears as a defibrillator to wake him up. That's nice. I like that gag. I feel like there hasn't been all that many gags, to be honest with you. Unless you count pop culture music call-outs. The bed does a flip at one point in the river, that's fun. And appreciation for surviving turns into distaste for chucking his bed in the river in the first place. So, they actually communicate. Onceler declaring that he'll never chop down another tree because everyone else needs them. So it's the next day and everyone lives here now. It was cold outside and it seemed so cozy in here, they say. This is their way of keeping an eye on him. More conflict out of nowhere. Because to be fair, conflict is kind of the fuel of a movie, but okay. Meanwhile, the Onceler finally gives the Thneed pitch.
It's a swimsuit.
Playing music in the gondola, but was hit with tomatoes instead. The general public lashing out at him, and overall just hating his design. Yeah, this is the kind of etiquette of the current modern general public, I feel. But it lands on one girl's head, and...
Cool hat.
Now it's a slice of life in the nature. He cooks pancakes for everyone. It's almost a lovely little pocket of something, until interrupted by a crowd of people. It's another song about Thneed. Find that guy's hard drives. The Onceler then goes on to invite their family to come here. But back to the kid in town now, who still hasn't heard the entire story despite visiting on 2 separate days. He's taking Grandma to Mini-Mart, where he goes on to see Audrey. And then we immediately move on. Was it a needed scene? Really? Now Audrey comes home to see the graffiti has been removed, and the kid uses his bike to swing out of the boundary, going through the houses and over the rooftops. See, this is a nice bit, especially with the Seussian architecture going on here, yet it's somehow not that exciting to look at. I don't know if it's the music making it dull or what, but this bit here is so unexecuted. Maybe a pop culture song would have fit better here, because it just happens in front of you this time. Anyway, back to the flashback.
It was all downhill from there.
The family has arrived. They're all rednecks with no regard for nature. Hitting home on the theme here. They're ready to get to work for the Onceler, even though they were all berating him earlier, but family is family, I guess. The caravan extends, very Illumination, I like it, and the Lorax comes to intrude. The Onceler's here telling his vision of a town full of Thneeds, to which the Lorax says, which way does a tree fall? The way it leans. That sounds profound. Was it Dr. Seuss that wrote that? Yeah, he did. That's where the intelligent dialogue comes from. That makes sense. God, whose idea was it to put Illumination in charge with the rest of the dialogue? The family then comes round to say that harvesting the tufts is taking too long.
Start chopping down the trees.
And so they do. The auntie even going as far as to dispose of the Lorax somewhat. And of course, they're all upset. With the Lorax being like, hey, you broke your promise. You're better than this. Sure. And for the kids that really don't get the idea behind this movie, they have the Lorax go out of his way to outright say,
"This is bad!"
Which, I know Illumination is aiming low for demographics, but I've never seen an idea or theme be so overtly said. This is bad. Oh, God. And so, the Onceler does the thing. He brings out the guitar, and he does the bit. I'll say it again. How is this guy the Tumblr sexy man? And so it's a montage of the factory being built. And doing it as a montage allows us to skip any confrontation against the supposed weeks it would take to build Thneedville, all against the backing of these vaguely gradient backgrounds. Which, yeah, I guess looks like a nice sunset, but the rest is really just easy, unbudgeted, empty space. I can't believe this is in an Illumination movie. They were really pushing for full efficiency on their movie, if they didn't even want to do the backgrounds anymore, yet make so much profit.
And the PR people are lying!
Wow, this is so on the nose considering how Illumination treated the IP with a sponsorship. The Onceler now has gone full send on being evil, despite his clear connection with some of the animals before. And now, finally, the Lorax appears.
So how are things?
What are you doing here?
The Onceler goes on to ask why he hasn't used his powers yet, and how nothing really is going to stop him, until the one last tree falls. It's time now to look in despair for the Onceler. I mean, there's probably more over the horizon. You just gotta move a little bit. But yes, that's what stopped him finite resources.
I wonder what the next $1 million invention's gonna be.
And that's what had O'Hare gun for clean air. The family leaves, disappointed in the Onceler now. The animals can't live here anymore, so they commute away. I know that walk. Yeah, this was essentially the UK the day after Brexit. Lorax then lifts himself into the heavens? I'm sorry, this is meant to be serious? He's literally hoiking his own ass! And the Onceler is left all alone, bringing us back to present day. He's been regretting it every day, confused by the unless stone that happens to be on the floor nearby. But the kid is the reason to turn things around. Nothing is gonna get better unless someone cares a lot, they say as he drops a magic seed to the kid.
You need to plant it, Ted.
Why exactly the Onceler couldn't do it this entire time if he had the seed or whatever, I don't know, okay. And it all has to go to the kids, of course. Alright, off you go, Ted, Zac Efron. Nobody cares, but make them care. Plant it in the middle of town so everyone can see, he says. It's not about what it is, but what it can become. There are elements of good writing in here, because this is taking elements from good writing. But God, is this movie execution not really it? And so the kid heads out, being like, I won't let you down, hairy man. So he sneaks into town. He calls out to Audrey to meet at his house, leaves the seed in his room, but water pours onto it, as O'Hare also arrives in his house, demanding the seed. But despite closing into the room that it was in, it's gone.
This doesn't involve you!
Suddenly, the mum has the guts to call him out and kick him out. Turns out Granny has it now. Don't know how or when, but it's finale time. Now, Mum also enjoys the real seed, despite earlier calling out for the disco trees. Alright. As Audrey comes in.
And you're gonna help me plant it right in the middle of town.
So they drive right to town. The non-minion minions following. Why only them and not O'Hare as well? I have no idea. It's a car chase. Kinda. It's not very built for it though, is it? And certainly not as appealing as it could have been.
Oh, hello.
But it was a distraction. O'Hare was one step ahead, I guess, in chasing the second wave. Huh? Wow. Aw. Still not that interesting of a chase sequence. But they get to the elevator in time. The villain grapples up to the top, wins the seed to the air, and they snowboard down. I mean, I guess it's vaguely good. Again, the environment here is grandiose. The snowboarding grandma has already been done with Hoodwinked, though. And again, the tone is just muted the whole way. It's like the architecture and the design is really good because of its source material, but just the execution in making this impactful is lost somewhere in the Illumination machine. And the seed is in a plastic bottle. And that's the defeat as he crashes into the cafe. They need to plant it, but there's no dirt anywhere. So Granny then commandeers a digger. There's dirt under the floor.
Why would we need a tree?
Exactly.
The villain is here to monologue about the badness of real trees, as one final push to switch him away from the public opinion that this is good.
Think about the kids.
Huh. Real political lines there. The kids respond by saying the trees create clean air for free, and that destroys his entire argument. Though the crowd returns to fight alongside O'Hare anyway, to which the kid crashes into the wall. And so, the public witness the Deadlands on the outside. He monologues about speaking for the trees before showcasing the seed. Where did the Onceler get it anyway? The villain goes on to tell us what you think.
But my name's Sai.
Oh, okay, maybe don't tell us what you think, Sai. Everyone then each starts to sing about Let It Grow. Hold on, are you kidding me?
Let it grow, let it grow.
This movie predates Frozen, and it has an almost identical lyric as its main piece.
Let it grow, let it go.
Incredible. As much as Megamind must have been kicking it for having the less successful minion, I bet Illumination's kicking it for having the less successful Let It O song. And then even the villain gets involved.
I say let it die.
That's fun, as they physically assault him and rocket him away. Very Illumination. Does a rocket not also produce environmentally pollutant fumes? The town finds another excuse to sing and dance about it all, as the Onceler looks out.
Thank you, Ted.
The kid gets his plant planted, he gets the kiss, and we time-lapse the growth of the tree. The Once-ler watering, witnessing birds, and also the Lorax appears again, landing on the Unless stone.
You done good, Beanpole.
He did? I thought he hermited in his house for like 50 years, full of regret until someone else popped up to do all of the plotline. Taking the idea of someone has to care a lot to make change really literally, as it all falls to someone else. Okay, this is a super mid Illumination movie. Illumination is in charge of the execution of this movie, right? Was any of this actually memorable? Maybe that how bad could it possibly be, but that's just an overt overexposure to it. Everything else in this movie was just too muted and boring. This movie, it was an easy cash grab with minimal artistic introduction. From a world as wacky as Dr. Seuss, there was just so little wackiness. At most, it's the architecture of the town, and that's the bare bones of Illumination's contribution anyway. It's nice to see these characters in 3D, a message vaguely got across and then was immediately run over by that SUV commercial, but I guess the idea of Illumination holding back is maybe a good thing, since the alternative would have been way too many more pop culture references, pop culture songs, and overly safe generic storytelling. And that was the terrible Illumination's Lorax. Just another bad environmental movie to add to the piling collection. Aardman's terrible Chicken Run 2 is next. A recent one, actually. And arguably, I think what I've been stating is actually one of Aardman's worst movies. But Aardman naturally, through just the process of their animation, is stellar cinematic technique and prowess. Even if this movie could never keep up with the shadow of its original being one of the best stop-motion movies of all time, this is still a stop-motion movie. It is incredibly well made, so the narrative's flat and the visuals aren't as deep and gritty. We're just not that edgy anymore. That doesn't make this movie by itself in a bubble terrible. Not at all. Just doesn't keep up to the massive standards we now have for Aardman. Comfortably mid, arguably good. Aardman Animation is a real underdog of an animation studio. Not only were they not really good enough for DreamWorks, but they're stop motion and they're British. Tags that kind of make them not the ultimate mainstream producer. But despite that, they do have some massive accolades in their history, since the original Chicken Run is the most financially successful box office hit in the stop motion genre. So it probably comes as no surprise that they were going to make a sequel with Chicken Run 2, Dawn of the Nugget. But this new installment did take 23 years to produce. And with a studio that puts in as much care and detail into every frame, because that is what the genre of this animation needs to do, you can bet that they were putting in all the stops to make sure that this sequel doesn't fall into any pit holes, you know? We're in an era of sequels and reboots where everything's just kind of done for the greedy sake of it. And though there's also clearly the financial incentive that makes this seem like a greedy project, there are a lot of things that they try to do right to make it a little bit more soulful and still a great Aardman classic. But I came into this movie skeptical. From what I was seeing in the trailers, it just kind of looked like more of the same. It was nice that the animation quality is slightly better. It's just brighter lighting, really, and then other tiny things that I can't even perceive. But it seemed unnecessary. After the perfect, open-ended, happy ending of they get to live their paradisical, heavenly dreams from now on as the finale to their story, I figured that was it. Don't touch it, don't bother it anymore. And then there were other dramas that people added to the conversation, like the fact that they've swapped out different voice actors for the times. And honestly, I don't really think it makes a big difference. Some characters sound slightly different sometimes. It's fine. But yes, finally, this morning I was able to see it. After years and years of waiting and months of it being announced, finally Chicken Run 2 is here. And it was better than I thought. I guess because I'm so used to just classic, super greedy, forced sequel bait, I was expecting this to be the same. But no, it's decent Aardman quality. There are all sorts of jokes in the early moments that I find really funny. I love pretty much every visual gag this movie has to offer. I'm just a visual gags kind of guy. Now, the spanner in the works in this story is the fact that now there is a child intermixed in. And what's really nice right up front and center is the thematics behind this story. With Ginger obviously being all about freedom and wanting to get out of her cage, now her daughter is exactly like her, and even more thematic is she's so into wanting to be free that she wants to escape paradise, to the point that her overprotective parents and village end up caging the child to keep her safe. It's a brilliant flip on the usual format between the freedom of trying to escape a hellhole and then being overprotective over the next generation. That is a brilliant theme, and then the rest of the movie happens. See, eventually, the child does escape. She grows up, she's like a teenager now. She goes out and discovers a whole new chicken farm. This time, the chickens don't even know that they're going to be tortured in some sort of ways. They voluntarily go to a van that picks them up, and they're like, yay, it's sausage party. They made sausage party. Suddenly, Molly, the child, ends up getting taken into the chicken farm. What a surprise. And it's no longer being an escape movie to get out of a farm, but a heist movie to get in and out of the farm. Alright, sure, there's a lot of heist movies, so there could easily be some cliches going along here. And naturally, in Chicken Run fashion, it's a big ensemble group. It's not just Gingy that shows up, it's also Rocket, 3 of the friends, and also the 2 rats. But to be fair, a lot of these are fan favorite characters, fun to see. So, you know, there are beats, they do a whole thing about getting in, you see all these different over-complex militant blockades that this factory farm has, sure. But though Aardman does know how to have fun with some of its concepts and some of its visuals, the dialogue, man, the actual worded jokes were easily some of the most forced stuff I've ever seen. Clearly, Aardman was aware that Babs was the fan favorite character. Many of her lines became full-on mainstream memes. You know the one. I don't want to be a pie. I don't like gravy. So they brought that back, and it's like, I don't want to charge into the fray. I'm fray-phobic. Like, that is the worst joke I could have possibly imagined. All you needed to do was copy the exact same formula, not invent a word like fray-phobic, and then just chuck either on the end of it to acknowledge you've said it before, you know? But no, practically all of Babs' lines are callbacks in some form to everything she said in the original. She's constantly talking about going on holiday. She's constantly saying that went well. It's like she's become a parody of herself, and it really doesn't work. There's some clearly nice story beats going on with the entire plot being this nice, you know, expansive world that they're trying to, you know, they do some choreography, sure. And the thematics of freedom and generational trauma and PTSD, brilliant. But it's so clearly a little bit too forcibly fan servicey. Sometimes you can do it well. I do not think this was it. Scenes that included the rats were always a lot of fun. I got a very strong flushed away vibe from them, even with the casting rearranged. There's a point where the 2 of them are falling down and I'm literally thinking, keep your legs straight when you hit the water. Or similarly, the umbrella then takes them upwards again, like the end of Flushed Away. There's even a snail in the Flushed Away's design that's there, but he's just listening to the old man talk. Yeah, I guess that's a joke, but it doesn't even emphasize that he's trying to run away and can't. Like, it happens, but he's not like emoting, being like the slug from Monsters University, I guess. I don't know what I'm asking for here. Still, the rats were fun, that's all good, and I really liked that because there was this big ensemble cast, they split up and tackled different things at the same time. You had Molly right in the center of this playground where chickens are hypnotized and going through the perfect playtime area to make them seem like they're constantly happy, and then they completely obliviously just jump into the grinder. Apparently it makes them taste better. You've got Rocket up with the rats handling the vent system and mazing around everywhere. The other hens discover the giant camera system to see different parts of the facility. It's nice. And though I guess I'm happy on paper that they each found different parts of the facility, they kind of just exist there for about 30 seconds, and then they all meet up in the middle again, and it goes a bit too fast. I kind of wish each of them tackled their own individual problems and then came back for a finale. It didn't really happen that way, but I mean, that's fine. It's like, yeah. But hey, I can't exactly criticize a plot for not going the way I would write it. That's bad reviewing. Still, something about the middle did feel a little bit off, you know? Molly is saved almost immediately, and there is an extra element of Molly wants to go back in to save her new friend Frizzle, but also I feel like it happens just way too early. Gingy almost immediately finishes her arc being like, I shouldn't have been such an overbearing parent. Molly, I'll let you be free. Yahahaza. And so to make her arc go a little further, she then ends up getting hypnotized for about a minute, and then she's immediately saved again. I think it would have been nice even if that was extended, so that Gingy, the usual leader, is completely clueless for the rest of the mission, and the others have to get on without their leader, guiding themselves, you know? But no, it all kind of just sped ran all the beats in a way that made it feel flat more than anything. There was a lot of formula to this movie that it kept reinterpreting from the original, and it clearly shows. There's a moment where, just like in the original, a chicken is killed. But instead of it being a slow, drooling moment, you see the legs dangling and then it chops off in the shadow silhouette. Instead, it's a big happy hypnosis thing when they jump into the grinder. but it doesn't feel the same. There's nowhere near that kind of dread. I guess it's because it's got sugar-coated paint over the whole thing, but it's still, something about it didn't work thematically. I was very surprised that they did full-on play the sounds of grinders behind the curtains and they actually turned them into chicken nuggets and you could see it. But I think there's something about how it's so much more personal in the original that it works way better than the super corporate, almost fantasy level of fast food production of these chickens. But speaking of formulaic, the most notable decision, whether it's good or bad, comes in the form that yes, they brought back Mrs. Tweedy. Now, I like, actually, that she has since divorced and married someone else with the exact same body type and idiocy in comparison to her. She apparently has a type. I like her new design. Extra evil, extra sci-fi this time. But I think the thing I really do dislike, other than the fact that she exists, so it's clearly just doing the original again, but worse, is the fact that the trailers had to spoil it. The trailers really ruined a lot of elements of this, I genuinely feel. Because the reveal of her being back, I think, was really, really good if you didn't know it. She has a long, drooling staircase moment with her legs only shown, just like the first time you see her. Legs only shown. But because you know it's her, it's kind of like the first 40 minutes are wasted because you're waiting for her. And despite being all sci-fi fantasy this time, she still swings around an axe by the end of it. It's just like, there's an idea here that could have been really good, and an execution that could have been brilliant, but it all, in a way, just feels kind of flat. Especially when your history is one of the greatest stop-motion animated movies of all time. It just falls flat in comparison, which is basically exactly what I feared this movie would be from the start. Better than I thought. I liked a good chunk of the jokes in a lot of different ways, and I liked the themings when I dig for them myself. But so many lines were forced, so many story beats were repeated from the original, and there were practically no real fresh ideas. There's laser ducks, and they explode. Yeah, that'll do it. You've got a fire-starting magnifying moment, as if it's Toy Story 1 again. You got a eyeball camera thing, like it's Squid Game. You got the flushed-away umbrella moments that I mentioned before, or bashing through a little vent hole, like Toy Story 2, or the giant human chicken man, like Toy Story 2. I could see so many other animated movies in this, and I'm not sure if they're meant to be references, or if it's meant to be cliches we've already seen before. I do like the husband element of Mrs. Tweedy some more. There is another man that gets introduced that's seemingly going to be the next husband. And they do open up the story to then, what do you know, freeing all the other chickens. But also, even then, that becomes an immediate success. Sort of. Once they're released, they just immediately barrage out and run away, and there's no character depth for any of them, but I guess it is a giant crowd. We've got enough an ensemble, that's fine. But then also, when trying to save them, the final action sequence takes place on the grinder conveyor. Of course it does, right? All the friend hens are stuck on the end, about to be pushed in. Mrs. Tweedy's in the backstage, up on an up-top walkway with her axe, swinging away at Gingy, and also Molly, and also Rocket. They have the remote to turn it off, and they just don't press it for the longest of time. Molly goes over some wires and grabs it, but doesn't press it. Chucks it to Gingy, who grabs it, but hesitates to touch it. It's to the point there's even a shot of all the hens literally horizontal above the grinder, and it was so delayed. It was so too much. They even go on another tangent about Rocket's swing over on the wire after that horizontal shot, that it really took me out of it. It ruined the pacing of the action sequence. I get sometimes really editing it to make it seem, as high-strung, dramatic as possible. I think this movie edited it badly. I think the pacing of that final moment was too far off the edge that it's off. It's ruined. I couldn't get over it. Mrs. Tweedy is then actually chucked into the physical grinder and somehow does not come out like a big old blob of meat. Instead, a battered one. She then also teleports to the getaway van at the end and is just swinging an axe through the roof, which, not as good as flying in the sky, I have legitimately forgotten what happens to her on the van. That really says something if I've literally forgotten your super climax. But then they return back to paradise and they set up a whole new district whereby they're going to go out there in the world and save all the chicken farms in the future. Also, suddenly, the moment they started this heist, they have the power to create a floating cloud. How did they do that? Doesn't that kind of ruin the element of how hard it was to build a flying big old cuckoo nest thing in the past? I guess that was because they had limited resources and now they have technology somewhere? I don't know. It's a weird movie the further you look into it. It's nice that the characters came back. It's a fun little romp. There are some good Aardman jokes, but so much of it is so clearly just retreaded material that it just feels like it's gone a bit stale. This movie came out to be exactly what I feared. A bit better than I thought, but this is not an Aardman greatest hits. It's a solid mid-movie. And it's a shame, because maybe there was room for a really good movie with different thematic tweaks and changes on the ensemble and just, I don't know, something a bit more creative, but the jokes were flat, the lines were naff, there were very few fresh ideas. In the end, it was just a little bit of a cash grab, retreading the steps again. I'm glad I saw it, I'm glad it exists, and I would recommend it to other people. But the pacing was weird. The story was bleh, and even the choreography was alright, but it wasn't anything brilliant, you know? It is what it is, and now they can expand to maybe a TV series of showing off other farmlands, I don't know. I, at the very least, am both mildly pleasantly surprised and overall disappointed. But I guess that's pretty fitting for this industry anyway at the minute. Turns out British people can have just the same problems as everybody else. These chickens just ended up a little undercooked. And on that note, I'll end it off here. My name's been Daz. You didn't really care. Let me know your thoughts on this movie. It's only just come out, but I'm curious to see your thoughts. Maybe I'm in the minority here. I am quite a grouchy, pessimistic guy these days, so who knows. Oh, now we're gonna move on from that to the terrible Finding Dory movie. As per usual, I think that's a bit of a controversial statement, stuck on the bad side of our unfortunately binary system, having very much the same traits as all of these things. It's massively overshadowed by its masterpiece original, but when you especially take these movies in as a bubble of its own, and also take note of how much it still managed to resonate with an audience because it's not offensively bad like some of the terribles we've covered, this is fine. It's fine, and they do a lot of really nice things that we will continue to praise in this next upcoming segment. So fine, I admit it. Maybe Finding Dory just isn't that terrible. This is Pixar's terrible Finding Dory movie. It's no secret that at least before Inside Out 2, Pixar sequels just were not it. With the exception of the likes of Toy Story sequels and a little part of maybe Monsters University. Generally, at this era of Pixar, it was just not quite capturing the magic of the classics. Even Incredibles 2. Great in a bubble, terrible when you compare it to the original. And I think Finding Dory lands exactly in that same kind of territory, where maybe these movies are inoffensive, mid-tier family fun on their own, but the thing is, they have to follow up to some absolute masterpieces. And the same rings true with Finding Dory. In concept, moving the focus away to another character can work great for a sequel, when you have a world that could be explored further. But the central arc of the first movie has been resolved. In the case of Nemo and Marlin, that certainly applies. However, I'd wager that this movie suffers from what else can happen. That being over-explaining a comedy side character from the first movie, whilst the main characters from that initial movie just hang around without any of their depth from the first one intact. Let alone the true colors of this movie's star coming out in a big scandal later on, making this movie all the more annoying to watch back on in rewatch. That being said, for a movie that doesn't seem to get talked about a lot now, it was a massive hit at a time. This is a $1 billion movie. So business-wise, you can see why this movie exists. But was it enough on the creative front? Well, we begin in a similar way to Monsters University, having the baby version of the main characters kick things off.
Okay, Daddy.
If you want to simultaneously have a bit of backstory for thematic context whilst also hard launching the need for merchandise, there's no better. Just stick big eyes on a small version of a recognized character design and yay, cute baby. And yes, this is also the point to appreciate that Pixar managed to give a fish a receding hairline. Very impressive, gotta give it to them there. And as we go into the titles, there is a sense of mystery as we don't see how Dory got lost, just after that scene with her parents.
And we know you'll never forget us.
And from there, her origin's pretty brutal. She grows up lost, forgetting every few minutes about any progress she's made, until eventually she forgets she was even looking for her parents.
Well, I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for.
Immediately, this takes what was often played for laughs in the first movie into this tragic backstory, which takes us right up to our entry point in the first movie.
A boat? Hey, I've seen a boat.
You have?
So in case you were wondering where the hell her life was before this point, there you go, all wrapped up. It's actually kind of depressing. We then cut to a year later where Nemo is somehow still a child, even though I'm pretty sure that's not how fish biology works. The average clownfish only lives for 6 to 10 years, so take from that what you will, though to be fair, Marlin's meant to be the mum anyway, due to biology. Clownfish, when the female disappears, has the main male become the female for future partners. Anyway, moving on, we spend the next couple minutes recounting the first movie's events. Classic sequel stuff.
Which one of us traveled across the entire ocean?
Nemo did.
In fact, it's a full-on, all of your favorite characters are briefly back kind of scene.
Well, you made it!
Only this time, Mr. Ray has to contend with Dory joining in so she can be faced directly with her character arc.
Where'd you grow up, Dory?
Me?
With the subsequent field trip being either Dory interrupting Mr. Ray every opportunity she can, or her showing up because she's remembered another detail of her backstory. However, a big highlight of this scene is the migration of the Rays. Visually, it is incredible, and if you didn't look closely at the cartoon eyes, it could probably pass for some actual nature footage. Then you add in the male voice choir going on, which makes perfect sense with Mr. Ray's established character traits.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
And it's just an all-round great concept. There are some genuinely good ideas peppered into this movie. It's kind of like having a bunch of great side gags and ideas sewn together by a wider narrative that doesn't quite work. For me, anyway. It's here that Dory gets her trauma spike backstory flashback.
Could you live more?
More Bay, California?
Lucky that she took in the name of the place while she was a kid. This time, the fish are going to America, the other way around the world. And that's a pretty hefty trip for these little fish, considering they live in the Great Barrier Reef, which is by, you know, Australia, which is why they went to Australia in the first movie. I mean, as we saw, Dory grew up on her journey from A to B. It took so long. But as far as the crossing the entire Pacific Ocean in 2 minutes of screen time goes, they have a pretty good callback to throw in.
But I know it.
It's a weirdly Marvel-ish kind of reintroduction of the characters, but whatever. Followed by a pretty forced dumb joke.
Isn't it great? I'm gonna be totally sick!
Bury down with the kids, Pixar. And once they've arrived, already, it's time for 2 minutes of Ellen DeGeneres saying the words mum and dad at an increasingly high volume. Plug your ears.
Mom! Dad!
Oh boy. And of course, her loudly shouting is what gets them in trouble with this movie's go at upping the sharks in the first movie. You gotta just bump up the stakes every time. This time being a giant squid, which makes sense as they haven't done one of those yet, and we're about to spend the next hour in an aquarium.
Swim for your life!
And the chase weaving through the sunken cargo ship, yeah, it's a great action sequence. The squid relentlessly weaving through that environment, even knocking a few shipping containers through its strength. We also get a little bit of some peril for Nemo, because we needed at least a little bit of that in this movie. Because yes, this is gonna be the obvious red flag of this movie, because with Dory taking so much of the focus and runtime, we don't get a great deal of story from Nemo or Marlin's relationship. The Nemo is missing in the Finding Nemo sequel. You know, the very thing that fuels this entire franchise.
Are you okay? What happened?
Not now, Dory.
We get a glimpse of that concern from Marlin here, but their relationship is generally sidelined in this one. They're not relevant. Dory may be the main character, but I feel like that arc could have still been played with a bit somehow. In this scene, we at least get that reminder that Marlin's love for Nemo is still there, even in his harsh words for Dory.
Go wait over there and forget.
Like, you can tell it's at least a fear response over his care for Nemo. And yes, this leads us into a whole second act's worth of what could possibly go wrong. Starting with what I'm pretty sure is the first ever non-Carsified celebrity to be acknowledged in a Pixar movie.
Hello, I'm Sigourney Weaver.
And it kind of feels weird. In my mind, these characters don't exist in these timeless worlds, rather than the more Shrek pop culture reference route. It's a small thing, you know, it doesn't affect the movie overall. It's just something I noticed. You know, it's just... Followed by a quick rehash of the first movie.
Marlin! Nemo!
Not again! Not again!
Well, there we go. if you weren't buying the philosophical Finding Dory title, you can interpret it literally now as well. You're welcome. I feel like just that concept from the title is what greenlit this entire movie. Had to be the philosophical front to feel smart. It just didn't turn out that way. What a shame. Because yes, our setting for the rest of the movie is revealed as a marine life sanctuary. Forget the genuine exploration of the big blue, we got straight to the ending destination. And now we're gonna be there for ages. And this place is decidedly prison looking from the outside, which won't be the last time I can point to some crossover with Toy Story 3. This is when we meet potentially the highlight character of the movie.
Dory,
Name's Hank.
From its very first reveal, you can just tell the creativity that went into this character design. His ability to blend into every background so quickly may not hold water to an actual octopus, but hey, it's a lot more realistic than what Penguins of Madagascar did with an octopus character the next year. It also speaks to his sneakiness in general, as clearly early on, he's not the most trustworthy octopus out there.
If I just take your tag, I can take your place on the transport truck.
And there's just something about an octopus chilling in a sink with his arm hanging over the side whilst drinking coffee that can't not be funny. There are definitely two highlight side characters to this one. That's Hank and that's the seals.
You interrupted my favourite dream.
Is that the one about you laying on this rock?
Yeah.
Again, it's the individual bits that are great at times. It's like a sketch show through the Finding Nemo universe, which I'd also say the first one had elements of, just with a better story. Meanwhile, Hank endures more of Dory's Total Recall arc.
Purple shell! Purple shell! Hank, my home had a purple shell!
Before Dory dives into, from her frame of species anyway, a bucket full of dead bodies.
I gotta blink. How do you hold your eyes open that long?
Pretty dark. Played for laughs. Lovely stuff. Leading Dory to our next new character, Destiny, who was apparently Dory's pipe pal back in the day, giving us an origin for her speaking whale. Man, she did quite a lot in her toddler years before she got lost, didn't she? We meet this beluga guy as well, and it's a bit of a fun back and forth, but I've now realized what's missing from this second one. A sense of stakes. Sure, it'll be nice for Dory to reunite with her parents, and they've built an adventure around that, but the times of the essence quest of the first movie is lacking here. This movie is fundamentally a pursuit towards Dory's past, whereas the first was very much an active issue in the present, where they had to get to Nemo before that girl with the braces unalived him. I'm sorry. That was the stakes the first one had, whereas I rarely feel much jeopardy in this one. Even in the case with the giant squid, for whatever reason, that sense of danger from Bruce in the first movie just wasn't there. And I think the aquarium marine sanctuary setting is an interesting place to take a Finding Nemo sequel, but inevitably there are just a lot more static interactions. I'm not getting that adventure and momentum that the first one had, nor any challenge in any of these central relationships. I can see the constant recalling of Marlin's snap before they were separated.
Dory will just forget us. Like you said, it's what she does best.
Is meant to evoke the fallout between him and Nemo the first time round, but it just doesn't have the same emotional weight. And it's interesting because there is actually an alternative Finding Nemo sequel that Disney Toons made. We made a cancelled episode about it yonks ago. I wouldn't exactly say it's a better movie by any means, but it's different. Ironically, it does have a bit of that sanctuary in it, but also Nemo has a twin in that one, so interesting. Anyway, Dory's not even thinking about that exchange for most of her time away from them, and I hate it when you could just spot those lines thrown in there to make you feel like Marlin did a mean thing to feel bad about. Nonetheless, the guilt trip here works, and Marlin agrees to let this bird fly him and Nemo in via sand bucket, giving us a little alternative to the pelican mouth situation from the first movie, but again, without that sense of peril. Remember how iconic the mine scene was? It's an entertaining enough way to get them in there, though.
Why do I keep getting talked into insane choices?
As Hank and Dory sneak around on a pushchair, it's also interesting to see the overlap of what could be a Toy Story set piece or a Finding Nemo set piece. They have a few small characters sneaking around human premises going on, And a pretty smooth bit of storytelling here, as Hank and Dory's actions have causality to Marlin and Nemo's journey. That's like some of the things this movie could have leaned on more. And seeing as we're on Toy Story crossover appeal here, this scene feels straight out like it's from the Sunnyside Daycare playbook.
Hands up!
And feels just as on the money. I'd say this might be the best individual concept this movie throws out there. Turning this recognizable situation you see in a lot of aquariums on its head and making it suitably horrific.
They're in my space!
Making the hands descending to the ground with bomb sound effects is a particular highlight. It's just interesting to think how this perspective might be just how director Andrew Stanton, who has worked on all of the Toy Story movies and is directing the 5th one, we'll see how well that one goes, naturally sort of writes from. Time for another Total Recall moment for Dory.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming.
Yes, we're just going to be finding an explanation for anything Dory said or did in the first movie. There is definitely something potentially cute about giving all this stuff an explanation, but also makes it feel kind of forced in some ways as well, because this is technically a retcon, you know? I doubt Dory's backstory was written before the first movie, so they're kind of just cramming these ideas in there. I don't think it always works perfectly. However, at the end of the sequence, we get reminded once more just how good at animation Pixar is.
Welcome to the open ocean.
The reveal of the giant fish enclosure is just incredible and must have taken so long to put together. It's such a brief shot, though hopefully they were able to reuse the animation once she's actually inside the enclosure. Meanwhile, Marlin and Nemo continue to attempt an emotional arc.
I miss Dory.
Me too.
With Nemo annoyed at Marlin for not trusting Dory, despite the fact Dory nearly got them killed earlier. Can't really debate it, she wouldn't shut up and they nearly got eaten by squid. But sure, we need to have another movie of Marlin being wrong about everything, so Dory can be the hero.
What would Dory do?
What would Dory do?
And yeah, their plan from here is that they'll find Dory if they don't think about anything properly and just do stupid stuff until they find her. I think Pixar struggles to write stupid main characters. It's the same thing with Mater being the protagonist in Cars 2. It just, I don't know, it feels naff when they try and make plots around it. This idea shouldn't work, but they are bound by the narrative of this movie, so it does.
Hey! It's working!
Which leads them to another of the movie's better concepts, a clown with mouth motions like a puppet.
But scallops have eyes, and she was looking for something different.
I'll say it again, it's a solid sketch show. Like, there's some really good comedy set pieces throughout this. Anyway, time for Dory and Hank to have an emotional moment after knowing each other for like 10 minutes.
I'll have a hard time forgetting you, though.
And it's time to drop Dory into the tank, introducing another neat Pixar idea, characterizing this busy aquarium as a New York street, with the same level of manners too.
Hi, hello, have you seen a mom and a dad without me?
Until she finds the shells, which are just as she left them. Now, I'm sure the shells may well have been left how they were, but it does make me wonder what kind of time frame we're working with here. Particularly with Nemo still being a similar size after a year. Was this like 10 years ago in this universe? I don't know. We then get a flashback taking us back to the faithful moment she gets lost. And of course, it happens in a moment of the parents panicking about will she make it on her own, whilst leaving their child of concern on her own. And you'll never guess what happens. Hate it when that happens. As do I when Ellen DeGeneres has the floor to talk to herself for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm lost. It's too hard. I can't remember. Pipe pals! Pipe pals!
Following this panic monologue, she works out she can consult her pipe pals to help her. Beluga Guy regaining his echolocation so we can make a little bit of a Mission Impossible situation out of this. Another creative idea.
What is it? I can't tell, but it's coming for her.
Leading us to the reunion with Nemo and Marlin.
Dory! My gosh!
I mean, hey, I guess you couldn't have it go exactly the same way as the original. Maybe this movie didn't need the stakes of the original, but again, I just feel a distinct lack of momentum and urgency. We now know where Dora's parents theoretically are. Cool. And they give an attempt to add some emotion in there.
Do you think my parents will want to see me?
A sentiment we see in a lot of movies, though usually from characters who have a difficult relationship at home, which, from the audience perspective anyway, doesn't line up with what we've seen from them. So this moment just doesn't hit in the same way as if that jeopardy had actually been there. And Marlin's way to bring her back around is recounting the first movie again.
And finding my son. You made all that happen.
And they just keep adding beats to try and make this more emotional. Like this sudden revelation that finding her parents automatically means she's leaving.
Does this mean we have to say goodbye?
We do.
So that's now part of the bargain as well. Have you chatted this one over with her? If anything, the one real question that should be floating around this situation is, are they even still alive after all this time?
They're dead?
There we go. The sequence of Dory processing this as everything goes wrong is very well executed. Finally, something.
Dory, are you alright?
Are you okay?
You really get that air of everything suddenly spiraling out of control. From a great moment to a convenient one now, after filling more time with Ellen repeating the same sentence.
What do I do? What do I do?
Dory just finds them.
It's you. It's really you.
And convenient as it is, parents going to extraordinary lengths for their kids is something emblematic of the whole franchise.
We believed you'd find us again.
But yeah, I still think it was a pretty extreme belief there. That baby blue tang with a short-term memory should have been dead within days. But still, that didn't happen. And so, reunited with her family, Dory forgets they were ever apart, and we never found out exactly what happened to...
Oh, I haven't been all by myself.
It was at this moment that she knew. She f***ed up.
Marlin and Nemo!
Just kidding! It's time for the semi-reverse of the first movie's climax, seeing as that involved a fishing boat, and this time it's a facility that cares for fish. And this may just be one of the nuttiest Pixar climaxes I've ever seen. I thought similar of Toy Story 4 until I remembered this one existed. We kick off with bombastic yet acceptable whales jumping out of the enclosure and into the sea. Okay, yeah, I'll buy it. Then we have some otters volunteering to stop traffic, open the back of a truck, somehow, before the octopus hijacks the truck and proceeds to drive it. Also factoring in the pauses to reunite Nemo and Marlin, the bird to separate them again, Nemo and Marlin saying hi to the parents.
Marlin?
Jenny? Nemo?
Charlie?
Donkey!
But mainly, the octopus is driving a truck. Once again, this is Toy Story energy. Specifically Toy Story 2 energy. Cue lame line from the drivers.
We are so fired!
Well done, dialogue. Again though, I can't say that this has the same emotional weight as the net of fishes working together thanks to Nemo and resolving the story-wide overprotectiveness of Marlin. But you do just have to appreciate the sheer bombacity of it. I don't know what thematically or other depths this could mean, but hey, it's a fun sequence. I can't emphasize this enough. You have an octopus driving a truck and then using the flight direction of some gulls to dive it into the sea. And I have to admit, the shot of the slow-mo truck diving into the water is also pretty spectacular.
Represents the final part.
And to the resolution where everyone's now part of the gang.
But until he does, I'm your substitute teacher.
Get all those final gags and hits in there before the end of the movie, including Dory's parents, hanging around for the see you after school moment despite not actually dropping Dory off. You know, they're just sort of there, and then they just sort of leave, okay?
Nice day for a swim, huh?
And I guess they just needed to be in the scene to acknowledge their existence, seeing as this whole movie was about finding them, wasn't it? But other than a repeat of a flashback, that's the last time we see them. It's sort of a, we're here too now. Cool. Alright, bye-bye. But instead, they leave so we can have the final scene with Marlin and Dory. They are the Buzz and Woody of this joint after all. Just the two of them by the drop-off.
So beautiful out here.
It's just me, you, and the moon.
Hey, you two should kiss!
Do you remember the last line of this movie? No, you wouldn't, because it ends on a bit of a get it line. Odd choice.
It really is quite a view.
Unforgettable. Get it?
And that's the end of the movie. Now, honestly, you could get a lot worse than this movie. I mean, it has some genuinely good bits in there. There's some really great comedy writing at times, and these set pieces open up to such a sense of imagination and creativity that the Finding Nemo universe still clearly has to explore. However, in its overall structure, you can tell it's just an add-on to the original. The most Disney sequel out of all the Pixar sequels, really. It was a decent go at the one premise I think they could have gone for that doesn't outright repeat the original, though a lot of the same beats of that original were still hit, so I don't think it's entirely innocent on that front either. It's just sort of fine, and I just don't think that's quite enough for a sequel to Finding Nemo, an all-time classic that managed to seamlessly juggle two narratives at once that illustrated the bond between a father and son while they spent most of the movie apart. I just don't invest in Dory's journey in the same way as the story of the original movie. And this recording session has only been half the time it usually is, because there's just not enough meat in this movie, even though they're fish. There was something so unique about the original Finding Nemo, and it was always going to be really hard to recapture that. But there's a reason this movie gets kind of forgotten in the list of Pixar's filmography. It might be fine in a bubble, but you would be hard-pressed to call this amazing. So by our, unfortunately, binary title sequence, this has to be Pixar's terrible Finding Dory. Ironic, for a movie that spends so much of its time set in an aquarium, I guess it makes sense that the narrative turned out so artificial and shallow. compared to the real thing in the big blue. Or something metaphorical like that. Ah, and now we're moving on to the terrible Hot Wheels movie. Another new video that got a good bit of a negative response, and to be honest, I get it. This movie feels like a cult classic. It is weird, it's funky. I think, as I understand it, this cinematic movie is a good version of what will then become the TV series that gets progressively worse, at least visually. But it still has a cult classic audience around it, who clearly have a lot of nostalgia and satisfaction from this in one form or another. Even if it's shallow, it's fun and it's cool. And even I was kind of falling into the cool factor. In a lot of ways, I really enjoyed this movie. And if that's the case, can I really call it terrible? Very much makes sense that it's here. Ah, Hot Wheels. You know, the toy car company. They've been around since the 1960s. They made these. Hot Wheels isn't the sort of brand I'd usually talk about when it comes to this channel, considering, you know, I cover animated movies. And usually, they just make tiny automobiles speed along flimsy orange tracks of plastic. But today we're talking about Hot Wheels because they at one point, or a few times actually, invaded our territory. Today we're covering the very first feature-length Hot Wheels animated film, Hot Wheels World Race. It's a high-octane film that doesn't try to hide the fact that it's fundamentally just a giant ad for the Hot Wheels toys. Kinda just like the Transformers movies. I mean, it makes sense. It's probably the only reason anyone would greenlight a Hot Wheels movie anyway. But what is this movie like? Is it able to do anything interesting with the premise that it has? Or will it all fall totally flat? You've already seen a shuffling of some of the footage, and it is a feast for the eyes, to be sure. So the movie begins with these overly techno title cards just sliding in there. A very dated early 2000s kind of thing. We are in the year 2002 today. And then, bam, the title card. Hot Wheels Highway 35 World Race. What a mouthful of a title. And I think just the visuals of this logo alone really set the tone for this movie, you know? Interesting, kinda cool, very early 2000s, woof as well. All coming together as we're greeted with some engine sounds as the title card gives way to the perspective of a camera. We're seeing the view of a car as it tries to navigate what seems to be one of those flimsy orange Hot Wheels tracks, literally, but on a volcanic, Mars-like planet. Because when I think of Hot Wheels, I think of Mars. And what do you know, the very thing this car is trying to do is succeed a loop-de-loop. Honestly, I guess that's exactly what you want to see out of a Hot Wheels adaptation. Orange track, loop-de-loop, and maybe a booster pack somewhere in there. But what do you know, at least in this prologue, the car falls off the track and unceremoniously explodes. Cut to static as the camera pulls back to see an angry-looking white-haired scientist dude who angstily stares at their screen.
I don't know why we keep failing.
This here is Dr. Tesla. Yeah, I know, terrible name nowadays, eh? No relation to the big guy. Though the Tesla car company was founded the same year as this film's release. Not that it was actually founded by Elon back then. And this Dr. Dude is lamenting that he's created the best cars ever made, but still keeps failing. Just for his little robot guy to pop in from behind him with some advice.
Maybe you should build a new kind of driver.
Uh-oh, maybe this is really the Tesla from our world. But no, instead, what this doctor's going to end up doing to get their new driver is picking a 16-year-old kid who doesn't even have their driver's license at the time of this scene. Meet Vert Wheeler. Yes, that's really his name, you get it? He's the car movie guy's name is Wheeler. Wow. We first see him and his friend Alec on the half-pipe doing some skateboarding tricks. And I gotta say, there's actually some nice direction in here. Like, I like him being silhouetted by the sun and everything. Too bad the actual music is just super bland surf rock, you know, and the art style in general is kinda ugly. Like, I like the cell shading that it's kind of got going for it, but still, not the worst style I've seen in a similarly low-budgeted animated film. Not by a long shot. But it is, you know, a refined taste.
Bummer.
Oh, perfect. And that's the kind of dialogue we're going to be getting today, huh? Anyway, Alec loses his balance and falls over. Vert teases him a little bit, and he tells Vert that they should get to be a team together. But of course, Vert decides he'd rather not be on a team, because yes, he's going to establish his rather tropey archetype.
I'm a team of one.
Wow. he's so cool.
Next time you want to lose, try surfing. Water's a lot softer.
Gosh, that is certainly some facial animation. I can't tell if I like it or not. Anyway, what you're going to very quickly discover throughout every single scene in this movie is that there's this particular transition choice. Now that is certainly one of the transitions of all time. I also can't tell if I really dig it or not. It's trying so hard to be cool, but it ends up being so over the top and goofy, which I guess is kind of a fundamental part of the Hot Wheels brand. Either way, it's certainly a choice. Get used to it. So Vert skates home and chats with his dad, who is outside loading up the boot of their car. Well, kind of. He's more just standing there with the car already loaded while he does an idle animation until his son talks to him.
What's up, Dad?
My squadron's shipping out.
Ah, so Vert's dad is a military man. I wonder if Vert's gonna have a strong reaction to the news that his dad's being deployed.
But you were gonna take me to get my driver's license.
Wow, nice one. Vert's dad understandably apologizes that he has to go, especially on Vert's birthday that apparently it is, but he tries imparting a lesson about teamwork to his son. But Vert has a rather one-track mind of it all.
You said as soon as I was 16 I could drive the car.
Probably should have begun your day with that present then, rather than going off to skateboard first and come back in the afternoon. Anyway, after our protagonist so far doesn't have a car or the ability to drive it, he comes out of the car driving lesson place. I don't drive, I don't know. After getting a perfect score on the driving and written test. So then Vert earns his license and then Hot Wheels transitions home where a bright blue vehicle is already pulled up in his garage.
Check it out.
This is literally a Hot Wheels car. Not like in the style of one. It's literally branded on the top with Hot Wheels Highway 35. And doesn't look like any other vehicle you'll ever see in universe. Logically, a logical, normal universe. And after simply getting his license and a good score twice, no experience or showcasing ability, on a video screen inside, Dr. Tesla's there with the news.
You have been chosen to take part in the world race.
Sure, getting a perfect score is kinda rare, maybe, but that just means you're good at normal road safety, not really racing. The writers had to know that, right? Oh well, I guess the kids wouldn't know the difference. It's the idea that anyone can drive. Anyone can race. And it gets us to our plot beats a whole lot faster. This movie is an hour and 45 minutes long. It's kind of slow, but this beginning section, the first 3 scenes are in the first 3 minutes. Like, it's fast to start. As we now jump cut to drivers all across the world as Tesla monologues. And these cars, they're not at all standardized, are they? Super unfair to a real race, to be honest, but good for Hot Wheels merchandising. Tesla says that some of the racers come from the highest levels of professional racing, whilst others have talents that have yet to be discovered, which is cool and all, but how on earth did he find these people? How did he find Vert?
I'm looking for the greatest driver in the world.
And naturally, Vert is going to trust a stranger randomly on his video screen in a car that's not his but now is outside his house while his father is away, and willing to drive it right into a cube in the middle of the desert somewhere, I guess. Absolutely chock full loaded with actual Hot Wheels logo branding slapped all over it.
Welcome to the Handler Proving Ground.
Ah, you gotta love how Tesla just looks like some sort of boomer granddad trying to FaceTime his kids right up against the camera. But despite the terrible angle on his face here, it's clear the creators really want Peter Tesla to be cool.
Ooh.
Man, the entire rest of the cast are so cool that they think it's uncool for you to say cool. Anyway, we now get a big ol' exposition dump about these races, where whoever wins will be declared the fastest racer in the world, and also receive $5 million. We get a small chance to actually meet the other racing characters, who are all equally trying to push their coolness slider up to 11, in a way that kind of makes them all the same.
What would you do if you had that kind of money?
I do.
You know, it doesn't really work, but it is fun. Everyone's a bit of an archetype. And it's not just the racers, it's the cars too, as each of them come with a whole arsenal of tools, equipments, and button presses that, to be honest, are all just kind of from Speed Racer. I think Speed Racer is going to be a recurring reference I'm going to make because it's the most cartoony, slapstick kind of racing cartoon you can really compare with. And practically every item that these cars do comes from Speed Racer. I mean, which is older, Speed Racer or Hot Wheels? Technically Hot Wheels, but I don't think they exactly had saw blades back then. Still, it is a lot of fun, and this kind of car combat logic is right up my street. I love that Speed Racer movie. You know, the crazy live action one. And similarly, you can always find the punchline that whenever they do a boost, they literally have Hot Wheels. Though it is a little strange, not every car can do everything. They each do something different apart from the boosting. It kind of seems a little unfair, you know? Wouldn't it just make sense to outfit them for all of their terrain that you're going to anyway? We're gonna later see a volcano track where only one type of car can handle the volcano. Why? It's to sell cars of different types, that's why. Vert has a Wave Ripper car, which means he can do this. Somehow, he survives that fall. And he's not the only driver with a Wave Ripper. Lonnie here does too, because she doesn't get her own classification. Offers to team up with him, to which he repeats once again.
Forget it, Lonnie. I'm a team of one.
I don't think we really knew her name before this, so we've also kind of time skipped to when everyone knows each other. What a shame. Don't expect a lot of character development in this movie. But now we get to see the cars in action, and I'll be honest, their animation looks way worse than the animation of the drivers. Kind of impressive. Cars are meant to be easier. I'm not exactly sure why, either. There's just something sort of blocky and stilted about it. But the dialogue is consistent, if nothing else.
Somebody told me you skied down Mount Everest once.
Twice.
Again, they're really trying to make everything a cold one-liner. The problem is, it doesn't work most of the time. Anyway, now that we've had a brief pause to race, we're gonna go right back into the exposition, as there's a lot more to explain with this whole Highway 35 business. In actuality, this Highway 35 track is older than human history, built by ancient aliens called the Accelerons, and one more Hot Wheels transition later, we learn that if you drive fast enough on Highway 35, you can go through a portal to get to the real track that's placed in a different dimension. I mean, I know that toy adaptations are kind of weird nowadays, but what is this? 483 kilometers per hour, and now you're in Dimension X. It's crazy, but at the same time, I kind of like it. It's very Back to the Future logic, you know? Feels very Back to the Future 3 coded, especially. And I have everyone on the same pace. You can do a lot of fun things with it. And so, off they pop, taking in the scenery once they drive through the portal. The racers keep up the pace.
Forget the rocks, check out that sky.
And I gotta say, I'm surprised no one's freaking out more. Watching these experimental cars now suddenly moving on these tight Hot Wheels tracks, high up in the sky with practically no guardrails, no part of this feels anywhere remotely safe suddenly. Oh well, I'm sure it won't be a problem as long as the drivers are careful.
Hey, watch it, Kurt.
Oh, well, it's very lucky. Every time they do crash in this universe, they crash right as soon as some rocks are touching the tracks that they can land on.
Man, these cars can really take punishment.
But then, one Hot Wheels transition later, we come to that thing from the start again. What do you know? It's that giant...
This is what I call a loop.
Yeah, thanks, Banji. I couldn't tell. So now, with this being the very first hurdle of the movie, how do you handle an oversized loop-de-loop in a racetrack? Everyone else stops early, only for Vert to show off his moves.
Didn't you ever grind a half-pipe?
Using his car like a skateboard instead as he half-pipes back and forth to gain momentum, that then gives him the speed and the jump as well, in order to fly over a lava river. Again, we're in Mars now, and honestly, I kinda like that. We're gonna start seeing some genuinely interesting applications of the car combat mechanics of this world. How they managed to work out a 16-year-old who just passed his test could do it, I have no idea, but still.
No skateboard tricks now, kid.
And so the race continues on, as a new jet black car appears, windows tinted red, driver fully masked. It's our villain of the story, as he sets up an explosion, creating a giant lava hazard in this volcano, but Vert surfs it with his car?
Shoot the curl.
Sure. What? Okay. God, this whole thing really is like a late 90s, early noughties extreme sports project aimed at kids. You know, this kind of stuff. This works for him, by the way. Just accept it, you know, whatever. It's one of those movies. Unfortunately, it's the very next step that's exceedingly illogical and kind of frustrating.
He can do it, I can.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing this. We now have our only female character being the damsel in distress because she didn't realize that she has a completely different car classification that can handle lava. Everyone has an ego problem, and this character's not going to really progress further than this in rankings. But what is a very nice turn of events is though we've clearly had this tarot guy who's kind of the main rival to our protagonist Vert, easily kind of being that more villainous character, actually chooses to turn back and save her, and Vert is the one that hesitates to join later, bringing them together to team up in order to save her life. And the actual method for saving her is pretty cool too, with them both using a grappling hook, and then for her to attach to one as they let go, and it does a flip, jump, backflip to fling her back upwards. Like, that's crazy choreography in writing. The kind of thing live action wouldn't be able to do for a long time, and genuinely is some good, actionable piece in finally a medium that could accurately-ish portray it. It even ends on a wholesome little note with the guy you think's gonna be the dick the whole time through.
That was good driving. For a kid.
A friendship bonds out of these circumstances, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm eating it up. Anyway, they all get out on the other side of the forest, and hey, they're in a wooded area now?
Did I win?
Turns out this is only one leg of the race, and one Hot Wheels transition later, and Dr. Tesla's Cube headquarters has shown up in the forest. No clue how, or where this forest even is, or how long it's been. Vert basically ran away from home in a strange vehicle, right? Like, how's the missing person report coming along? Does he have a mother? What happened there? But now that the first race is done, Tesla announces to the drivers that they will now race as teams. No reason is explicitly given for this. I assume it's because his first experiment with a new kind of driver worked, and so he wanted more of them? But then he just lets the drivers pick 6 people of their own for their team. So it's not like he found any more new competent drivers, he just networked, I guess.
5 million for every member of the winning team.
Oh yeah, and remember how Lonnie didn't finish the last race? That means she doesn't get to be a team leader at all. Conveniently, the only female racer doesn't get to be one. But it's okay, she had the same kind of car as Vert, so she naturally fits onto his team. Seems kind of preordained with her and Vert being the only 2 starting racers with the same type of car. But hey, this is a 2002 movie, but the film does its best to just brush past these issues and bury it under its cool aesthetic. But I can't help but feel like this could be a real diamond in the rough of a movie with just a little bit more internal consistency. And maybe a few less one-liners. It's clearly low-budget, TV-quality animation, but I think the stylization is good enough, and there is some good in here so far. Though we're also going to hear a lot of lines repeated again, as if we've just had a commercial break 8 minutes ago. I'll be skipping over it, but they mention $5 million many times. But with another pause from the racing, we've skipped over a whole nother race of one of the teams practicing on the tracks when they weren't supposed to, don't worry about it. We now get to see a little bit more of the characters again as other drivers pull up to join their teams. Vert gets his buddy Alec to join the team, so he wasn't just a throwaway character from the start of the movie. But there's also the introduction of the little brother Marky to the main douchebag who won the first race, Kurt Wilde.
Who's driving my car?
Hey, bro, nice wheels.
It's a super fun character introduction, but I can't quite figure out why he's here or why it's happening, because Kurt definitely didn't invite him. I guess he was just a clairvoyant, annoying little brother. At the very least, it's nice to see 2 characters that actually have a relationship to bounce off of, as opposed to the same idea but in a different vessel. And it's time for another Dr. Tesla exposition dump, because apparently alternate dimensions is not enough to adapt a Hot Wheels movie. Now we've got the big MacGuffin of the film, an ancient item called the Wheel of Power that will be found at the end of Highway 35.
I believe it will be the greatest source of energy.
Alright, okay. Cool. Plastic car movie, please. Oh, and also that jet black driver from before is named Z36, talking to a hologram of his boss who also wants them to find the Wheel of Power. Ominous, but the stakes are coming together. Faintly. Again, I can't not see the parallels to Speed Racer, but at least in that movie, the guy's good. And we're now on to the next leg of the race. What else is there to adapt in the world of Hot Wheels toy pieces? Well, now it's purple tracks. Shortcuts. Wow. To be fair, I'm surprised they managed to make the movie this long so far, so all the power to them. Anyway, some teams notice the shortcuts, others don't. Some follow those that took the shortcuts, some don't. Only for Z36 to destroy a bridge on said purple track shortcut, forcing them to push ahead, which achieves something. As we maybe get to the most memorable scene of this movie to me.
What's that up ahead, Banshee?
We just hit a red light.
This giant spinning wheel powered by sheer anxiety. Like, nice. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's another Hot Wheels accessory. What do you know? And with no opportunity to go back, in the middle of a heated race, several drivers step out of their cars to just stare at the massive roadblock. This is going to happen a lot. They race very slowly, actually. There's a lot of stops. But you know what? Don't worry about it.
You ever tried something like this?
Since the last time I played miniature golf.
Anyway, you know how to beat this wheel. You've got to time it, right? It's one of the rare times that Lonnie actually speaks up and contributes something good to the plot, as she manages to make her computer work out the timing for them.
The computer gives you a green light.
But the response from the boys is to then just question her sanity, because this is a hard concept for them to understand.
Is she loco or what?
You know what, whatever, and so they make the jump a few times. This, to me, wasn't very exciting. You know, they're gonna get it fine, and like, you know, it's timed already for them. So thankfully, Z36 shows up and fires an extra shot that damages the wheel, so it really actually goes into action. The wheel spins faster, the computers can't tell the time, they just have to wing it. And so they do. Right before it explodes, in low poly. Both an interesting limitation of the animation, I would assume, and also just infers they should have waited before taking the jump. But with that, the race is over as the front runners win, and Z36 is left hesitating about future prospects.
You will win the race. You have to eliminate the other drivers.
Yeah, because that's normal, right? As we once again have some downtime before the next race, but we're still not going to see too much character development. It's very much a TV movie, as we said, so people just run with their tropes. You've got Kitano helping Lonnie work on her car, which I think is meant to be some kind of innuendo, judging by the smiles afterwards. And Vert uses the time to make some of the ugliest faces imaginable. Which Kurt watches him do in his binoculars. Why did they name one of the characters Vert and another one Kurt? Why are you doing this to me? As we then get some time with Kadeem here. He's meditating while he can, as he's got a bit of a stereotype archetype of his own.
Will you let the city of your fathers become a ruin?
Because you see, he sees the phantom of a blind wise man he used to know, who confronts him and tells him that he shouldn't be here racing, but that his people need him.
I need to win this race.
His plans with prize money being pushed aside to mention that there's danger on the road he travels, it feels very much like an echo of the scene from Lion King, where Simba sees Mufasa in the sky. And like, I can really enjoy this scene, but it also feels so out of nowhere. Why isn't this guy the protagonist, you know, if he's so important? Kadeem asks the man how he can recognize the danger he is to face, to which the old man just comes back with probably one of the coldest lines in this movie. Why?
How should I know? I'm blind.
Anyway, we're blasted right to the start of the next race now, and it's all deserty and sandy this time.
No traction.
Once again, just like the volcano car last time, now some cars have a very obvious advantage, for some reason.
Dune rats, switch to sand tires.
Oh, and every single person has to get a one-liner in order to activate their abilities, by the way.
Let's make tracks.
And as for Vert's problem solving, he chooses to use the boosters that allow his cars to jump to physically just fly over the sand. They argue it by saying that a dune's nothing but a big wave of sand, so I guess they're surfing it. It's just flying, my dude.
A dune's nothing but a big wave of sand.
All the while, other cars are just left in the dust. What happens to those who can't progress, by the way? Are they just lost in that dimension for all of time? So Kadeem now takes the lead as our protagonist too for a little bit, then suddenly stops, leading to probably the funniest misdirect in this movie, as he proclaims that the greatest danger lies on the road he travels, only to slow reveal, you'll never guess. What? I have so many questions. Why is there a T-Rex statue here now?
Statue built by the Accelerons.
Oh, okay, right. So I guess it's just to infer that the ancient civilization they came from was around at the same time as the dinosaurs? Maybe? Alright. Okay, this is the next puzzle anyway. Can I get this accessory in my Hot Wheels toys? The T-Rex statue leads to one giant ramp, but you just can't get enough speed.
Did you make it, Juvo? Guess not.
So what is the solution? Kadeem comes up with it, proving he's really one of the best drivers. He uses the boost to boost up the ramp enough to make the jump. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as impactful as the spinning fan blades before now, is it? But sure. Meanwhile, a bunch of the other racers inexplicably made it to the dyno, probably all using Kurt's tow cable trick. It's honestly hard to track who is at what position relative to each other at any point. Like, where are the wave rippers? Understanding who is where feels essential for a racing movie, you know? But that spatial awareness just isn't here through all of this movie. Just follow along as best as you can. Anyway, Kadeem is now far ahead of everyone else, finding his way to some other structures, this time much more fitting with ancient alien pyramids, and on top of it, he spots something.
Has to be the Wheel of Power.
Now, you know, this is a fine beat enough, but I can't help but notice just how many times every other character has to say,
"That must be the wheel."
You know, I'm starting to get the feeling maybe this the Wheel of Power. But anyway, we get a whole beat of this thing. He races around some looping Hot Wheels tracks. He places this thing on the back of his car. The masked rider shows up and they actually have a little bit of a fight using the capabilities of their car, which is pretty cool. And I like actually that there's a little bit of fight choreography in there and that Kadeem wins. Genuinely, I think I really like the choreography and ideas behind the mechanics of this movie. I think I just like car combat, man. It honestly is in moments like this where I love the style and animation for this project. It's just put next to some clearly half thought through decisions and plot and dialogue, which really is what holds this movie back from being a peerless hidden gem. I sure hope the sequels that are in fact a thing don't end up having diminishing returns and only get less and less budgeted and aesthetically pleasing. Could you imagine? Even still, within this fight, we then have the reveal of just who this masked rider is.
Kurt Wilde?
Maybe it's time to address the elephant in the room midway through. This movie is only the first part of a larger series. And while the art style of this one was sometimes passable and sometimes not, its sequel got a lot, shall we say edgier?
I was driving before I could drive. What does that even mean?
In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's downright hideous. I mean, just look at what they did to Marky.
Marky? No.
It's why this one's only debatably marked as terrible, but I would like to cover this more in the future, and they definitely get more terrible from here. But that's a story for a different day. Let's get back to the second half of this one first.
Kurt Wilde?
And I gotta admit, the way this reveal is done is great, with the comic panels showing Kurt's face on the ground, as well as Kadeem's reaction. And it was well foreshadowed as well. He was using the binoculars earlier in one of the quiet driver scenes, and I genuinely kind of didn't expect it because I thought it was gonna somehow be Vert's dad. I didn't actually notice that Kurt wasn't around in the races, because I couldn't tell the position of anybody in the races anyway. But there are as well a few other problems when you're not as tunnel visioned as me as to Kurt being the twist villain. I mean, first and foremost, his car is kind of obviously a reskinned version of his real car. The drivers are all pretty clearly able to track each other based on teams, as shown earlier, so I'm sure they would have been able to tell and figure out what team the traitor was on. Or in the case of Kurt's team, they'd be able to figure out that their team leader keeps going missing. And there are other details that just don't quite add up either. Like, why does he think he won after the first leg if he knows about the Wheel of Power? And I've got all sorts of other nitpicks too, like Kurt's boss said his car was given to him by her clip company, but Tesla gave every driver their car. Is Tesla able to track his own car accurately? I would assume so, since he could see through his AI driver at the start. If that's the case, wouldn't he know something was up with Kurt's? If the company gave it to the wrong driver, shouldn't Tesla know about one of the cars being modified? His team isn't in on it, but he gets to pick his team, so why doesn't he pick a team of drivers that would be loyal to his plan? Is it so they won't snitch? But then he goes missing anyway, which would probably raise suspicions when there's a masked driver on the field that drives an identical car. Didn't Tesla run a background check on these drivers? It's also a little bit lame to have your most villainous rival also the most villainous villain. And also I saw Speed Racer. Spoilers, the masked driver is an older brother. You know, whatever. Maybe I'm missing something here. And in fairness, there are a few things I do actually quite like about this twist. One little detail I like is that when his brother is a target, that makes him hesitate. And I honestly really do like the idea of a twist villain. And I do think he could have been strong as one. It's kind of just poorly thought through though. Maybe with a few more drafts refining the script and a bigger budget, this could have been genuinely excellent. Or make it the little brother, you know, he was faking being bad at driving. But unfortunately, I kind of have to call this reveal as it is, half-baked. The closest we'll get to a character developing, it's alright. Anyway, back to the plot and the other characters. Vert just magically knew it wasn't the Wheel of Power.
That's not the wheel.
A conclusion he comes to despite never actually seeing the Wheel of Power, and simply on the logic that
Taro and Banji aren't going after it.
Sure, okay, whatever. Vert magically has an answer for everything because he's the blanket protagonist who's ultimately cool at everything and succeeds every time. It's a TV movie. And as for the other drivers actually in first place...
Hey Taro, I'm gonna pass you.
Riveting. But nonetheless, they fling through the portal, tied, coming out in a grassy clearing on the other side, and the texture work and modeling in this clearing is a little basic. What can you do? Low budget. But relevant to the plot, Kadim's fake Wheel of Power dissolves through the portal, which is actually a really nice world establishment.
It's gone.
But it does beg the question, why was there a fake Wheel of Power to begin with? Like, was it made by the Accelerons as a distraction? Who knows? They don't answer. No time for questions. Instead, Vert gets to learn that Kurt Wilde was in fact a spy, and his response is...
It's pretty wild, even for Kurt.
Anyway, Kadim has clear regrets about the way the whole thing played out.
I was the one who turned him in.
To which Vert has a very empathetic response.
Looks like some tasty waves down there.
Right. Even still, it's another opportunity for our protagonist, and the guy who probably should be our protagonist, to bond a little more. Albeit still running with a bit of a stereotype.
My home is far from the ocean. It's hard to find water.
But it's the moment Vert finally starts to consider how others have it.
I guess $5 million could really make a difference.
That is why I drive.
It's nice to finally see one of these characters has a motivation. Now this is touching and all, but with how self-centered Vert is as a basic surfer dude boy, he's probably just considering pulling a Mr. Beast and digging wells in Africa or something if he wins, and then pasting over the video with CGI. Actually, knowing him, he'd probably just use the money to build a bunch of skate parks and call it a day.
Funny, I never thought about what winning means to other people.
I mean, hey, it's not the most bodacious writing, but at least it has a moral. Jokes aside though, I really do like this interaction. Not only is it a much needed realization for Vert so he can finally develop his character, but it is also nice to see some genuine motive behind characters like Kadim as he carries this weight on his shoulders. And is genuinely interesting stuff coming from the Hot Wheels movie of all things. It's a little tropey and straightforward, and I would have hoped that everyone could be this in-depth in some way, but certainly more than I expected when all I had to base this movie on was ugly looking screenshots. And so with a pat on the shoulder, Vert walks off as we transition over to Kurt now, driving away.
Nobody following me. Good.
Only for him to be picked up by a comically large magnet from a helicopter. Honestly, I want more cartoony physics like this in the next race. I grew up on the likes of Cell Damage. Slapstick cartoony logic is all the kind of car combat I like to see.
We must talk, Z36.
Anyway, this is meant to be some sort of intimidating the bad guys are slightly falling apart scene, but it also... it's kind of a scene that falls apart. As she suspends him and his car above the water, he decides to say maybe the dumbest thing you could say as a henchman in this situation.
They know what I've been doing. I'm through working for you.
Only for her to say that he has no choice, and that he'll continue to work for them as long as they have a use for him. But it's all kind of unclear because, like, what are Kurt's motives for actually working for her in the first place? And why would she still trust his loyalties at all anymore? It's a little convoluted, and you can kind of extrapolate some answers. It's still quite messy though. Back to Kadeem, and he's once again talking to the old man spirit thing.
I thought I'd found the wheel, but I was wrong.
And I'm genuinely glad to see another slow scene developing a character. It's just kind of funny that it seems to only happen to Kadeem out of the main cast, and he's not even the protagonist. It's making him shape up to be the most enjoyable character to watch out of the lot. Certainly better than Vert.
Cool.
Anyway, Kadeem gets the advice to quit the race and go home. And then the old man goes on to tell Kadeem that he's not real and that he was talking to himself. And then explodes into sunlight, which has to be some of the most interesting stuff in this movie. But also, isn't it a little weird to be dealing with Force ghosts in this sci-fi Hot Wheels movie? Then again, we already have aliens and dinosaurs. I guess I've got to check all the boxes. What an interesting adaptation, to say the least. But with the light of morning, the race continues. This time we have the beats of Mikey disowning his own brother.
Hey, he's no brother to me.
As well as an unmasked Z36 Kurt preparing to enter the portal, now being given a couple of drivers from the Clip organization.
I don't need their help.
I decide what you need.
So now with the bad guy team established, the stakes set, Kurt's other team members, I don't know what happened to them, and all the rest of it, the race starts. As we now end up in an icy Hot Wheels track. With a clear villainous team in this track, now this forces all the teams to start banding together.
Maybe we should all work together.
Using their unique abilities to overcome the next environmental hurdle in all sorts of different ways.
It's too dangerous on your own, Marky.
And as the tensions of potentially blowing up his younger brother come to manifest, in a surprise twist, Kurt then changes his car's colors back to his team's and he turns on the other Clip drivers. Trying to radio to Marky to get him to stop, but it doesn't work as he's already disowned and distrusted.
Can you hear me?
Nice! Finally, we have some, story beats and character conflicts informing the race's actions. This is the good stuff. It's taken a long time to get here, though. It's like an hour into the movie. But now, as everyone catches up, we've reached a cityscape, so we need a new ability to get through this hurdle.
The eye in the sky can find an alternate route.
Right, so Scorchers can drive through a literal volcano, but the street breed cars? They have Google Maps. Sounds fair to me. Real balanced, Dr. Tesla. It's clearly 2002. This is fantasy back then. And the drama with Kurt and Clip only continue further as he gets out of his car to help his brother.
Get back in your cars.
You go get the wheel of power.
Only to reveal that also the Clip drivers were robots. We really do have it all. Aliens, dinosaurs, robots, ghosts as well. Hot Wheels went mad in 2002. I guess we always had Dr. Tesla's floating robot earlier, but now we have killer robots. And these guys seemingly are incapable of getting the wheel of power themselves, explaining why they needed Kurt, their one only human member.
Acceleron's built this track for human beings.
And I gotta say, I love the way that these guys move and look. It's genuinely freaky and just well done. And despite their crab walk, they apparently pack a punch. As the brothers finally reunite in the scuffle, asking all the important questions.
Hey, why was that robot thing after you? I thought you were working together.
But thankfully it doesn't end things so quickly and instantly, as the little brother still doesn't fully get on board.
I don't need any help from you.
But it does allow us to get into the real substance of the story and the race, with proper over-the-top drama and again very speed racery, especially in the way it's shot.
But I'm not you. I won't cheat to win!
We get some hints at Kurt having deeper motivations here, but don't expect them to be really explored anymore. And as Marky spins out in this little rivalry, Kurt pops out a little video game emote voice line on his brother.
Nobody beats Kurt Wilde.
Still, it's nice. Finally, 2 more characters are successfully written. A little bit more than they're all the same character, anyway. But now as the action only continues with this flying robo-drone back in action, blocking the way for some of the races with another explosion.
Man, this ice track leaves me cold.
The occasional bad line aside, it is really nice to see how the races are naturally teaming up at this point in the movie.
You can take him, Virgin.
It's both a really nice wholesome feeling and feels cohesive as it's leading towards a finale. There are a lot of complaints to have with this movie, but it is well structured. And after Vert finally catches up with the program,
it's a robot.
His sense of morality completely changes with these drivers, since he knows it's not alive in the first place, and so...
Let's flip your wings.
he causes a minor explosion. Though the movie is pretty unrelenting in wanting to put these bad one-liners out there. Like now that Vert and Kurt are sparring at the front, you get lines like,
"You're pretty good at cheating, Kurt."
"Oh, zinger, you got him. He'll never recover from that one." Anyway, Vert again pulls some skateboard tricks to get ahead. I don't know where he ever learned that he could turn his feet sideways to press 2 pedals to do something, but you know, whatever. Kurt then tries to do the same thing and immediately fails. As you do, I guess. That's that rivalry sorted.
Nice shot. Slingshot.
And as Vert continues along a very long orange Hot Wheels track bridge that does not look like it has enough support, we come to a mysterious new place.
It's a city.
Anyway, good thing this track just seems to be a long straight line because we now know it's established that he doesn't have a GPS for this. Also, what a 2000s city this is. Feels straight out of Spy Kids 3D. And at the center of the city, we see it, the real Wheel of Power. Oh yeah, but not before yet another Hot Wheels transition that we haven't been showing for a while, but I'll show you this one. It's a transition to one of the robots getting up, and then like a Hot Wheels transition back to the city. What a solid 5-second scene. Anyway, back to Vert.
A city built for cars.
Oh, so like a regular American city? That's not super impressive. And so with the stakes of a clipped drone right inbound behind him, Vert goes for the grab, full Fall Guys style.
Going vertical.
Reaching out of the window with all sorts of more explosions and the rest of it, before finally grabbing the thing that creates a blast of sunlight, apparently, but brings them back home on Highway 35. The others are all instantly ejected too, landing back in the desert. So I guess the Wheel of Power is the one thing in that world that can be taken out of that world? Why did the last thing dissolve anyway? It's not going to be addressed.
The winner of the world race.
But yes, it's winnings time. Each of the team members do in fact get $1 million. Wow, he's got a printer just for checks? Or was he just holding on to them? Either way, I really love that this dumb little floating robot is able to do that. And what does Vert want to do with his money?
I'd like to buy a used car.
He wants to buy his own racing car.
Will Tesla sell it to me?
No, they're only in the business of selling Cybertrucks now. Sorry.
Each driver may keep car. He has no use for them.
Okay, but those things have to be worth a fortune, right? And they probably aren't road legal either. But with us in the post-racing sequence, everyone has choices for their own directions. Banji suggesting yet another race. Kadeem claiming,
I'm going home. I have things I must do.
But then they learn that something has changed.
Portal will no longer open.
I mean, that seems fair enough. If the goal of the track was to protect the Wheel of Power, without the wheel, there's no need for the track.
No more racing on Highway 35?
But Vert is not having it. He's here for the love of the game, baby. And Tesla has sealed himself off experimenting on said wheel, and so the others all turn against him and ram through his door.
No problem. I can pay for the damages.
To be fair, I'm glad that she'd rather spend money on something plot-related, because I shudder to think what the writers would have made her spend $5 million on. But also, what a shame, she just sacrifices her money away. Her motives don't matter. And so the gang burst into Tesla's room, demanding that they've got a problem, and it feels kind of entitled.
We want to race on Highway 35. Why?
Like, Tesla is actually out here trying to solve all of humanity's energy problems as it is an infinite source of power. And he's not doing it to become some evil overlord, he's genuinely just trying to be a scientist. But the drivers instead are just adrenaline junkies. Rich adrenaline junkies that can't get their dopamine hit if they're not in another dimension. Okay. All the while, Kurt has finally been fired, because though only a human driver could bring the wheel to this world,
it belongs to anyone with the power to take it.
Seriously, how did he end up working for her anyway? She's clearly evil, and a robot, right?
Goodbye, Kurt Wilde. It was a pleasure using you.
I would have loved to have learnt anything at all about Kurt's real motives. He seemed to believe that Glorum here had a reason for keeping the wheel from Tesla with his whole "I'm doing what I think is right" thing. But nothing. We get nothing. What a shame. A racing movie that isn't about the racers. Anyway, Tesla's putting up a little bit of a political fight, explaining more about the infinite energy of the Wheel of Power and how he's
still only tapped a fraction of its power.
And then right on cue, the wheel immediately surges with too much power.
Tesla must have forgot to pay the light bill.
Ugh, this animation. Sometimes it looks real clean. Other times, not so much. So as for the power outage...
I think I just blew every fuse in North America.
Okay, so like, I have some problems with a lot of the writing of the characterizations in this movie, but Dr. Tesla is not actually one of them. He really steals like every scene he's in. I think he's well acted and has consistently charming writing. And now, clear motivations too. He's not even actually a twist villain like I thought he'd be, as much as they are antagonizing him now. Plus, he contrasts well against the racers in his employ. He's a benevolent knower rather than a doer. So I genuinely felt something when he noticed what his overreach did.
Gig!
Because next, Dr. Tesla looks over the short-outed corpse of his robot friend and says,
"What have I done?"
Man, even the animation on him here is good. Like, look at his eyes. This movie leaps back and forth between some of the ugliest facial animation to stuff that is genuinely competent.
Must have destroyed Gig's circuits.
Quick, look inside his body in case he's got any more $5 million checks in him. But it's from this beat that he finally turns around, for better or worse. Like Icarus, Tesla is taught a lesson about flying too close to the sun.
You know more about the wheel, but you can't control its power.
But I really wish this line had come from someone like Kurt instead of Vert. I know Kurt is not here, but Vert's motivations right now for wanting the wheel returned feel very selfish, and it could have been a great place for the turncoat to arrive and give some of his own motivations in this debate. But regardless, Tesla is still a scene stealer here.
I want to use the wheel to benefit humanity.
It's funny because the film has had Tesla's role basically be the car benefactor guy, but I feel way more for him than the other characters.
It's too dangerous to have that much power in one person's hands.
Is this commentary about nuclear power? And while some of the shots with him are a little over the top,
too dangerous,
they generally get across who Tesla really is, an altruist.
I'm going to restore power to the complex. I don't like to make decisions in the dark.
It's really the little things with him that go a long way. Anyway, there's an evil robot army outside now, because of course, we can't sit on moral choices forever. We just have to get back into the action, even though this slower dialogue scene has been particularly substantial. I like when the racing movie isn't racing. But we need to get the plot back on the road for the last 10 minutes, so...
You have 3 minutes to hand over the wheel of power.
So with it all coming together, Tesla consults the ancient inscriptions, of course.
Wisdom is a circle. You must give back.
So he and the drivers theorize this means they can put the wheel back, and with 2 minutes remaining, a group of drivers, including Taro, Kadim, Banji, and his Wave Ripper team, agree to help Vert and pull Frodo and take the ring back to Mordor. And side note, I just find that Kadim's line here to be a hilarious vocal take.
We're all on the same team now, right, Kadim? Ride the wind!
So the drones make their attack and we see the Scorchers shove a path through with a wicked smile across Taro's face. Some of the drivers get their cars knocked out and Galorum locks in on Vert, who has the wheel, with Vert using his teamwork with Taro to take down the helicopter, and that's fun. They both learn how to work together. It's surface level stuff, but it's nice to see, and a helicopter conflict. So after causing a minor helicopter crash,
amateurs,
they boost back to Highway 35, powered by the wheel, only for Galora to emerge from the copter completely fine. And what's with her voice?
Follow them through the portal.
It's almost like...
You don't understand, do you?
Oh my god, she was a robot the whole time! I never saw that coming. It's not like her eyes were giantly glowing earlier in a completely unhuman way. And yeah, that robot texture now, on her eye, it looks bad. Well, Kurt is shocked, at least. And he immediately runs off. He saw the glowing eyes earlier. Did he not have questions then? Did he think she was in the Avatar state or something? And the rest of the drivers are back in the city and again working together. Wow. And this time the city is very much not linear now, with a ton of branching paths for them to split up through.
Some people just can't drive.
Yeah, but the street breed cars, though, they can. You know, they have GPS. Vert then, of course, has the main protagonist drama. He gets flipped onto a separate road by a drone and keeps flipping from section to section of the tracks. His car then stalls and a drone is out to get him. But then, out of nowhere...
Look out, Vert!
Kurt's come in to help them too. finally understanding what he should have realized way earlier when he was asked to kill people. He was on the wrong side all along.
Pop the clutch, Surf Rat, and we'll get you going.
So he pulls a Lightning McQueen and pushes Vert along to get him started back up. I guess that's the generic plot beat for racing car movies, huh? Because this is before Cars 1.
I just took the wrong road for a while.
And so they take off, the hero-anti-hero duo speeding along together to return the wheel. I feel like Vert has a stronger rivalry with Soto, not Kurt, but you know, fine. Those two kind of blur the lines anyway. They're kind of the same archetype. An evil robot queen Galorum shows up for this final confrontation, now in a flying car of her own. There's some more actions as our heroes destroy some drones and all that, and Galorum starts lasering Vert until... Galorum! After that crash, he's gotta be concussed, right? This may be cartoon physics, but I don't think the characters are cartoons. Still, Vert manages to return the wheel and the city is repowered.
Like a day at the beach.
The drones leave Galorum in tow as well, and everyone gets to take a look at the city.
It's beautiful.
And this realization unfortunately leads to this exchange.
Cool. It's hot. Hot Wheel City.
I am at a loss for just how cheesy and tacked on that line is. As if the logos on the base, the Hot Wheels cars, the Hot Wheels tracks, and of course the Hot Wheels transitions didn't tell us what IP we were watching. So now that we're at our true ending, Vert reaches the end of his character arc with probably the obvious conclusion, since it's the only other motive we've heard about in this movie.
I know money can't solve all the problems, but it probably wouldn't hurt.
Yes, Vert just gives Kadeem the $5 million check. I guess Dr. Tesla's altruism rubbed off on him.
But this is your money for winning.
Vert says the people in Kadeem City need this more than he does. You know, the classic. Finishing his character arc from selfish surfer dude to donating $5 million to charity. It's simple, but you'll love to see it.
My people will not forget. I will not forget.
And then Vert fully goes down to the end of his enlightened state with...
I need to get in touch with my dad.
Oh yeah! Remember that guy from the start of the movie? I thought he'd be relevant at any point. His sole existence was there to make me not fully notice the twist villain. I was too deep in my own theory. But before he goes home, everyone in the main cast gets their own little one-liner, of course. And as Vert pulls into the base, surprise, surprise...
Came home and found a message about driving in a race.
And as Vert is about to go and explain himself, his dad cuts him off with...
I know all about it. These two told me everything.
Oh, and hey, Gig lives! That's... kind of a shame. It kind of would have been really interesting to see some consequences in this. You know, someone dies. I mean, I guess several drivers did get left behind in the dimension.
Did you make it, Juvo? Guess not.
But otherwise, this just isn't that kind of movie, is it? So instead...
Gig! I was able to restore his operating system.
Woohoo! The robot lives. Happy ending. And more so than that, the dad comes in with the best lines a father can say.
I'm proud of you, son, because of what happened afterwards.
And of course, as the trope would go, he's still grounded for a month anyway.
You mean I've got the hottest car and I can't drive it?
It's now a bad time to say I don't think his car really looks that cool at all. It kind of looks like a dumbbell. I think it's supposed to evoke a surfboard in there, but it's just kind of tacky in my eyes. Looking like a bus compared to literally every other car in this movie. There's one background car with an exposed engine in it that I think looks way more interesting. Has a personality, you know?
But how about taking me for a spin first?
And so, in classic fashion, the movie ends with Vert and his dad strapping in and driving away from the Hot Wheels branded base out into the desert. And his dad, not knowing how to drive the expensive new car, decides to push a random button just to see what happens. That's safe.
Vert, ride away, Dad.
Glad he's in the military. As we end with Vert and his dad disappearing to Highway 35. And roll credit. Wait, is that Smash Mouth? Apparently it is! Hot from Smash Mouth. They really were all over the animation scene at this time, huh? 1 year after Shrek 1. And that was the terrible Hot Wheels World Race. Absolutely loaded with spectacle and had a lot of good ideas, but the execution was, well...
Greetings, the beginning.
For human beings.
I gotta give it some props for having a pretty distinct visual style though, even if it's narratively lacking a lot of substance in a lot of places. Probably because it was, at the end of the day, a giant Hot Wheels ad. But in his defense, it did a lot better than some other toy adaptations.
Stop lubricating the bag.
And to be honest, I could fully understand if somebody absolutely adored this movie. It's got a lot of problems, but it's clearly made for a younger audience, and it's got a lot to offer. Even still though, the movie feels half-baked and the constant one-liners are grating. All of that to say, this movie is a beautiful mess. But it's also somehow iconic and great at the very same time. So it's one of those times where I call a movie terrible, but I think in a sort of loving way? I don't know if I'll put it in the title or not. Like, I think I'd love to see a movie try to pull off something similar to this nowadays, with a bigger budget and, of course, a more revised script. But there is something kinda decidedly cool about this movie, and I love car combat, and Speed Racer nails it, so the vibe is on point. It's cheesy as hell, and seriously ugly at times, but there's something about the character animation that does delight me a bit. And there are more movies to cover as well. And hey, if there ever was a redo of this plotline, maybe they'd actually let a female racer lead a team, or give Kurt better motivations. And maybe not name two characters Vert and Kurt, please, next time. And finally, the last video on this list. If I haven't included another video, apparently that means I'm doubling down that it's terrible. Oh, sorry, well, the implications, I might have missed something. But now, it's Angry Birds 1. I think, as well, a Sony movie, back when they were doing boring, neutral movies, that's exactly what this is. Actually, a pretty good video game adaptation for its time. Everything else around it was awful around here. This is the definitive inoffensive, neutral, okay movie. If you watched it in cinemas, I'm sure it was fine. You probably watched it on TV, and it was fine. It is a 5 out of 10 movie. Hey, maybe 6 out of 10 if you really like it. But that is so definitively mid that I can understand why a good few people got a little up in arms, a little bit angry, you could say. Haha. Oh, I'm getting old. When I called it terrible and not anything else. Let's finish up this compilation with the terrible Angry Birds movie. This is the terrible Angry Birds movie. The first of a franchise that's somehow getting a third movie under a different studio in 2027, a full 11 years after this 2016 original. I don't know what's going on either. This first movie releasing at a time where it was already thought the games were losing their cultural impact. Something their owners, Rovio, could not face the truth of, namely as it's basically the only thing they've got going for them. But no, we're getting a third movie for this franchise that peaked in 2012. The Angry Birds trilogy will be completed, and today we'll be looking at how this grandfather of projectile bird movies made its name. Co-produced between Rovio and Sony the year before they released the Emoji Movie, may I add. This didn't do too badly, to be fair. $352 million to be precise, and didn't cost too much to make either. But what was the quality of this motion picture? Well, I guess we'll take a look. We begin with a score that thinks this is the second coming, combined with a Rovio logo that looks like it's A24, before ascending on honestly a pretty good looking establishing shot of the island. Before we begin to hear the familiar theme pour through the score, leading us to our introduction of Red, which he's called because clearly he's embarrassed. And we are straight into a bit of slapstick. Don't hate it, classic cartoon stuff. It does directly rip off the flushed away pipes to balls gag, but hey, it does the job. Giblets! Angry Birds is all about catapulting characters to knock stuff over. You're gonna want some knockabout comedy going on. We even have our first catapult moment. And whilst nothing original, I have to say the physical comedy is particularly well animated here. It's very crisp animation for sure. And it turns out he's late for a birthday party, or hatch day as they call it.
You must be so disappointed in yourself for being this late.
Oh, okay. Seems like a scenario you could insert into any movie, in contrast to this very unique looking bird island that we've been introduced to. But we'll run with it. I'm gonna have to also approach this in a similar way to the Cars movies in not overthinking the logic. Like squirrels and other creatures being non-anthropomorphized, whilst the birds and pigs are. It's a fantasy world, we can run with that. However, I'm then reminded of the kind of humor that this movie goes for a lot.
See anything back there?
First 10 minutes, Guy exposes a child to his bare butt. Great. And this is also the point where we see how they've worked in the angry of Angry Birds. You see, rather than invading pigs, we have Red as an angry character.
This cake is on you!
Which, in trying to make a movie out of a mobile game, I think was one of the better adaptation choices in principle. Having a protagonist with a temper in a movie called Angry Birds makes sense, there's logic there. Yet here's the thing, in execution, it also feels a tad contrived. I feel like they're going on a brief of, this is Red, and his personality is angry. They seem to give backstory a quick go with a school flashback that weirdly isn't even signposted, with the kids all making fun of his eyebrows, i.e. just lifting the Grinch's original story. So apparently the angry eyebrows were first, the anger came second. If anything, I love the idea of a writer's room looking at that design from game and thinking, so how'd that guy's eyebrows get like that? They essentially go through every loser pastiche in the book, right down to thinking the girl's waving at you. Yeah, it's this character playbook. Not that these early moments don't have any merit. I love the gag of the woodpecker being the courtroom artist, followed by his carving featuring the game character designs. But enough of that, let's have the judge spell out the character flaw plainly.
There seems to be a recurring issue here. Anger.
To be fair, no use to beat around the bush, it's literally in the title. And so, Red is sentenced to anger management class. Okay, yeah, I buy it. We then have the walk through the neighborhood sequence. Very colorful setting and designs, looking pretty good. Then this sequence where they still seem to have a crossing lady for kids and old people, in a world where they don't have cars. This is like the opposite logic question for cars. It's for a gag of him being held up, but why don't you just walk around the pavement, buddy? Why is there a distinction between road and pavement in this world? There's also this mime character who keeps turning up, because we've never seen that character before. Again, I think the writers just flushed away and took bits from it for this. But then again, there's a bit of slapstick that I actually thought was funny. That being Red managing to have a fight with an inanimate object. Despite the overall thing not being great, there are some moments in this that I do appreciate. It's here that we then meet the other main birds from the game. I can't really say characters from the game. I'm pretty sure there was zero personality to them until this movie. You've got the fast one, you've got the big one, and you've got the domestic terrorist. Anyway, here we meet Josh Gad as the speedy character, so no one has long enough to notice that Olaf's turned into a bird.
Simple speeding ticket.
And that's impressive in a world without any cars, as far as I can see. On to another funny bit. The big guy. It's the make him sound terrible without even saying it aloud trope.
Terrence seems to have had an incident.
However, the added screams and police siren playing over the shot of his face intensifies the joke.
Tell us your story, Bomb.
Honestly, it was kind of easier when the one that blows himself up didn't have a personality. Let's see how this movie tackles that old chestnut. He's literally called Bomb in this one as well. But not to worry, when he blows up in this one, he's still there afterwards. Interesting to see Jason Sudeikis as Red interacting with the big guy growling at him, considering that's the exact same dynamic Ted Lasso has with Roy Kent. You heard it here first, Ted Lasso ripped off the Angry Birds movie. They have a little yoga attempt, the bomb goes off, of course, and then we have Red be mean to everyone on the walk home.
It's charming up to a point, and now it's just sad.
Which does kind of float around the question of, at what point does a character's mean-spirited side become unlikable? Because this once again brings me to the original draft of Toy Story, where Woody was so mean-spirited that they ended up reworking the entire first script. And that's not even my big issue with his character and his position in this bird island place. We have more of Red moping through the street. He's an angry guy, didn't you know? More bits of people having a better life without him, and then more absurdly cruel childhood flashbacks.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't have parents.
Also, this guy just has to have the worst backstory, doesn't he? No family and everyone being awful to him since he was a child, and apparently he's the problem? Like, which one is it, movie? He's meant to learn not to be so angry, and then apparently the society that has been objectively nasty to him since he was an orphan child will just accept him eventually? Screw that, I don't blame the guy for being so angry. And yet, despite this backstory, his anger still feels like a surface level thing because it was literally controlled retrieved from what they called the game. It's that same superficially great but actually cruel world building that we saw all the way back in Chicken Little. God, there's just no hope for poultry in animated movies. Except this time there's no parents, which to be fair is preferable to having Buck cluck around with his manual to toxic parenting. The 2005 throwback doesn't end there either, as an old-fashioned pop-punk track starts playing for this first I'm sad bit of the movie. We're just living the out-of-date movies formula for this one. And now, just over 20 minutes in, we're finally introduced to the rest of the plot. Yep, it's the pigs, who have absolutely not had any setup whatsoever. We knew they were coming, but the movie basically becomes a completely different story from there. Honestly, go for it, pig pirates, pillage this toxic community. We then have a morning routine sequence featuring a gross out gag that I particularly hate because it makes complete sense and they are fully in play to make it. Like, it has no right to be as good a joke as it is. What a shame that it's caged into the Angry Birds movie. Back to the anger class, and Red continues on his now wearing thin anger dialogue.
I was gonna do it, but then I thought about it and I realized, oh, this is a huge waste of my time.
Like, there is a point where the sarcasm gets a tad exhausting, and that is basically this entire character. It's like having a whole movie from the guy in Wish who's supposed to represent Grumpy. But oh no, turns out that the model from the fight yesterday was Chucks. And Red has managed to make the anger management class hate him, which is pretty impressive. Well, is it? I guess they're already predisposed to be hateful. But anyway, that doesn't last long because the actual plot has just invaded in, and of course, destroyed Red's house. Should be kind of tragic, that house basically being the closest to a friendly environment he even has in this world. But instead, it's played as a gag for him to feel bad.
It's such a shame when you create something and someone just destroys it.
My guy, there's your crappy wooden bird, and then there's a guy's actual house. This whole island and plot is just leveled against him, isn't it?
Greetings from my world, the world of the pigs.
And to be fair, they don't go straight in for them invading everything. There's some actual build-up going on with initial pleasantries, in which I learned for the first time that the judge bird is also the head of the island. Did not get that earlier at all. On to the evening scene for some birdie-piggy international relations, in which more of the iconography of the game is literally unwrapped. And after heckling the presentation, I think we all know where this setup's going.
How about the red guy with the enormous eyebrows?
Yep, we're getting the game in full cinematic presentation. Cinema.
Ready, aim, fire!
This seems really unnatural!
Which is also another point to return to, them really leading into the flightless bird element of this universe that they keep going back to.
Who says birds don't fly?
I mean, sure, in the game, the birds don't really fly, but I don't know if we needed that popping in regularly as a theme. Naturally, the catapult fires him off straight to their unattended ship.
This is an impressive
inside voice, come on.
In which, amongst other things, they find some cars to populate that road so the crossing lady finally makes sense. Great. And then...
Looks like there's some more stuff down here.
We were hiding.
And as reliable as anything, we have Red breaking the news, but because the universe is just against him, everyone hates him for it and believes the pigs.
You've shamed not only yourself, but our entire community.
I can't wait for these damn birds to get invaded by these pigs. Guess it's time for montaging of this poor guy having an awful life whilst the pigs ingratiate themselves. This Birds and the Bee Fertility Center is interesting though.
Spoiler alert.
Back to anger management class, and he's just expected to be alright with his home both broken and occupied and everyone hating him and everything going wrong for him? Not one point in this class yet has anyone just asked, are you okay? In anger management class. Yeah, let's just do some painting and avoid the mental health situation. Oh dear, maybe I need to be in these classes. Anyway, we have some forgettable gags about Zen and the like before the pigs are here again with a dumb social media joke.
Insta-ham!
I mean, come on. That's not good. That's the precursor to the Emoji Movie material right there. Before the main man here has a romantic fantasy with an in-canon unborn child. Though of course, this is to set up that the pigs want the eggs for food and that's why they're here. And post Insta-ham, the back and forth between Red and Leonard is as creative as you'd expect.
I thought you said you stored your nuts for winter. Burn.
Surely this guy's been burnt enough at this point.
Because if you're explorers, then why are there more of you coming, huh?
Another point for the dumb villagers to ignore as more of this house is destroyed. This whole middle section is just the same formula again and again at this point. It's just pretty exhausting.
Your opinion is not needed.
Like, it's not just the negativity of the main character, it's everyone's negative treatment of him on a constant spiral down, capped off with a real highlight of the dialogue.
That went well. If you're me, burn.
Like, the dialogue had gotten away with being competent to a point, namely because of the vocal performances being pretty strong throughout, but now I'm seeing the cracks. But there's some decent visual gags to still enjoy though. Bomb's house being called Bomb Shelter tickled me in the sense that I was completely straight-faced throughout this entire movie, but internally, I appreciated the joke. The exhale almost came out my nose. Exactly the same sentiment of the 2D animation sequence for Mighty Eagle.
Tasty! Yum, yum, yum.
Though it also continues this half-committed implication that Chuck is gay, and I can't tell whether it passes the vibe check or not.
They're just walking around naked, just presenting themselves.
That part about them I really admire.
At the very least, it feels like just another example of pointing at a character whilst clearly trying to avoid any weight from doing so. Just have him stare at his leather-bound butt whilst he stands by with a woman's wig on, because it would be weird if it was a guy watching. Anyway, Red's asking for help, but he can't get it without more Red bashing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you over your ego.
This bird's life's just been terrible, hasn't it? And it's just more sarcasm loaded back and forth that I'm just completely over at this point. This movie keeps going back to that well like they're in the middle of a drought, you know? And off they go on a sped up Shrek quest without any of the charm. We are more than halfway through the movie after all.
Stop making Mighty Eagle noises!
After some snippets of adventure, because they have to fit it all inside of 2 minutes, they reach the place that nobody has discovered before. Like, no one thought the big eagle-shaped mountain was worth a look. And there he is, the eagle who... And this goes on for over a minute. A minute of peeing. He needs a doctor. Before he can get on with his I am Oz fake-out routine. Oldest twist in the book. I'm a very good man, just a very bad Mighty Eagle over here. How many times have we seen the legend is a letdown trope at this point? They're also lucky that the Angry Birds fanbase isn't like Sonic or Pokemon's, because I'm pretty sure that revealing the most powerful bird of the bunch from the games like this would, pardon the pun, ruffle 1 or 2 feathers.
Bring it home, Mamacita.
And just to really get us a full house on kids movie bingo, this eagle breaks out into an unfunny dance.
Yeah.
And by the end of the movie, they really want you to think that this scene was a highlight, because he does this dance through the end credits too. They think they've done a full Tropic Thunder number with this character, so they just rip off that ending as well. It's interesting that I'm just seeing a bunch of other movies in this one, and not in a referencey way, it's more of a copied their homework sort of way. Meanwhile, the pigs are still reeling out other objects from the game like it's a big moment. I'm just imagining the Angry Birds fandom clapping at the balloons coming out like Chicken Jockey. Angry Birds 3, you still have time to completely meme yourself. I could see it. If anyone actually still plays the games by the time it comes out anyway. Again, 18 years after the game came out. So the bikes are now riding around the roads that were made before this island knew that vehicles existed. That worked out pretty well.
Almost there. Don't rush me.
Except, no crossing guard lady now. Where is she? Her job finally became relevant. Also, fun fact in the UK, we call them the lollipop lady because they're holding a sign that looks like... Well, you can work that part out. Anyway, now the eagle's done the generic dance scene, he's now moved on to the generic character's funny because he's singing badly scene.
Defender of our homes and liberty.
Playing all the hits. Though I do initially quite like the 3 of them pretending that this was played to them in school, only for Eagle to press them to sing the other verses. That's, what, the 3rd decent comedy set piece to turn up in an hour into this movie? And even then, it outstays its welcome at over 2 minutes of bad singing. And to finish it off, he's a pervert as well.
Take a peek.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Oh yeah.
I'm not here to cancel Mighty Eagle, but that's like 1999 animated movie humor, rather than 2016. What was Sony on at this phase? This and the Emoji Movie stuff as well? But anyway, we learn through his creepy binoculars that the pigs are escalating their plans. presumably setting us up for one more scene of Red telling everyone, followed by them shrugging him off and calling him a loser. That's been the bulk of this movie so far. Just a reminder that even Chicken Little only had 2 scenes like that. But first, we've got to have Mighty Eagle pull a Metro Man on the situation just to copy another movie.
I don't do that anymore. I'm retired.
Mostly just tired.
Though suddenly this movie about a smartphone game briefly gets a bit too real.
The fate of the world hangs on idiots like me. And that, sir, is sort of terrifying.
Like, damn, the dialogue decided to be good for a second. Before we descend into the birds in the middle of a Minions Hotel Transylvania coded rave scene. Whilst the pigs steal their eggs and bomb their homes.
Right on time. Excellent.
And as Red and co attempt to save the eggs, Bomb has to encourage himself to blow up.
Come on, Bob, you can do this.
He, in fact, doesn't do this, giving him a character arc to resolve later. A character arc revolving around someone trying to blow themselves up, which would be problematic in pretty much any other context. And so the birds go through the aftermath of their robbed and bombed village, a decidedly dark turn in the story.
Oh no. We'll find them.
Like, this movie went from average kids movie tropes to destroyed village really quickly. It's like Mulan, where it suddenly stops being a musical after a certain point. And after oppressing him his whole life for having no parents and weird eyebrows, this happens.
Mr. Red! What do we do now?
Really just gonna drop that onto his doorstep after all the crap you put this guy through? Not to worry, Chuck has an interesting suggestion.
We start replacing those kids. Ladies, get busy!
Anyway, Red's plan is to build their own boat and arsenal to go on the counterattack. Yes, this has become a war movie.
We're birds! We're descended from dinosaurs! We're not supposed to be nice!
I do wonder where this movie stands timeline-wise. Like, is the pitch that these characters are the birds' versions of The Missing Link, where birds hadn't learnt to fly yet? And pigs are apparently the dominant species? Because I thought this was a fantasy world, but now there's dinosaurs. And then he says the thing.
I need some angry, flocking birds.
Round of applause for the movie. They got the thing in. Cue montage featuring game iconography to set up a climax that will inevitably be a giant homage to said game. That's literally what I'm presuming fans wanted out of this movie. Dynamite, catapult, it's all there. Not that it's a bad thing. Meanwhile, the pigs are going full British Empire, complete with monarchy and returning from an expedition with a bunch of stuff that doesn't belong to them and destroying the lives of the locals in the process.
I proclaim a feast!
Meanwhile, the birds come in all Braveheart to get their eggs back. Complete with the moment we've waited for, we've actually gotten to the bit where they played out the game.
Who wants to go first?
Over here!
I do!
Me!
In which everyone has their power moves on attack, which they never really bother explaining, but do they really need to? We're far beyond anything in this movie making sense.
My teacher can shoot fireballs out of her butt.
Yeah, sure, that'll do. I know it's literally the game, but it's kind of mad that in narrative, everyone's just agreed to Red's plan of let's just launch our bodies with such velocity that it knocks over several buildings. And it seems as they're not suddenly popping out of existence like in the game. What are they doing once they're there? Hiding? Also, they missed the opportunity to keep the mime gag going here.
Oh my god!
I guess the gag is he broke his silence, but it would have been way better if he was holding a sign or something. By the way, was this another fan-pleasing moment?
Just look where the last bird went and adjust from there.
I presume so. They have the full host of power moves too, even the orange guy who blows up like a pufferfish. But just as we start to appreciate the game references, we have to cut back to the eagle, not just doing another unfunny dance, but this time he's rickrolled us. And I've got to say, it is really difficult to use this song in a movie and somehow make it not funny, but here we are. And yes, he's on the way now too. But anyway, we're now at the moment of the quintessential iconography of the game. It's Red's turn.
Rest in peace, my friend. Fire!
It's funny because they should totally all die from doing this. And in a shot that looks a bit Dwayne Johnson Black Adam meme-y, he finally does the face. And true to the game, his impact is something, if not overwhelming. That's game accuracy. Less accurately, the planes aren't hanging from ropes in the sky. Boo. And it's not just the game reference here, that's some completely unsubtle movie homages too.
Red rum.
Not even redressed for the context of the movie, just a direct pull of a scene from The Shining for some reason. This movie's MO is taking stuff from other movies. Alas, Chuck gets his own Quicksilver scene. That's a lot of better movies we're being reminded of in a short space of time. Anyway, Red climbs on the piggy's egg sac to try and cut it open. Look, I've had to deal with this movie. You could deal with that sentence and live with it. Also, these eggs seem to be fertilized rather than the ones we eat, so they're about to boil a sack of unborn children. Why is the context of this movie really dark when you think about it?
Looks like it's just you and me, pork belly.
Egg sack antics ensue until Red summons the mighty eagle and...
I can sleep late, Mom. It's not a school day.
Again, is this a choice to upset the fans? To be fair, the actual mighty eagle sweep from the games would have just ended the climax. And he carries off the eggs, so he has his role. Right, time for another line from every movie ever.
You just don't know when to stop, do you?
Nice. Whilst we're at it, should we fulfill that attempted counter arc from earlier?
Come on, Bomb, you can do this!
Thank you. Just saying, as we go through the pig's world with homes and cars and bowling, they seem to have it pretty good until the king attacked the birds and stole their eggs.
You can't eat eggs!
I have a friend who's egg intolerant, so that's literally the voice inside of his body. And by the looks of it, the king dies? Maybe, but at least Red gets his false death moment, complete with family missing their egg.
I think he might be dead.
I mean, I guess it's one better than the unconscious body that suddenly awakens with a huge gasp of air. Nice to have a break from that.
He's alive!
Wait, he's still in the village in the distance. How can they see him from there? But anyway, he's here with one more fan-pleasing moment. Quick, get him in the catapult!
I think these belong to you.
And we end on a line as good quality as the bulk of this entire movie.
He's blushing.
I'm not blushing, I'm just red.
What a closer. Only it's not, because this movie had another ending to do. Gotta get that village rebuilt. And whilst they're at it, the village comes together to build Red a new house, and an incredibly labor-intensive method of avoiding having to say sorry. Because I'm still kinda sore of how awful these people were to him.
Welcome back to the village.
You're not getting a pass from me. House Schmaus, apologize to the damn Redbird. Because they literally never do. We just have an annoying child choir song instead.
Mighty, mighty Red, you rescued me.
Once again, going on for way too long. Also, this movie has the girl who showed no interest in Guy earlier has now succumbed to him bit. Even after she read about his atrocities at the start of the movie. And we finally end on a Scrooge fake-out moment.
Okay, see you later.
Let's just go home.
I'm just messing with you. Get in here.
God bless us, everyone. And that's the Angry Birds movie. Except no, because don't forget, we have the Tropic Thunder rip-off credits with the eagle. No, there's not a post-credit one for the fans. And then, that's the movie. Pulled a Return of the King on us there. And look, I know that there are a lot worse movies out there than the Angry Birds movie, but I still think it's pretty terrible. Being a video game adaptation of a mobile app game made in 2016, it's gonna be floundering in a lot of ways, and really, it just ends up a little bit underwhelming in all regards. It copies a lot of the tropes of other movies to stitch something together, because to be honest, making an Angry Birds adaptation at all sounds pretty horrendous. 2D birds, fling in a catapult? I don't know how you would adapt that. And maybe if I was a bigger fan of the games, the actual direct references would have had a bigger impact on me. But also, I just don't think it was a movie that was very warranted. It was already past its prime when this came out, and now there's a third movie coming out too, so. Fans certainly weren't ecstatic. It doesn't have huge numbers, but it's getting a third movie nonetheless. Can't wait to watch that, and chances are it's worse than this one too. Whew, okay, and that is us more directly confronting some of the videos I'm a little bit most ashamed of. They come in varying degrees of regrets and outright embarrassment, but it's one of those things where, as I've been revisiting a lot of these videos, reworking them for copyright issues, because of course that's a thing, old videos are being judged by new copyright rules, love that, and also recategorizing them and compiling them for other uses, I thought it was only right to readdress some of the videos that were a bit more controversial. Hopefully come in with a little bit more of a, you know what, you're right, I understand kind of perspective. Because usually, I can really see the point people are making. I definitely think the Monsters vs. Aliens video was a mistake. But at the end of the day, it's only thoughts and opinions, and it's just about a little bit of art. It's all about talking about it anyway. And it just means that those of you that disagree with me equally have the passion to talk about something we love or hate. So as far as I'm concerned, all those kind of opposing takes are valid, as long as they're not personally insulting me. My heart can't really take that. Because at the end of the day, we're all just passionate about the same things. And it's nice to have a little bit of distraction in the world. Even if it is talking about, of all things, aliens and monsters, and all the rest of it. Anyway, on that note, I'm gonna finally put a pin in this compilation and say, for now, my name's been Daz. Thank you very much for reaching the end of this video. Do tell us your thoughts on all of these different videos and our new takes on it now. Or hey, you want to specify specifically where between terrible and amazing these things go? Rank all of these middling movies, perhaps. I'd love to hear all of your thoughts and more. I suspect I'll especially be keeping an eye on the comments of this video. But otherwise, I shall see you all in a little bit. Cheerio.